Chapter 257. I'm really surprised, Ms. Celine. It's ridiculous that Dior and Falamo are both blind. They don't know that the sister in their eyes is the most terrifying competitor. Seeing that Chenrue's tone was quite tempted, Celine approached and smiled sweetly. There was a bit more charm in her smile that was completely different from her cuteness. The things I know may be more than Master imagined. Master will know by then whether you want a pure and lovely girl or a noble lady who is unwilling to be conquered, or a pitiful sister. Any role is fine. Amazing! It was the same seduction, but compared with this sister, the previous sister-in-law was only at the preschool level. In an instant, Chenrue had understood one thing. Everyone had underestimated this innocent and lovely Ms. Celine. This condition, I really can't think of a reason to refuse. Chenrue slowly stood up and gently lifted Celine's chin. Before that, I want to confirm whether old Gauss is still alive. Celine's eyes trembled slightly. Although the change was subtle, it couldn't be hidden from Chenrue. It seemed that he was right to test the waters. Unexpectedly, the disappearance of old Gauss was not done by the Falamo couple, but by Celine. What an unfathomable third lady! Celine still maintained a seductive smile on her face. What did you say? I don't understand what you mean. Chenrue was more certain in his heart. He nodded and said, It seems that not only old Gauss, but Dior was attacked and almost died a while ago. It was probably planned by you two. This inference was not a wild guess. Judging from the signs and evidence at the time, it was definitely done by the Falamo couple. Kras himself was also very suspicious. Although he didn't publicize the matter, he became more distant from the Falamo couple. Chenrue carefully analyzed that those signs were exaggerated, as if they were afraid that others didn't know it was planned by the couple. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that it was a stupid decision at some point. Previously, Chenrue also had doubts, but after all, the hostility and competition between the Falamo couple and Dior was obvious. Until now, Celine finally showed her fangs, and some vague things became clear. Originally, the impression she gave off was that she was a little sister who loved her older brother and respected her father. Even if she randomly chose a supporter to enter the finals in order to complete her mission, it seemed like it was just luck. But now, it was certain that all of this was meticulously planned. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Obviously, Celine was the fisherman. It was likely that Celine managed to get the list of candidates, roughly delineated by old Gauss, and then deliberately leaked it to Falamo in some way. Falamo and Dior began to compete for the candidates on the list. Robert had originally agreed to join Dior's camp, but he suddenly changed his mind. It was probably because of this third lady's means. The same was true for old Gauss' disappearance. With Dior's talent, he could only choose Savis after losing old Gauss' planning. In this way, both Dior and Falamo fell into the preset trap. Because Savis and Robert were not Horford's opponents, the successor had to be Celine. However, things finally changed unpredictably. Chenrue's sudden appearance deviated Celine's plan. In order to ensure her victory, she came here tonight. Celine still smiled calmly. My two brothers and I have a good relationship since childhood. Master, don't talk nonsense without evidence. Otherwise no one will believe it. Indeed, not many people will believe it. I have finally seen the cleverness of the third lady. Chenrue also smiled. The assassination I encountered a few days ago was also arranged by you, right? Unfortunately, your estimation of my strength is wrong. However, these are nothing in the face of real interests. I have an important thing in the hands of old Gauss. If he is dead, then I have to ask you for it. If not, then there's no need to talk about it. What is it? Tell me about it first, or I can help you find that old Gauss. Now you are willing to admit it? It seems that old Gauss is not dead yet, but he is controlled by you. Chenrue smiled. This thing is very important to me. Before you kill him, you'd better interrogate him about his whereabouts. Maybe you can come and talk to me about the conditions in the future. In the future? Celine heard between the lines. She took 2 steps and turned around. There was a faint chill in her smile. So now you refuse my conditions? You actually refused such a generous condition? Chinrue took a sip of wine and shook his head. I said, I'm very tempted by your conditions. It's because I'm tempted that I can't promise you. Because my current level is not high enough. Only when I become famous in the contest and become a recognized master can I accept these conditions with the same identity and position as you. Before that, I can't believe you. To be precise, I don't even believe Dior. This ambiguous answer made Celine a little surprised. I don't quite understand what you mean. Since you said you're tempted, but once you win the contest, won't the heir belong to Dior? Chinrue put down the glass and sneered. I have no interest in who inherits the Custer family. I only care about my own interests. If I can become famous through this contest, then even if you regret, I still have a wider choice. In fact, even if Dior becomes the heir, as long as he and Falamo disappear, plus the support of a famous master like me, isn't the Custer family still yours? Celine was silent, obviously considering. In fact, from your point of view, this choice is advantageous and harmless. Chinrue sighed. If Horford wins tomorrow, you can directly become the heir. If Horford fails, as long as you have the sincerity to cooperate, with my help, you can still become the master of the family. Celine's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that master is not only skilled but also wise. It's also impressive. Although you rejected me, I can't have the thought of turning against you for a while. Mrs. Conditions are too tempting, so I can only deal with it seriously. In fact, this choice is very risky for me because I'm not sure if I can defeat Horford, just like he's not sure if he can defeat me. Chinrue said and glanced to the shade of the courtyard. Master Horford, what do you think? A stiff voice came. To be able to discover my existence, your strength is at least early stage of Demon King. Race, Wrath, Royal Family. Comprehensive Strength Assessment. C. Physique. C- Strength. D. Spirit. C. Agility. C-. The strength of intermediate stage of Demon King. And he's actually from the Wrath Royal Family. I really don't know how Celine found this Horford. Horford wasn't tall. He had light, cyan short hair, a mustache, and his eyes were particularly spirited. This discovery surprised Chinrue a little. Judging from the data, Horford should be a magician specializing in fire. Demon King level? Celine's eyes flashed with surprise. No wonder, it's really surprising. Unlike the royal family, a great demon who reached Demon King level must have a mutated bloodline. Celine's no wonder was more referring to the reason for the assassination failure. However, you said something wrong. Horford's tone revealed strong confidence. You're not sure if you can beat me, but I'm completely sure that I can beat you. Really? Chinrue raised his eyebrows. Don't say it too early. The higher you climb, the more painful it will be when you fall. It doesn't make any sense to bicker now. I know you've entered the threshold of master, but that's all. Horford said faintly, during the finals the day after tomorrow, I will show you what a real mechanic master is. Okay. Chinrue raised his glass to Horford from afar. Let's meet in the finals. Horford snorted and turned away. I'm also looking forward to it. Celine took a deep look at him. The day after tomorrow will be a surprise or a surprise. Shortly after Celine left, Kia returned to the courtyard wearing a new dress and beautiful jewelry. Celine has been here. How do you know? Don't imagine your assistant to be so incompetent, okay? Kia smiled. She approached me just to get more information about your preferences and information. This third lady doesn't seem to be simple. Dior and Falamo have always underestimated her. Chinrue didn't comment and praised. You look beautiful in this dress. Maybe, but I don't really like it. I'm just giving her more time to negotiate with you. When it comes to clothes, I still prefer a more comfortable style. Comfortable. Chinrue looked at the moonlight in the sky and sighed. It's freedom. Kia's smile was a little sad, and she didn't respond. Chinrue's tone became firm. If you trust me, I will do my best to help you after this competition. Don't say anything unnecessary. I'm just doing what I want to do. I'm just a maid. Kia shook her head. It's not worth it. It's worth it. Chinrue looked at her quietly and spat out the word forcefully. He didn't say anything more and walked into the house. However, there was a strange feeling in his heart as if the word worth it wasn't for the original intention of tricking her. Am I too immersed in the role? Kia was shocked. She only felt that his back was a little blurred. She lowered her head and gently stroked her wrist. A drop of tear fell on the black anti-demon bracelet. The highly anticipated final finally began. The arena was full of seats. The atmosphere was by no means comparable to the preliminary or semi-final. Many royal families and nobles came to the scene. The Asmodeus royal family was rich in handsome men and beautiful women. It became the most attractive scenery in the stands for a while. However, the appearance of a VIP immediately made this scenery dim. The first wise woman of the demon realm, the first beauty, the supreme ruler of the Shadow Empire, Catherine. Asmodeus the Great. Chapter 258. The throne was in the middle of the VIP seats. When Empress Catherine's figure appeared on the throne, everyone stood up and bowed to her. It was a spontaneous salute. Back then, Catherine used her extraordinary wisdom, courage, and means to quell the rebellion of the kings and turn the tide of the empire. Under her painstaking management, she made the Shadow Empire, which was struggling to survive in the cracks, become the second largest empire after the Bloody Empire. She brought the people back to peace and tranquility from the war. Whether it was the royal family or the civilians, they all respected this ruler from the bottom of their hearts. Catherine was wearing a robe, a crown on her head, and a veil on her face. She sat on the throne, and her face could not be seen clearly. However, one could vaguely see the peerless demeanor of the number one beauty from her perfect figure and hazy and mysterious noble temperament. More than 10 meters around the throne were well-equipped imperial guards. However, even without these guards, with Catherine's demon overlord-level strength second only to the demon realm's top powerhouse, Raisin the Great, no one dared to offend her. The judges of the contest were a group of mechanic masters led by the Empire's top mechanic master and the president of the Mechanic Association, Master Anderson. In the center of the arena was the stage for the 10 mechanics who entered the final stage. Around each mechanic were the workbenches required for the 3 specializations. Generally, mechanics brought their own tools, or they could choose the tools provided by the association. The rules of the final were very simple. There were no restrictions on materials and specializations. Within the specified time, whoever made the equipment with the highest score would be the champion. There were originally 2 favorites in the final, the previous champion, Robert, and the capital's genius, Savis. However, Savis unexpectedly died in the semifinals, and the rise of the 2 dark horses, Arthur and Horford, suppressed Robert's limelight. However, the possibility of the contestants hiding their strength was not ruled out. It was the final now, so everything was possible. After the mechanics were in their positions, the final began with the magic clock counting down. Almost everyone moved, including Robert. Only 2 people didn't move, Chinrue and Horford. The 2 of them didn't talk trash or look at each other with mutual appreciation. After all, this was a mechanic competition. Taking a deep breath and closing their eyes, the 2 of them used different methods to quickly calm down. Then, almost at the same time, they began to meticulously move the workbench, carefully arranging every tool and material, placing every tool and material in the most suitable position for them. Although time was limited, the 2 of them did this foreplay unhurriedly. They did not even have the time to look at the magic clock. The eyes of several masters on the judge's seat fell on these 2 people. Master Anderson, who was in the middle, nodded slightly. Rummenigge's expression was surprised and happy Master Leo frowned, and only Master Kosa murmured, "I didn't expect." After all the preparations were done, the movements of the two began to change rapidly. Both were hitting the metal, but Chen Rui's hammering technique was big and wide, like splashing ink, while Horford's movements were smaller and more subtle, like fine brushwork. The audience's eyes were involuntarily attracted. They all had an illusion as if there were only two contestants on the stage, and the rest were just the background. After Anderson's eyes stayed on Horford for a moment, he finally looked at Chen Rui. As the top mechanic in metal proficiency, he could naturally see that although Horford's forging technique was precise and impeccable, what really moved him was Chen Rui's technique. This hammering technique was skillful but clumsy. It seemed to be out of the scope of ordinary demon's mechanics. It could maximize the spirit to complete the refining and shaping process. This technique. Could it be the Tauren who is the best of the demon realm in forging? That's right. This hammering technique does have the essence of the Tauren. I didn't expect that someone in the demon realm can master the Tauren's forging technique. Due to the limited talent, the Tauren's forging technique has always been flawed in enchantment. If the enchantment technique mastered by the demons is added, then Anderson's eyes became brighter and brighter. He stared closely at Chen Rui's every hammer for fear of missing it. Master Kosa was already drinking with a self-deprecating smile on his face. No wonder Arthur declined my kindness to accept him as an apprentice, and only said that I will reply after the competition. The level he showed in the field at the moment is even better than me. How can I be his teacher? However, in the form this guy filled out, it seems that he is dual specialized. Rummenigge's expression had changed from surprise to solemnity. It seems that this final has gone beyond the scope of mechanics. An expert would know if he was good or not when he stretched out his hand. The other masters all showed agreement. Master versus master. And it's not just an ordinary master. The final is really unexpected. Several mechanics who were proficient in metal had stopped forging and stared at the techniques and movements of the two. From time to time, they looked thoughtful or surprised. The mechanics who could enter the final were extraordinary, so they could naturally see the attainments of these two who were superior to their peers. With these two here, it was almost impossible to win the competition. It was rare to see master-level forging, so it was better to observe and learn carefully. At least, it was not considered as accompanying the prince to study in vain. After completing the forging, Chen Rui began to enchantment. The Tauren's forging was perfect, but there had always been a regret of enchantment. Today he would make up for this regret. Although there was a mastery of basic knowledge and advanced knowledge, Chen Rui's technique was more of the shadow of sky and Xingxing. Under the brilliant brilliance of the magic circle, Chen Rui used the enchantment technique to complete the final enchantment on the weapon. The broadsword was finally completed. Almost at the same time, Horford also completed his work, a black dagger. The previous champion, Robert, was a little faster than both of them, so he completed his work first. It was a magic bracelet. Robert was indeed extraordinary. As soon as he entered the state, there was nothing else in his eyes and ears. All his attention was on the tools and materials in his hands. He didn't notice the performance of Chen Rui and Horford. Of course, this was also the quality that an excellent mechanic should have. The three works were placed on the judges' table at the same time. The first announcement was the appraisal result of Robert's work. Unnamed magic bracelet, water magic casting speed 10%, water magic damage increased 17%, physical defense increased 12%, excellent grade. At Robert's current level, he can easily create good, excellent grade equipment. He is almost a junior master. Rummenigge said, after the competition, he can come to the Association for Master Certification. Although there were rumors that Robert had reached the level of a master, now that Rummenigge personally confirmed it, there were still many people present who exclaimed that a master was born in the mechanic contest. Over the years, Robert had already faintly reached the level of a master, but he had never participated in the certification. This time he participated in the mechanic contest to stand out and become famous. When he heard Rummenigge inviting him to participate in the master certification in public, Robert smiled knowingly, and his provocative gaze fell on the faces of Chenrue and Howard. However, Chenrue and Howard just looked at each other. There seemed to be invisible electric sparks in their eyes. They turned a blind eye to Robert's provocation as a third party. To be precise, the two of them didn't care about Robert at all. Only the other party was a worthy opponent. The next appraisal was Horford's dagger, Gale, magic dagger. Attack speed increased by 22%, movement speed increased by 20%, and tear damage increased by 20%. Excellent grade. Robert's smile instantly froze. They were both superior grade, but this dagger stats were a notch higher than his magic bracelets. This dagger increased movement speed, attack power, and damage, making it an absolute killing weapon for assassins. Naming and engraving the dagger on the equipment was also a common marking method used by masters. Some people at the scene had already planned to buy this magic dagger from Horford at a high price after the competition. The next appraisal was Chenrue's broadsword. The level of this weapon made the masters at the judges' table discuss for a while. Finally, they came to a conclusion. Quasi-legendary grade weapon. The so-called quasi-legendary grade was the top excellent grade weapon. Moreover, the enchantment attribute had exceeded the upper limit of excellent grade by 30%, but it had not reached the level of true legendary grade. The name of the sword was Eye of Flame, magic heavy sword. Attack increased by 31%, stamina recovery speed increased by 35%, crushing strike increased by 28%. Quasi-legendary grade. This time the audience was shocked. A piece of quasi-legendary grade equipment actually appeared. At this time, even those mechanics who were initially unaware stopped and looked at each other. Is this a mechanic contest? Or is it a mechanic master contest? On the throne, Catherine nodded slightly. This year's finals produced 3 masters, and there was even a quasi-legendary grade weapon. It was indeed good. Robert, who previously showed off to Chenrue, was already pale. Only now did he understand why the two of them didn't even bother to look at him. Previously, he was proud that he was invited to participate in the master certification. Now, that little pride had long been shattered by this heavy sword. With this weapon, there was no need for any certification procedures. Arthur was already recognized as a mechanic master. The Falamo couple on the grandstand were already pale. Dior clenched his fist and couldn't help but wave it a few times. Only Celine's expression remained unchanged, but her eyes were filled with brilliance. Interesting. It seems that I still underestimated you. It's just that the competition has just begun. Horford's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He could also make quasi-legendary grade equipment. The quality of the equipment was related to factors such as state and material. It didn't mean that Chenrue's level was better than him, but he had a more reliable way to win. Horford exhaled loudly, bowed to the VIP seats, and said, "Dear Royal Highness Empress, masters, since Arthur and I are both masters, then, for the sake of fairness, I propose to use the method of the Masters Contest 100 years ago to determine the winner." The Masters Contest 100 years ago? The audience looked forward to it, since mechanics also had restrictions in terms of state and inspiration. The rule of the Masters Contest was to make 3 types of equipment and take the total score. If these 3 types of equipment were proficient in different types, there would be high bonus points. The president of the Bloody Empire's Mechanic Association, Nate, was a rare top dual-specialized master. 100 years ago, he used this rule to defeat Master Anderson and became the top mechanic in the Demon Realm. Master Leo and Chenrue had a grudge, so he was the first to agree. Leo was the master of the Mechanic Association. His first approval made the audience applaud warmly. Master Anderson frowned and asked Chenrue, "Do you agree with Horford's suggestion?" After listening to the requirements of the rules, Chenrue shrugged. I have no opinion. This was a true master competition. The audience in the arena was so excited that their hands were red from clapping. This finals is so worth it. Leo didn't count Robert in, but Robert knew that his skills were inferior, so he didn't protest. Similarly, he also had the intention of watching and learning from a close distance, so he immediately retreated to the side. After a burst of noise, the audience quieted down, waiting for the next round of the two masters contest. Horford didn't choose to forge. He went straight to the armor-making table, took out a large piece of animal skin from his space ring, and began to cut it skillfully. Master Anderson's pupils suddenly shrank. He is indeed dual specialized. Moreover, the dual specialization of metal and leather, including those familiar techniques, are exactly what my old opponent, Nate, possesses. Is this Horford Nate's disciple? Nate is the Samuel royal family, and so is Horford. The more Anderson thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After not seeing each other for 100 years, Nate actually taught such a genius disciple. The key now is to see if Horford's leather proficiency has reached the master level. Otherwise, with the bonus points of dual specialization, even if Arthur's metal proficiency is above the opponent, there is no possibility of winning. Many people guessed that Horford might be dual specialization, and the arena was boiling. Are we going to witness the birth of a dual specialization master? Celine on the grandstand showed a confident smile. This is her final trump card. In the rules of the Masters contest, a dual specialization master is invincible. Even if the opponent's single specialization strength surpasses Horford, it is impossible to win. At this moment, there were more exclamations in the boiling sound. It turned out that Chenrue also came to the crafting table and took out a roll of cloth. This was the leather cloth that he extorted from Dior. It was made from the skin of the Sea of Death and the yarn it spat out. Moreover, it was a Demon Emperor level Sea of Death. The masters on the VIP seats all took a deep breath. Could it be the most excited one is Master Kosa? The wine bottle is actually crushed by accident. The sharp fragments cut blood on his extremely unstable palm, but he still doesn't know it. The old Lich Master shouted in his heart, "This guy is actually going to show leather proficiency now." This is not filled in on that form. In addition to the outstanding metal proficiency and the leather proficiency that is about to be seen, there is another proficiency on that form. 2 dual specialization mechanical masters are not considered a miracle? Could it be that the biggest miracle in the mechanics world in 10,000 years is about to come? Chapter 259. Shadow Empire Arena. In the stands, Celine's smile suddenly froze on her face. The whispers and exclamations of the audience also quieted down. Their eyes were all focused on the 2 busy figures on the crafting table. In an ordinary mechanic contest, 2 mechanics masters were decided. Moreover, there were 2 duo-specialized masters. In addition to the president of the Bloody Empire's Mechanic Association and the Demon Realm's top mechanic, Nate, for thousands of years, the Demon Realm had basically never heard of other duo-specialized masters. Now, 2 of them suddenly appeared. All the masters in the VIP seats were dumbfounded. 2 dual-element masters. Even in the previous Masters tournaments, this was still an extremely rare sight. Like Horford, Chenrue was also immersed in the leather making in his hands at this time. Both Master Xingxing and Master Sky said that the highest realm of mechanics was to endow one's own feelings and life on the work to produce another life. His current realm had not reached that level yet, so he could only integrate his feelings. If the first heavy sword was his feelings for Athena, then this cloak today was his memory for another person. The woman who owns the dark shadow cloak is now in the Shadow Empire. Can I see her again? When she is lonely, will she play the song Solo Dance Under the Moonlight? Chenrue closed his eyes gently, but the knitting needle in his hand seemed to have eyes. It interweaved a mysterious pattern that was almost unbreakable and messy. The longing gradually returned to the bottom of his heart, and the cloak was also nearing the end. On the other side, Horford, with strong confidence in winning, used all his skills and completed a leather armor with hydra skin as the main material. When the leather armor made by Horford was sent to the judges' table, he couldn't help but sneer when he saw Chun Rue standing empty-handed in front of the crafting table. "Is your weapon done?" "No." Horford smiled contemptuously. "No? Did you lose the courage to fight after seeing that I'm a duo specialized? Dual elemental mastery is nothing. As for the armor I made just now," Chinrue smiled, "I finished it about a minute before you did. I've already sent it over." Horford only thought it was a metal shin guard or helmet type of armor. When he heard him belittle the dual specialization, he thought it was jealousy. When he was about to make a sarcastic remark, the judges had already announced the result of this round. Horford's work: Hydra's Fury, magic leather armor. Attributes: toughness, physical and magic defense bonus. Hydra skin characteristic: reduces long-range attack damage by 17%, increases casting speed by 18%. Superior grade. The discussion on Chinrue's work was much shorter than last time. Longing of Stars, magic cloak. Attributes: defense, water resistance, reduces physical attack damage, greatly reduces water magic damage. Sharkfish hide attributes: movement speed plus 30%, attack speed plus 35%. Quasi-legendary level. Horford didn't react for a while. Magic cloak? Metal chain cloak? No. The defense and water resistance attributes are clearly sharkfish hide. After all, Horford was a master who was proficient in leather. He immediately understood the material of this cloak, and his face was full of unbelievable shock. How can you make a quasi-legendary grade leather cloak? Horford muttered to himself in a daze. This Arthur is actually a duo specialized too. Moreover, he made 2 pieces of quasi-legendary grade equipment in a row. How can I compete? Celine's face was pale on the grandstand. The feeling that everything was under her control disappeared in an instant. The masters at the judges' table marveled at this magical young man. Dual specialized, creating 2 pieces of quasi-legendary grade equipment in a row. He could almost become a senior master of duo specialized. However, most of the masters present were top-notch. It could be seen that Chinrue had entered a special state when he made quasi-legendary grade equipment. In fact, there was still a gap between him and the top master in terms of mastery and attainment. However, the great potential of this young man was beyond doubt. If he continued to develop like this, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed the demon realm's top mechanic, Nate. The inspiration for this cloak comes from a woman's star-like eyes. Chinrue said faintly. Looking at Horford, who was breathing a little fast, he kindly reminded him, "It's not time yet. You still have a chance." Horford glared at him fiercely. "You're just a little better than me in terms of state. You don't have to be so proud. Quasi-legendary grade is only in the category of excellent grade after all. If you can make legendary grade equipment, I'll be convinced. Even if I'm a top master, it's difficult to make real legendary grade equipment. Besides, I'm really just in a good state. I haven't really reached that top level yet." Chun Rue's words made many masters nod in approval. He was able to see and admit his own shortcomings. This alone was far better than the eliminated capital genius, Savis. However, Chinrue's next word surprised everyone. "Then I'll use another way to completely defeat you." As he said, Chinrue walked toward the crafting platform again and took out a lot of instruments. Seeing these instruments, the masters in the VIP seats were all shocked. Almost all the mechanics, masters, and the knowledgeable audience had an incredible look on their faces. Even Empress Catherine, who was sitting on the throne, was slightly moved. Her beautiful eyes behind the veil were glowing with radiance. Master Kosa was even more excited. Sure enough, this is the instrument for jewelry mastery. When he was certified as a mechanic, this guy even made a high-quality magic ring while deliberately hiding his strength. The last trio-specialized genius appeared more than 10,000 years ago. At that time, there were still magic and alchemy grandmasters. Could it be that after 10,000 years, a miracle is finally going to happen again? Then does it indicate that the grandmasters will also... Qinrui had obtained many esoteric magic circles on the third and fourth floors of the ancient magic tower, and he had cracked many of them. In the forging room these days, he had several times linked to the time rules comprehension and attempts. In the previous 2 quasi-legendary grade equipment, it had been well verified in practice. Due to the seal, the 5th floor couldn't be entered. The unpredictable seal at the door seemed to contain endless mysteries. Even deep analysis couldn't crack it. He could only analyze a very vague feeling. This feeling was only the tip of the iceberg of the real answer. He couldn't see the whole picture. Qinrui, who entered the state, couldn't hear any sounds from the outside world. He also forgot the previous victory or failure as his mind was completely immersed in crafting. The older sister who was as cold as frost, the younger sister who smiled sweetly, and the succubus who hid her pain in her smile. No one's life could be perfect. There were too many choices in life, too many expectations and helplessness. Joy and pain, happiness and worry intertwined. Time would eventually settle the soul. Looking back, the long life was just a moment. Even if it was just a moment, there was an immortal eternity in his heart. Just like the annihilated stars in the endless universe, the splendor of life in a moment was enough to make time stop. At this moment, Qinrui's heart seemed to have entered an unprecedented realm. The vague feeling of deep analysis became faintly clear, producing a wonderful state of mind similar to enlightenment. It had nothing to do with magic circles or engravings. It was just a feeling of blessings that could only be encountered but not sought. The crafting table suddenly emitted a circle of strange light that spread until it reached a range of more than 10 meters. It constantly changed color and shape. This scene made the masters in the VIP seats stand up simultaneously and stared at Qinrui in the center of the light. To be precise, they were staring at the string of accessories that was about to be completed in his hands. Horford was dumbfounded as he looked at the shining crafting table. His face was intertwined with bitterness and shock. This sign is legendary grade equipment. Sure enough, this opponent's accessory proficiency is also master level. Isn't it enough to be trio specialized? I still want a legendary grade equipment. The entire arena was silent for a while. Everyone held their breath, ready to witness the birth of legendary grade equipment. The light gradually faded, and Qinrui also emerged from that special state. The audience's eyes were focused on the string of strange accessories that looked like a red rope. The masters in the VIP seats came down one after another and came to Qinrui and the legendary grade accessory. This was a kind of etiquette and respect. This alone, without any certification, was enough to let Qinrui directly enter the ranks of well-known masters. Name: Momentary Beauty, Magic Red Rope Bracelet, Demon Realm's first model. Attributes: all magic attack increased by 42%, casting speed increased by 35%, spirit recovery speed accelerated. Additional magic: Magic Shield can be activated without magic power, limited to once every 24 hours. The masters were amazed. This equipment was very excellent. It was simply a killer weapon for magic cultivators. At critical moments, it could also be used to save life with a magic shield. Qinrui also felt proud of himself. This was his first legendary grade equipment, and it took a lot of effort. However, the state just now was rare. Even if his stamina and spirit were at their peak, he couldn't create another legendary grade equipment. There was no doubt about the champion of this mechanic contest. A mechanic who had just passed the certification created a miracle that shocked the demon realm by creating 2 quasi-legendary grade equipment and 1 legendary grade equipment in the finals. Furthermore, the mastery of the 3 pieces of equipment was different. Although there were many mechanic masters in the demon realm who didn't pursue fame, A trio specialized master was probably unique in the entire demon realm. There was a saying in the mechanic world that the top master who was proficient in trio specialized was the most likely person to enter the threshold of Grand Master. However, due to the limitations of personal perception and energy, it was rare to reach the level of a top master who was proficient in two specialties. For example, the current top mechanic master of the demon realm, Nate. However, Nate was only very close to the Grand Master, but he wasn't a real Grand Master yet. As for the result of 2 quasi-legendary grade equipment and 1 legendary grade equipment, even if Nate came here in person, he could only admit defeat according to the rules of the Master Contest. The trio specialized Mechanic Master Arthur, with infinite potential in front of them, was definitely the most promising candidate to be the first Grand Master in 10,000 years. Kia on the grandstand smiled as she watched Chinrue, who was surrounded by a group of masters. There was a faint sense of pride in her heart, as if she could also share this achievement. The most excited one was Dior. He was extremely excited. A trio specialized master is really hidden. In this way, his position as the family heir is unshakable. Compared with the dejected look of the Falamo couple, Celine's expression looked very complicated. Arthur actually has such strength. No wonder he's so confident. However, in the courtyard the day before yesterday, he didn't reject her request. According to what he said at that time, she still had hope. Looking at Dior and Falamo, the killing intent in the cute girl's eyes flashed. Congratulations, Master Arthur. On the throne in the center of the VIP seat, an ethereal female voice sounded. It was Empress Catherine. The audience suddenly became quiet. Your wonderful performance and the miracle you created made all the audience, including me, surprised. I can give you 3 additional rewards. What do you want? Chapter 260. A trio specialized mechanic master was a hot talent in any empire. He must not be missed. Now that this person was in front of her, Catherine the Great, the wisest person, naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Reward was just the first step. Hearing Catherine's promise of reward, Chinrue's first thought was to ask Her Majesty Empress to reward Christina to him. However, this request was obviously impossible. Christina, who had been recognized by the artifact, Dark Shadow Cloak, had the strength of a demon emperor or even a demon overlord. She was definitely the next Empress candidate. Even if she was a Grand Master level mechanic, Catherine wouldn't agree to use the Empire's Crown Prince as a bargaining chip. So this idea could only be thought of. Chinrue bowed to Catherine. Your Majesty, do you have Requiem fruit and flower of mist? Catherine thought for a moment and replied, I don't have Requiem fruit, but I can issue a nationwide bounty. There is a flower of mist, but it has withered. There are only 3 seeds left. I wonder if Master can use it? Only 1 seed is enough. Chinrue hesitated for a moment, clenched his teeth secretly, and finally made up his mind to say, I was entrusted by someone to give something to the noblewoman, Christina, in person. It will be the 3rd reward requested from Your Majesty. Please allow it, Your Majesty. The eyes behind Catherine the Great's veil flashed slightly, and the surrounding breath suddenly changed. Chinrue only felt 2 cold, lightning-like eyes on him, and a faint pressure enveloped his whole body. Even with his current migra's power, he felt a trembling feeling, and this was just a glance from a distance. Chinrue had a hunch that Catherine's strength was far beyond the Earth Elemental King, who was also a demon overlord. She was even far better than Glorfin. Beelzebub, after the cold lightning circled around him, it flew back, and the pressure gradually dissipated. A pale yellow light flew out and floated in front of Chinrue. Catherine's ethereal and strange voice continued to sound. Christina is reflecting on her mistakes in the Forbidden Palace because of her improper handling of matters. She can't meet anyone. However, since it was the Grand Master's request, he would make an exception and let her see the Grand Master. 3 days later, Grand Master can bring this token to the palace, and someone will naturally bring you to see her." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Qinrui was secretly delighted. He took the token and bowed to Empress Catherine again. Although there was no news about Requiem fruit, the flower of mist was finally settled. As for the third condition, it was really a headache just now, but Catherine promised 3 rewards in front of so many people as an empress. She shouldn't go back on her words. "Then, now I sincerely invite Master to join our country's Mechanic Association. Are you willing to accept this kindness?" Initially, Catherine planned to beat around the bush, cater to his preferences, and slowly rope in this trio-specialized master. But somehow, she suddenly changed her strategy and brought it up directly. Logically speaking, the most suitable candidate for this request should be the guild leader, Master Anderson. Qinrui knew that joining the association didn't have too many restrictions on his freedom, and he could also enjoy various treatments. Since Catherine agreed to his meeting with Christina, and she said it in public, if he continued to decline, he was afraid that the Flower of Mist and meeting Christina would be ruined, so he immediately agreed. Catherine nodded slightly. When the audience saw the trio-specialized master agreed to join their country's Mechanic Association, they all applauded warmly. Anderson, Rummenig, and Kosa all showed joy. Master Leo smiled a little reluctantly. Among these masters, he was the only one who had a grudge with Qinrui. However, his strength and talent were there, and he was personally invited by Her Majesty Empress. He would definitely be the most dazzling star in the mechanic industry in the future. If they continued to be enemies, I'm afraid I won't have a good life in the future. The mechanic finals came to a perfect end in the eyes of the public. The deeds of the first trio-specialized master in 10,000 years and the legendary great equipment, momentary glory, would quickly spread throughout the demon realm from the Shadow Empire. This might be the beginning of a new generation of legends. Qinrui followed Master Anderson and others to the association office and received the robe and badge representing the master. The emblem was a purple double moon symbol with a golden border, representing a special glory. Qinrui finally got the Brontosaurus crystal and star ice gravel that he wanted the most. Since then, the materials for thunderous sound had been completely prepared. He only needed aura. Out of the preferential treatment for the new trio-specialized master who joined the association, Qinrui also obtained the annual materials and black crystal coins welfare, the right to purchase internal materials discounts, and a series of advanced treatments such as entering the ancient magic tower to study. What he had to do was to provide 3 pieces of quasi-legendary grade equipment or 1 piece of legendary grade equipment to the association for sale every year. The association would take 30% of the sales while he took 70%. This system of borrowing the chicken to lay the eggs was also the reason why the Mechanic Association was enduring. Although the price was high, the reputation and integrity of the products of the association must be the best. Made the supply of the master-level works sold by the association was in short supply. With the resources and connections of the Mechanic Association, plus the status and treatment obtained by Qinrui, as long as he had enough aura, he could continue to gather materials to make thunderous sound or more equipment in the future. That was also one of the main reasons why he considered joining the association in the first place. Back at the Custer family, Qinrui received the highest courtesy and treatment. Even the current patriarch, Kraz, came out to greet him personally. Kraz knew the weight of a trio-specialized mechanic master. He was surprised by Dior's foresight and encounter this time. This master now had a broad future, whether in the Mechanic Association or the entire empire, or even the entire demon realm. The Custer family was originally a mechanic, so their relationship with this master naturally shouldn't be stopped with the end of the contest. They must use the original cooperative relationship to tie the master's interests with the Custer family as much as possible. At the very least, they must maintain an extraordinary friendship. As the biggest direct beneficiary, Dior, the eldest son of the Custer family and the confirmed heir, was naturally high-spirited. Of course, as long as Kraz didn't hand over the family's heavy responsibility to him, Dior was just an heir instead of the real patriarch. Moreover, with Chen Rui's current reputation, it was impossible for Dior to fall out with him. He showed an extremely close attitude and was very attentive to the master. After learning that Master Arthur was in the Custer family in the inner city, there was an endless stream of high-ranking officials and nobles visiting. Kraz was naturally happy and quietly showed the close relationship between the Custer family and the master. On the other hand, Chenrue seemed to be very patient. It seemed that it wasn't so easy to be a famous person. Kia seemed to avoid the topic before the final and didn't tell him the inside story he wanted to know. Chenrue knew that she had wavered, so he couldn't push her too hard at the moment. It was better to boil the frog in warm water and let it cook slowly. On the afternoon before going to the palace to meet Christina, an expected person came to Chenrue. It was the third lady of the Custer family, Celine. Kia was chatting with Chenrue. When she saw Celine coming, she found an excuse and went to rest in the house. Celine had a sweet and pleasant smile on her face, as if she didn't feel the impact of today's defeat. Chenrue smiled. "Welcome, third lady. What advice do you have for me?" "What advice do I have? I'm just a loser. Now that I have attracted the attention of Big Brother and Second Brother, I can't keep a low profile even if I want to." Celine sighed. "I originally thought that with Horford I can win in one go. I didn't expect to meet such an extraordinary person like Master. I can only say that my luck is too bad." "Where's Master Horford?" "As a dual specialized master, it stands to reason that he will be valued by all parties no matter where he goes. But now that his limelight is overshadowed by you, he felt bored, so he left early in the morning." Celine said with a smile, "I'm now submitting to Master as a loser." "Master can do whatever you want." Chenrue glanced at the snow-white bosom revealed by the open neckline and said calmly, "Get to the point. It seems that I really can't compare with Kia." Celine glanced at him with resentment. "The first thing I came for is to ask Master to admit defeat. The second thing is to ask Master, is the previous promise still valid? Where is old Gauss?" Chenrue knew that Celine was referring to the promise to support her to control the family, so he didn't answer directly. "I got the news that someone found old Gauss in a house in the southern suburbs. If Master wants to find him, I can lead the way." Celine rolled her eyes. "But I heard that he seems to have eaten something that he shouldn't have, and he has been unconscious. This is probably the reason why he disappeared." "Really?" Chenrue didn't expose her, but followed her tone and asked, "So when he wakes up, there should be no other problems with his body, right?" "I think there should be no problem. I have found the old Gauss that Master wants, which is enough to prove my sincerity. Then Master's promised the night before yesterday. You have ambition and the same ability. You are more suitable to control the Custer family than Dior and Falamo." Chenrue's words made Celine's eyes light up. "However, ambition is a double-edged sword. What I'm worried about now is that this sword will cut me." Celine definitely deserved the evaluation of "don't judge a book by its cover." For the sake of interests, she could pay any price, including her own body. But from another perspective, Celine had courage, wisdom, and means which were far better than her two brothers. She should be the best candidate for the heir. Although Dior was fawning on Chenrue now, he also had the intention to burn the bridge after crossing it. Chenrue could still control one person with the puppet mask. It could deal with Celine or Dior, but the puppet mask also had its own small flaws. The puppet made by the puppet mask could live as usual. It absolutely obeyed the master, but its mind would be affected. It was only suitable for a fixed mode of life. Unless it was under the control of the master, it couldn't do things that used its brain flexibly. This was the case for Schneider of the Red Spirit estate now. The puppet was irreversible. After becoming a puppet, it couldn't get rid of it for life unless it died. The soul shackles of the Leviathan royal family didn't have the flaws of the puppet mask. The intelligence of the person who was shackled was not affected, but his strength and soul would be imprisoned. The difficulty of breaking through was greatly increased. For example, Delia's strength was originally higher than Lomont's, but she had been stuck at the peak of Demon King. Now that Lomont had caught up, it was only possible for her to break through to Great Demon King under the special training of the Poison Dragon and the effect of Aurora Frost. However, every time the person who was shackled by soul shackles broke through, the power of the shackles would be weakened a lot. Once the person's strength surpassed the caster of soul shackles, the shackles would fail. Soul shackles! And the puppet mask could only be used on people who were weaker than the caster. In contrast, the most suitable control method was the master-servant contract. The mind and strength would not be affected, and there was no restriction of level and strength difference. The master could pay a certain price to destroy the servant's life at any time. There was no price to pay for killing directly. Besides, when the master died, the servant would also die. The master-servant contract generally required the willingness of both parties. It could also be forced to hand over. Besides, a person could only carry one contract. Many people took in servants early to prevent certain accidents. The Custer family was the top business family. The controller must have a flexible mind and means. What Chenrue needed was a person who could really manage and strengthen the Custer family and be used by the Dark Moon and him. If he used the puppet mask, unless he stayed here to control at all times, the puppet's mind alone wouldn't be competent when he left. If Ms. Celine can help me get rid of my worries, I can fully help and support you to ascend to the position of the master. You also know that with my current reputation and position in the Mechanic Association, even if I don't kill your two brothers, as long as I show this attitude, your father is likely to change his mind. Don't tell me that being your wife isn't enough for you to trust me? Celine frowned. What do you think? Chenrue asked rhetorically. Celine could do something to her own brother and then frame the other brother. She could make old Gauss disappear quietly. She could send someone to assassinate Chenrue on the street. She could use her body as a bargaining chip to exchange for the position of the master. However, a marriage based on interests was naturally unreliable. For master, isn't this a challenge? Celine smiled and said with a double meaning, as long as master conquers me, I'll be master's most loyal wife and servant. Chenrue wasn't interested in the so-called conquest at all. He didn't have the time to waste here. He nodded and said, I like the word servant. This joke isn't funny. Celine's light red pupils showed a hint of coldness. It was one thing to give her body, but it was another thing to give her soul. She was very ambitious. Perhaps it wasn't just the Custer family. How could she be willing to be someone else's servant and be controlled by others for life? Besides, this Arthur was just a mechanical master. Now that old Gauss hadn't been saved, Chenrue didn't want to fall out immediately. He smiled slightly. Since it's a joke, why are you so serious, third miss? However, the issue of trust is the key to our cooperation. But I've already tested third miss sincerity. How about this? I'll go to see old Gauss first. Then we'll carefully discuss and solve the most critical trust issue of our cooperation. Celine's face regained a smile. There are too many people visiting the master now. When it's late, let's go out from the side door. Chapter 261. In the evening, a few figures walked out of the side door of the Custer family's mansion. Initially, Chenrue wanted to go alone, but after Kia knew about it, she was worried about his safety. So she insisted on going together. After the Custer family's matter is completed, I will return to the Dark Moon. If you really like me and want my good, don't come to me. The Shadow Empire is not safe. I think you should go to the Bloody Empire and join the Demon Realm's top powerhouse, Raisin the Great. With your skills and reputation, you will definitely be valued by Raisin the Great. Don't ask me why. I will never harm you. Chenrue, who was sitting in the carriage, frowned and thought about what Kia said to him earlier. What is Kia reminding me that the Shadow Empire is not safe, so I should go to the Bloody Empire? This kind reminder is also equivalent to refusing to confess something. She still plans to return to the Dark Moon, so the Dark Moon must be the location of her mission. It is likely to be under some control. We're here. Celine's words interrupted Chenrue's thoughts. The carriage stopped, and they arrived at the southern suburbs, unknowingly. The three of them got off the carriage and walked for a long time. They saw a big house in the middle of the wall on the hillside ahead. It should be the place where old Gauss slept, as Celine said. This place is relatively remote. It is probably one of Celine's secret bases. No wonder no one has discovered it. They were getting closer and closer to the house. Under the moonlight, they could already see the guard at the door. It was a woman. When Kia saw the woman's appearance clearly, her body suddenly stiffened. She grabbed Chenrue's hand. Chenrue was taken aback. Kia used so much strength, and he could feel from her hand that her whole body was trembling as if she saw something terrifying. Kia's fingers moved, and she forcefully wrote a word on his palm. Go! At this time, the guard just entered the range of Chenrue's activated analytical eyes. Race, Great Demon mutated. Comprehensive Strength Assessment, C-. A guard at the early stage of Demon King? With Chenrue's strength, Demon King level is nothing but Kia's reaction. Does she know this guard? Chenrue's thoughts turned, and he immediately said, Wait, Miss Celine. I suddenly remembered that there is still an important thing in the courtyard. Can we go back and get it first? What is it? Celine looked at Chenrue with a smile. I'll ask someone to get it for you. Celine's strange smile made Chenrue feel that something was wrong. It was indeed a trap. At this moment, another unfamiliar woman's voice sounded. Since you're already here, do you still want to escape? Chenrue felt Kia's hand tremble again. She seemed to be very familiar with the voice and very afraid. The thin fog in front of them suddenly thickened, condensing into a few silhouettes that gradually became clearer. The leader was a young girl in her 20s, with blue hair and blue eyes. Race, Envy Royal Family, Comprehensive Strength Assessment, C+ Physique, C Strength, C Spirit, C+ Agility, C+. A Leviathan girl at the peak of Demon King level. Why is Kia so afraid? Behind the girl was a tall and burly woman who actually had the strength of Great Demon King. Race, Gluttony Royal Family, Comprehensive Strength Assessment, B-. Physique, B-. Strength, B-. Spirit, B-. Agility, B-. There were also a few mutated great demons who were all from the early stage of Demon King to the intermediate stage of Demon King. These people were all female. Celine walked over and stood behind these people. They were obviously in the same group. Chenrue's eyes narrowed slightly. Gluttony Royal Family. Other than Glorfin, this was the first time he met someone from the Beelzebub Royal Family. Moreover, she was with the Envy Royal Family. Look at who this is. What a surprise. The blue-eyed girl was beautiful, but her tone seemed contemptuous and mean. It really is you, Kia. Kia let go of Chenrue's hand and lowered her head. Miss Fadalou. I heard from Celine that Master Arthur is fascinated by a succubus named Kia. I didn't expect it to be you. Fadalou's eyes were cold. Having said that, you shouldn't have appeared in the Shadow Empire, right? How dare you leave there without permission? I'm sorry, Miss Fadalou. I was only brought to the Shadow Empire temporarily. I haven't reported it yet. Please forgive me. Kia bowed her head, and her voice was pleading. Chenrue saw that Fadalou must be related to Kia's inside story, and her status was far higher than Kia's. She was probably from the same strict organization. So he immediately took over the topic. Miss Fadalou, you used Celine to lure me here. It shouldn't be to reminisce about the past, right? This must be Master Arthur. Fadalou smiled. Master is in the limelight this time and is famous in the demon realm. Even Master Horford, whom I specially invited, is not your opponent. It's a pity that the rise of the Master destroyed my little plan. I came here this time just to see the trio specialized Master. Chenrue suddenly realized. It turns out that there is such a force behind Celine. No wonder she can find a duo specialized Master like Horford. The destroyed little plan that Fadalou mentioned must be similar to Princess Royal Jia. It was to use Celine to control the top business family of the Shadow Empire to achieve some purpose of this organization. Kia of the Dark Moon, Horford, the duo specialized master who is probably the disciple of the Demon Realm's top mechanic master, Nate, learned from the Mechanic Association, and Celine of the Custer family. These elements are just the tip of the iceberg. It seems that this force is quite complicated. With the control of such a force, Celine can ascend to the position of the master even without relying on me. The reason why she lured me here must be for the trio specialized mechanic master title on my head. I don't have any style. Sorry for embarrassing myself in front of Ms. Fadalou. Chinrue glanced at Celine. Ms. Celine should have reported all my information to Ms. Fadalou. I don't like to beat around the bush, so I might as well get straight to the point. Master is really a straightforward person. Then I'll get straight to the point. Fadalou nodded. I want to invite Master to a place as a guest. I hope Master can agree. Chinrue shrugged. If I don't agree, will Miss help me to agree? Master is really an interesting person. Fadalou smiled charmingly. Please rest assured, Master. I absolutely have no malicious intent. Perhaps Master will get a lot of unexpected benefits. Okay. Chinrue sighed. I have a condition. I'll go with you alone. Let old Gauss and Kia leave the house. Is Master really attracted to this bitch? Fadalou's smile had a hint of coldness. You're actually willing to exchange yourself? Kia trembled. Chinrue frowned when he heard Fadalou insulting Kia. I just have my own plans. This request shouldn't be too much, right? It's indeed not too much, but I don't agree. Fadalou said coldly, Master, don't forget that you don't have the qualification to make requests now. As for this lowly succubus, since young, she's only fit to lick my shoes. Tell me, isn't that the case? My sister? Chinrue was shocked. Kia is actually Fadalou's sister. Fadalou is from the Leviathan royal family, while Kia is a succubus. In this way, Kia's father should be from the Leviathan royal family, while her mother is a succubus. Since the demon realm didn't have mixed blood, children followed either their father or mother, so Kia and Fadalou are not of the same race. Even if they are of different races, they are blood-related sisters, after all. This Fadalou's words and deeds are too much. It's likely that Kia was bullied by her since young, so she's so afraid. Kia still lowered her head and didn't make a sound. B** TCH isn't like this? Fadalou shouted aggressively. Answer me in front of the master. Yes, Miss Fadalou. Kia nodded blankly. One is a B** TCH and the other is a miss. I can tell from the way they address each other. Are they still sisters? There was a hint of coldness in Chinrue's eyes. Fadalou's eyes were even more fierce. Since she was sensible, the concept of this sister in her mind was the word lowly. Anything that Kia likes, even if it was just a stone, she would destroy it mercilessly. After witnessing Arthur's feelings for Kia, she couldn't bear it. Why would the only trio-specialized genius master in the demon realm fancy this lowly succubus? What she had to do now was to humiliate this B** TCH in front of this genius master, destroy the dignity of this sister, destroy the image of this B** TCH in the master's heart, and let Arthur be completely disappointed with Kia. Fadalou showed a cruel smile which made her beautiful face a little distorted. Pooey! She spat on the ground and said sternly, Now, crawl over like a bitch and lick it clean. Kia's body trembled slightly. She bit the corner of her mouth until it bled, but she didn't move. The great demon king woman of the Beelzebub royal family behind Fadalou looked like a subordinate. She did not stop or persuade them. Instead, like the others, she looked like she was gloating and even laughed softly. It was obvious that she was used to it. Fadalou showed a cold smile. If you don't lick it, then I'll have to let your B** teach mother do the same thing. It turns out that Fadalou and Kia don't have the same mother. Chinrue finally understood. The coldness in his eyes had been replaced by murderous intention. Hearing Fadalu's threat, Kia trembled again. She clenched her fists and struggled in her heart for a while. Finally, she slowly bent down, but her body suddenly tightened. She was pulled by someone. Feeling Chen Rui's undisguised murderous intention, Kia was shocked. She quickly pulled his hand, indicating not to be impulsive. This detail fell into Fadalu's eyes, and the jealousy in her heart grew. She sneered, "Master, I advise you not to act rashly. You haven't figured out the difference in strength." At that moment, the great demon, king-level Beelzebub woman behind her suddenly looked moved. She stepped in front of Fadalu. Immediately after that, Fadalu felt a piercingly cold, murderous aura coming towards her. Then, two figures suddenly intertwined in front of her. As they separated, she was dazzled. The chaotic sounds of fighting were endless, and the ground was constantly trembling. The two figures separated again. It was her most powerful guard, Tapuli. A knife mark actually appeared on her face, and blood slowly flowed out. Meanwhile, the terrifying murderous intention on the opposite side was even more intense. The mechanical master didn't have any weapon in his hand, but his palm was glowing faintly, emitting a terrifying sharpness like a divine weapon. The shock in Fadalu's heart was simply indescribable. Tapuli is an elite under my father, a great demon king-level powerhouse who specializes in both magic and martial arts. No matter how talented the opponent is, he's just a master who focuses on developing equipment. He can actually suppress Tapuli. Kia was also stunned. Previously, she was worried that this man couldn't get away. Now, it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. The most horrified was Celine. She initially thought that by luring Arthur here, with the extraordinary strength of Fadalu and the others, they should be able to take down this mechanical master without any suspense. She never thought it would be like this. "Ms. Fadalu, be careful." Tapuli's momentum skyrocketed, and she shouted, "He's a great demon king, and his combat power is amazing." Tapuli's words made Fadala shudder. Great demon king-level strength, and someone as strong as Tapuli described his combat power as amazing. For a moment, Fadala didn't have the mood to humiliate Kia anymore. She quickly retreated under the protection of several demon king-level guards. Chinrue's eyes flashed with a blade-like light. He knocked Tapuli back with a few punches and used the momentum to dash toward Fadalu. Tapuli was knocked back. Seeing that she couldn't stop him, she raised her hand and a cold lightning struck at Chinrue's back, trying to stop his action. Unexpectedly, Chinrue just shook slightly and didn't seem to be affected much. He continued to dash toward Fadalu without slowing down. After he advanced to Migra's state, the passive characteristic of anti-magic could reduce magic damage by 50%, coupled with the original damage absorption that reduced damage by 30%. The power of this lightning had been weakened to a very small extent. It couldn't cause the expected effect at all. Those few demon king-level guards saw that the situation wasn't good, so they all ignited amplification and rushed toward Chinrue desperately. The scene of Fadala threatening and insulting Kia and everyone laughing at her just now appeared in Chinrue's mind. Although he didn't like to deal with women, he was determined to kill these people now. He was merciless. Wherever the aura blade went, the guards were already splattered with blood before they even got close. In the blink of an eye, all 5 guards had fallen and there were no more signs of life. The demon king-level strength had almost no power to fight back in the face of the great demon king-level's fierce attack. The guard's obstruction still worked. Tapuli, who came to help, had already arrived. She cast the Beelzebub royal family's talent, deceleration. Chenrue's movements suddenly slowed down, but it was still faster than Tapuli imagined. After all, Fadalu had the strength of the peak of Demon King, and she was a Leviathan royal family. Her right eye immediately glowed with a dark light. Chinrue felt his movements stiffen as if the air was solidified. This move was called space compression. It was the control skill of the eye of incubus. He had tried it at Delia's place during his usual training, so he wasn't panicked. He slightly compressed his strength and suddenly exploded, forcefully breaking the restraint of the eye of incubus. Fadila screamed as if she was struck by lightning. Blood flowed out of her right eye. Chapter 262. Tapuli was secretly shocked when she saw Fadilu's eye of incubus was immediately broken. In the previous few rounds, she found out that earth magic and air magic didn't have much effect on Chenrue, so she immediately changed her strategy and attacked at close range. As soon as Chenrue opened his hand, Tapuli immediately felt that she slowed down. Earth magic, deceleration. The effect of this deceleration seems to be better than her who has the talent of earth mastery. Fadila knew that it was a matter of life and death, so she couldn't care about the pain in her right eye. She activated her talent of water mastery, and dozens of sharp icicles appeared beside her and flew towards Chenrue. Chenrue pointed to the ground, and Fadilu and Tapuli simultaneously felt that their bodies became several times heavier. Those icicles were affected by the sudden increase in gravity and fell to the ground before they could reach Chenrue. He can even cast gravity silently. Dual training in magic and martial arts. Is he still a mechanical master? Tapuli was even more shocked. She barely resisted the gravity and cast stone skin on Fadilu to enhance her defense. Fadilu waved her hands with difficulty, and circles of transparent crystals appeared around her. They were crisscrossed like a barrier made of crystals, wrapping her body. Crystal Wall, the strongest defense magic of the water element. It was also the highest level magic that Fadilu's water mastery could cast. Fadilu wasn't a weakling. She understood that the eye of incubus had been severely damaged, so she could only use defensive measures. Her only hope now was that Tapuli could defeat or repel this terrifying enemy, or at least escape with her. Chenrue ignored Tapuli and punched the crystal wall. The crystal wall was indeed the strongest defense magic of the water element. Coupled with the Leviathan royal family's water mastery, even though Chenrue's level was one realm higher, this blow only made the crystal wall tremble a little and a few cracks appeared. Chenrue turned his palm into a knife. With one slash, the outer layer of the crystal wall was split into two. Although Fadilu kept desperately strengthening it with magic, it only took 2 slashes at most to disintegrate the crystal wall with concentrated attacks. At this moment, Chenrue suddenly frowned and appeared in front of Kia, blocking Tapuli's magic punch at the critical moment. He had to admit that Tapuli's strategy was quite effective. At least it temporarily resolved Fadila's crisis. Fadila had been growing up under her mother's protection, so she had developed an arrogant and unreasonable temperament. Even when she went out for missions, she had Tapuli's protection. She had never experienced such a life and death situation. She almost cried. Seeing that Chenrue saved Kia again, he couldn't help but feel jealous and hateful. He shouted, "Tapuli, kill that bitch!" "Miss Fadilu, I'll block him." "You go." Tapuli naturally wouldn't really kill Kia. Otherwise, Chenrue would be able to attack Fadilu without any scruples. Moreover, she faintly felt that she was no match for this man, so she let Fadilu escape first. If there was a situation, she could still attack Kia to restrain her opponent. How could Chenrue let Tapuli's plan succeed? He sneered and spread his fingers. Suddenly, white light shone brightly, and a huge white light ball whizzed towards Tapuli. Tapuli felt the terrifying destructive power of this light ball. Since the effect of slow had not disappeared, she didn't dare to take it head-on. She opened her mouth, and a white gas rolled towards the light ball. Aurora's shot instantly slowed down and became smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it actually disappeared in the white gas, Beelzebub royal family's bloodline talent. Devour! However, the power of Aurora's shot was very strong. Tapuli spent a lot of effort to devour it before it exploded, so she couldn't immediately turn it into her own power. just when the old power was exhausted and the new power had yet to be generated. Chinrue's figure appeared in front of her again. Tapu Ley was shocked. She was already prepared for Lucian's attack, but she didn't expect that Lucian could use teleportation consecutively, especially at such a critical moment. The knife-like palm had already slashed towards her head. In a hurry, Tapu Ley could only move to the side. However, her movement was still too slow. Half a beat later, her right arm felt lighter, and it was already chopped off at the shoulder. This heavy injury made Tapu Ley scream. In pain, she bounced off the ground. Just as she pulled away and was about to land, the huge white light ball appeared again and shot towards her. Tapu Ley could no longer use Devour anymore. She could only use her remaining arm to block the light ball with all her strength. The moment she touched the light ball, her body suddenly trembled, and a lot of blood spurted out from her broken arm. Her feet were already slowly being pushed away. Just as Tapu Ley was using all her strength to resist the light ball, she suddenly felt that the pressure doubled, and then increased by several times. It turned out that when she took the light ball head-on, Chinrue had released 3 more consecutively. When stacked together, the power was definitely not as simple as 4 times. The terrifying pressure caused Tapu Ley's defense to collapse instantly. After the dazzling white light dissipated, a huge force field appeared on the ground, causing a terrifying distortion that extended for dozens of meters. Tapu Ley fell to the ground. The armor on her body had already been shattered, and the horrifying white bones could be seen on her mangled body. However, she was still breathing. Her hazy eyes could vaguely see the approaching figure of the man and the raised, knife-like palm. Tapu Ley felt dissatisfied. She still had a trump card that she hadn't used. It was just that her opponent had used her to protect Tilu to attack her and had been suppressing her. The worst thing was that the double teleportation had caught her unprepared. In the end, before she could use her strongest power, her opponent had seized the opportunity to launch a fatal attack. If they fought again, Chinrue did not give Tapu Ley the chance to realize this dream. He raised his knife, and Tapu Ley's head was separated from her body. A battle was not a performance, nor was it a turn-based game. You hit me once, then I hit you once, and you used an ultimate skill. In a battle of life and death, the most effective way was to defeat the enemy. In terms of moves, Tapu Ley had nothing to compare with, and Chinrue still had many that he hadn't used yet. Fadila knew that something was wrong when Tapu Ley's arm was cut off. She removed the crystal wall, turned around, and fled. However, she did not run far before she felt a gust of wind pass by her. Then her neck was tightened by a hand that was like an iron pincer, and her moving body came to an abrupt stop. The terrifying power in that hand made it impossible for her to resist at all. She felt that she was about to suffocate. Although Fadila was beautiful, Chinrue did not care about her at all. He only felt disgusted. Just as he was about to break her neck, Kia suddenly screamed, "No, I'm begging you." Chinrue hesitated for a moment. He loosened his grip and slowly put Fadila on the ground. Fadila only felt that she took a turn at the gates of hell. A large amount of cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. Although she was extremely resentful towards Kia and Chinrue, she did not dare to show it at all. She was only thinking about how to get away first, and then find someone to take revenge on them and tear them into pieces. How could Chinrue not understand her thoughts? He sneered. Fadila only felt a pain at the back of her neck, and she was already unconscious. After knocking Fadila out, he looked at Celine, who was already stunned. This Custer family's third Missy, who lured the two into the trap, had long lost her usual calmness and scheming after seeing Chinrue's decisive killing methods. Although she kept telling herself to escape, her legs were trembling, and she could not take a step forward. Third Missy, now we're back to the topic from the afternoon. Chinrue walked over slowly. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on her heart, surrender or die. You can only choose one of the two. Celine, who had been holding her breath, gasped a few times. Finally, she barely calmed down. Although the other party's tone was very calm, the terrifying figure who reaped the lives of great Demon King and Demon King powerhouses just now was like a nightmare haunting her heart. It could be said that she was scared out of her wits. This single-choice question was like a death sentence to her. Celine didn't hesitate anymore. She pinched the air in her hand and spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, she had forcibly cut off her original master-servant agreement and killed a servant. Then she knelt on one knee. A mysterious rune appeared in her hand. It was the master-servant contract. Good courage! I can guarantee with my identity as the master that the Custer family will grow unprecedentedly in your hands. As Chen Rue said, he accepted the master-servant contract. A new prompt suddenly appeared in the status bar. Discovered a new spiritual link. Do you want to activate the spiritual link system? After confirming the activation, a small plan appeared with icons and names on it. His consciousness stayed on it, and there were notes on it. 1. Equality link, 1 quarter name, Paglio. Race, dragons. A-level link. Life sharing, mutual non-harm. Function enhanced. Note, can be removed, can be cut off, current evolution star level is insufficient. Chinrue was a little dissatisfied with this function enhanced. Why is it so formal? Isn't it just like dragons in that aspect? LSD? The last note caught Chinrue's attention. If my evolution star level reaches a certain level, I can remove or cut off the symbiotic contract with Paglio. 2. Master Servant Link 7/12. Note. B-level link can be removed, requires 10,000 auras. Sleamp. Dodo, slime, mutated. Tim, great demon, mutated. Royce, great demon. Eric's, great demon, mutated. Visasha, great demon. Celine, great demon, mutated. 3. Puppet link, 1/2 note. C-level link, can't be removed. Snowden, great demon, mutated. It seemed that the master-servant contract could be removed, but Chinrue would definitely not do so at the moment. The so-called spiritual link system was the diagram of the contract and spirit control. The 4 and 12 represented the maximum upper limit. The equality contract could be signed with a total of 4 people, and the master-servant contract could be signed with 12 people. Except for the God-eating masks puppet, which was fixed with 2 people, the other upper limits should increase with the increase of star level. The prompt sounded again. Star level evolution is insufficient, unable to activate link enhancement. This was a new term. Unfortunately, the star level evolution was insufficient, so it couldn't be used. It was probably a function that could benefit each other through the spiritual link. The spiritual contract meant that Chenrue could also create contracts. Of course, at most, the equality contract had practical value. It was obviously impossible for him to offer the master-servant contract to others. Chinrue's mind returned from the super system. He carried Fadaloo and ordered Celine to deal with the corpse. Then he went to the big house and carried old Gauss out. He said to Kia, "Let's go. After we go back, we must have a good talk." Chapter 263. Although the commotion was a bit big, the coachmen brought by Celine were her confidants. They naturally knew what to be curious about and what not to be curious about. Even when they saw Celine carrying someone back, they didn't ask much. They drove the carriage straight into the city. Celine did her job very well. The guards at the side door of the Custer family should also be her people. Although it was late, they didn't say anything and let them in directly. They even cautiously helped them to keep an eye on things. Back in the courtyard, Chinrue asked Celine, "How long will it take for old Gauss to wake up?" "Under normal circumstances, it will take 3 days." Celine, who had signed the master-servant contract, replied respectfully, "If Master wants him to wake up now, there is a way." "No need. Just let him sleep like this first." Chinrue thought for a while and said, "You go and rest first. Just do whatever you want with regards to the inheritance of the family. I can support you to the greatest extent in the open and in the dark." "Thank you, Master." Although things were far from what she expected, Celine's ultimate goal was still her family. Besides, her current master was not only a trio-specialized mechanic master, but he also had the strength of a great demon king and super combat power. It wasn't impossible for him to become a demon emperor or even a demon overlord in the future. It was common in the demon realm to attach and surrender to the powerhouses. Besides, the master-servant contract was irreversible, so Celine naturally didn't dare to have any evil thoughts. After Celine left, Chinrue settled old Gauss and Fadalou in a coma. Then he pulled Kia to sit down. "Kia, don't you want to say something?" Kia had long lost the charming smile on her face. There was only fear and nervousness. She lowered her head and said after a long time, "I'm sorry. You once persuaded me to leave the Shadow Empire and go to the Bloody Empire." Chinrue frowned and said, "So, the force that controls you has spread to many levels of the Shadow Empire? The Custer family is only a small part that Fadalou is responsible for." Kia bit her lips and was about to speak, but Chinrue interrupted her. "There's no need to apologize. I know you're doing this for my own good. Otherwise, you wouldn't have persuaded me to leave. Now that things have come to this, if you continue to hide it, then you won't be helping me, but harming me. The power controlling you must be quite powerful. Do you want to see me disappear or die for no reason?" Kia's eyes redden, but she doesn't make a sound. Her thin shoulders tremble, like a small flower trembling in a storm that might be blown away at any time. This unprecedented weakness and helplessness. Where is the appearance of the seductive maid of the Dark Moon Estate? "Can I borrow your shoulder for a while?" Kia finally opened her mouth and asked in a trembling voice. Chinrue sighed and felt pity in his heart. He hugged her in his arms. This time he really didn't scheme. Previously, she was still holding back her sobs, but later, she cried uncontrollably. It was the first time that she was in such pain in the arms of a man. The man wasn't handsome. He could even be considered ugly, but his embrace was very warm and gave her a reassuring feeling. For so many years, it was the first time that she vented like this. The clothes on Chinrue's chest were soaked. All he could do was to hug this beautiful body tightly. There were no fancy thoughts or utilitarian thoughts in his heart, only strong pity. If Ja buried all her emotions in expressionless indifference, then Kia used a smile to suppress all the pain, to smile and cry. The more charming the smile, the more painful the cry. The succubus described by the human world was a cunning and chaotic evil who used her body and seduction to lure the believers of light to fall. Some adjectives were indeed correct, but the women in the human world who used their body and seduction were probably no less than the succubus. From a certain point of view, darkness and light were relative. Darkness was a kind of deep light, but wasn't light also a kind of dazzling darkness? After venting the pain in her heart with tears, the succubus' hoarse voice sounded intermittently. "My mother is a succubus. My father is of the Beelzebub royal family." Chinrue was shocked. "My previous prediction is actually wrong. Kia's father is not of the Leviathan royal family, but the Beelzebub royal family. My mother was originally just a maid. My father, then I was born. My devouring physique should be inherited from the devouring talent of the Beelzebub royal family. Unfortunately, I'm not of the Beelzebub royal family. I'm just a succubus. If I had the bloodline of the Beelzebub royal family, my mother's experience wouldn't be so tragic." Fadalou's mother, Sabrina, married my father later and became the legal wife. My mother and I were often tortured and abused by her. After she gave birth to Fadalou, she cast soul shackles on my mother and me, turning us into their slaves. Our lives were worse than death. After the king of Beelzebub, Glorfin, was defeated by the Lord of Midnight Sun, his whereabouts along with the artifact, God-eating mask, were unknown. I was sent to the Dark Moon to collect relevant information and try to find the fragments of the God-eating mask. At that time, the Beelzebub incident happened in the palace. It was said that the artifact fragments were obtained by a Beelzebub royal family with the main body of the God-eating mask, but I haven't received any news. Chinrue finally came to a realization, and the mysteries in his heart were solved one by one. Kia's devour physique turned out to be inherited from her father of the Beelzebub royal family. Besides, her and her mother's experience was very tragic. She was even cast soul shackles by Fadilu's mother, Sabrina. Her purpose of lurking in the dark moon was to explore the whereabouts of Glorfin and the God-eating mask. There was no mixed blood in the demon realm. Kia's mother's status was originally low, and she gave birth to a succubus girl. Therefore, Kia's status in the family was extremely low. Even her father almost never treated her as a daughter. He even let Sabrina cast soul shackles to control and torture Kia and her mother. My father has a big plan. He has always wanted to restore the glory of the Beelzebub royal family. You're a trio-specialized master without a strong background. He will definitely not let go of such an elite talent, so I advised you to seek refuge with Raisin the Great, but I didn't expect to come so soon. Chinrue gently stroked the curved horn on her head. Kia, you said that the Shadow Empire isn't safe. Is your father in the Shadow Empire? I don't know where he is. I'm only reporting to his men through the magic communication talisman every 1 to 2 months in the dark moon. He almost never sees me. Perhaps he has forgotten this daughter. He only remembers a tool named Kia. If it weren't for the devour physique, I'm afraid I would have become some kind of bargaining chip for carnal desires. Kia smiled miserably, and her body trembled slightly. Actually, my days as a secret agent in the Dark Moon are the easiest days. I don't have to run around and use charm to seduce people like before. I don't have to be tortured by Sabrina and her mother. Besides, the little princess and the human are very nice to me. They are just like friends. The little princess is fine. As for the human, he seems to be deceiving you now, but I still can't expose my identity for the time being. Chinrue sighed softly. So you want to continue to return to the Dark Moon? I have soul shackles on me. I can't get rid of the result of being controlled, no matter where I go. If I stay by your side, I will only implicate you. Besides, my mother is still under their control. Fadilu and Sabrina have a kind of mutated talent of soul traction. If I kill her, Sabrina will definitely know that when I was sent to the Dark Moon, she was already half a step into the Demon Emperor realm, but she didn't understand the power of territory. Although you can kill Tapuli, you are definitely not Sabrina's opponent. Besides, there is still my terrifying father. Fadilu is very vicious. Even if you let her go, she won't let you go. She will definitely double the revenge on you and your mother. Chinrue frowned. If I can help you rescue your mother, impossible. Kia shook her head. Unless your power reaches the demon overlord level, otherwise, even if you can kill Sabrina and remove the soul shackles on me and my mother, you're still not my father's opponent. Your father is a demon overlord? Chinrue was taken aback. His cousin was Glorfin, the king of Beelzebub who rebelled in the Dark Moon back then. He was one of the few people who escaped from the rebellion back then. Not only that, Sabrina is the elder sister of the head of the Dark Shadow's 3 generals, Brock. Leviathan. Brock is the son-in-law of Uncle Florence, and he holds military power. He is very powerful in the Shadow Empire. You should leave here as soon as possible and go to the Bloody Empire. The Bloody Empire's Lord Raisin is the top powerhouse of the demon realm. With his protection, you should be much safer. What will you do after I leave? Fadilu will definitely torture you and your mother crazily. I will never leave you alone. Let me think about it first. Chinrue shook his head and took a deep breath. He let go of Kia in his arms and slowly stood up. He looked contemplative and paced back and forth. Demon Overlord, Beelzebub, Brock, Sabrina. He faintly felt that many things could be connected. If the Dark Moon is a small chessboard, then the Shadow Empire is a big chessboard. By the way, since it's a chessboard as a great demon king-level pawn, it's naturally impossible to kill everything. I should use all my power. For example, the enemy's enemy can become my own power. The king can also be dealt with by the king. It seems that tomorrow's trip to the palace has another meaning. First of all, I'm not taking this risk for you. However, if I conveniently rescue your mother and unlock your spiritual shackles while I'm carrying out my own plan. Chenrue stopped and smiled after he made up his mind. How are you going to repay me? Chenrue's plan was indeed not only for Kia, but also for Delia and perhaps for the future empress of the Shadow Empire. At the very least, since he came to the Shadow Empire this time, why not catch up with General Brock again? Kia raised her head and met the man's determined gaze. Although the man had a mischievous smile on his face, she could see that he was serious and had made up his mind. Kia's eyes began to moisten unconsciously again, but for the first time, a sincere smile without any pretense appeared on her face. Then I'll also make it clear that it's not to repay you, regardless of whether you succeed or not. Anyway, there will be a man who can't get rid of me even if he wants to. The two looked at each other and smiled. They felt that the distance between their hearts was much closer. Kia suddenly thought of something. What about Fatalu? Imprisonment isn't a long-term solution. Once Sabrina finds out that she's missing, she will use spiritual attraction to find us here. Who said, I'm going to imprison Fatalu? Chenrue smiled mysteriously. She's a key figure in the plan. However, everything will wait until tomorrow to make a decision. Tomorrow was the day to meet her in the palace. Chapter 264. The next day, the inner city of the Shadow Empire, the palace. Chenrue wore a master-level mechanic robe with a gold-rimmed double-moon badge on his chest. He came to the front of the palace and handed the pass token given by Catherine the Great to the guards at the gate. The guards showed considerable respect to the Demon Realm's first trio-specialized mechanic master in 10,000 years. After receiving the pass token, a veiled maid led Chenrue into the palace. The palace, which symbolized the highest authority of the Shadow Empire, wasn't as luxurious as he imagined. The overall feeling was simple yet magnificent. Exquisite art could be seen in the details. The scale of the palace was quite large, and there was a rather complicated maze. It was far from the small palace of the Dark Moon. The maid led Chenrue to turn left and right. After nearly an hour, they finally walked to a secluded courtyard. Master, please come in. The noblewoman will be here soon. The maid bowed and retreated. Chenrue composed himself and walked into the courtyard. It was a quiet courtyard. There were many plants and trees that looked green. Perhaps due to the influence of Nirvana's power, these plants were much more luxuriant than usual. Chenrue gently stroked the trees. He thought of the Nirvana's flame on his body, the fiery blood that merged into his body at that time, and another kind of fusion in the tent on the way to the Silent Night wetland. The talent and temperament of the noblewoman had begun to faintly attract him. Later, the sudden incident at the Wyvern's lair made their relationship skip the process and go straight to the end. Chenrue admitted that he was a superficial man. Christina's perfect appearance and body couldn't help but tempt him. In order to protect the woman who was tempted and also his first woman, Chenrue went against the demon Emperor-level Brock. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed impulsive, blinded by lust. On the brink of death, Christina, who was supposed to kill him, accidentally gave him her precious Nirvana's blood. Perhaps it was just an impulse, but that red piccolo remained in Chenrue's heart. Every time his body ignited with the Nirvana's flame, he couldn't help but think of her, the woman who claimed that they owed each other nothing and would kill him the next time. He wanted to see her again. Now that this wish was about to come true, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Anticipation, uneasiness, apprehension. There were no words that could accurately describe these feelings. Race, lust, royalty, mutated, comprehensive strength assessment. A. Constitution. A. Strength. A. Spirit. A. Dexterity. The data that suddenly appeared in analytical eyes made Chunrue's hand tremble, and he slowly turned around. There was one more person in the courtyard. She was still dressed in a classical robe. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, and her long black hair was tied up in a bun. Her face was covered by a veil, and she gave off a noble and mysterious aura. It was indeed her. Chunrue felt that his heartbeat was accelerating. He suppressed his agitated mind, turned around and bowed slightly. "Are you Lady Christina?" "I'm Arthur. A friend entrusted me to bring something to you." Christina didn't speak. She just looked at him quietly. The serene gaze behind the veil seemed to see through his disguise. Chunrue was a little nervous, inexplicably. He immediately took out a few bottles of potions from the storage ring and placed them on the stone table beside him. "These 4 bottles are eternal potions. You must consume all of them. There will be additional special effects. This bottle is Resurrection Potion, and this bottle is Longevity Potion." These 6 bottles of black potions represented the highest pharmaceutics achievement. It was enough to shock the entire demon realm. Christina just glanced at them faintly. Then her eyes fell back on Chunrue. After a long time, she finally spoke. It was still the same calm as in his memory. "Is there eternity in the world?" This question stunned Chunrue. As he was trying to figure out the intention of her question, Christina's voice sounded again. "Answer me seriously." Chunrue thought about it and replied, "As far as I know, even the bright stars or the 2 moons of the demon realm will be annihilated one day. Whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years of life, it's actually just a moment. It's precisely because there is no eternity that we should cherish the moment more." Fleeting beauty. Christina nodded slightly, implying the artistic conception of his legendary grade bracelet. The fleeting beauty of life is so short. As time goes by, even the immortal existence will eventually decay and fly into ashes. It's the same no matter how profound the memories are. Do you understand? Chunrue frowned and said, "Lady Christina's words are very reasonable, but I still don't quite understand." "You should understand." Christina looked straight at him deeply. "Some things you think you can't forget, but one day they will be forgotten in the process of you not forgetting them. Even if you don't understand now, you will understand in the future." Chunrue sighed. "Some things can't be taken away by time. Even if life is annihilated, the imprint still exists. Persistence used in the wrong place is just stupidity. It seems that your stupidity is incurable." Christina shook her head. "So you came here today. Are you already aware of death?" "My disguise is really a failure." How could Chunrue not know that his identity had been seen through by Christina? He smiled bitterly. "It seems that no matter what image I use, I can't get rid of the adjective stupidity." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint murderous aura had surrounded him. Although the breath was very faint, the terrifying power contained in it made him almost unable to move. Christina's voice became cold. "Stupidity is the biggest reason for your death. For the sake of the black potions, I'll give you time to say your last words." Chunrue didn't panic. This was thanks to the test of Princess Royal's murderous intent in the Dark Moon City. Although Christina's murderous aura was terrifying, Chunrue, who was battle-hardened, keenly felt that the murderous intent wasn't particularly strong. Otherwise, when she first recognized him, she would have struck him like lightning. It was impossible to talk nonsense with him for so long. Chunrue wouldn't be narcissistic enough to think that he conquered Christina with a few sex sessions last time, or that she fell in love with him wholeheartedly. There must be a lot of concerns that this noblewoman couldn't kill him. For example, the identity of a trio-specialized mechanic master who had joined the Shadow Empire's Mechanic Association. For example, the highest level of black potions. For example, Master Arthur was publicly approved by the Empress to enter the palace. If there was any accident, it would be hard to explain to the public or the Empress, etc. There might also be some other reasons that he was looking forward to. Although this murderous aura was loud but small, if one was unlucky, he might be struck by lightning. It was said that Li Yuanba, that kid, complained to the sky, and in the end he was struck by lightning. Even though this story was purely fictional, he had to be careful. If he copied lines like, "There was once a sincere love in front of me," he was afraid that it would really become his last words. "I thought that I was enough to make the demon realm tremble. So I came to the Shadow Empire to see you. Unfortunately, it's still not enough." Qin Rui's seemingly random words made Christina's murderous intent fluctuate slightly, because in the Silent Night wetland, he once said that he would bring the power that would make the entire demon realm tremble to the Dark Shadow Empire and take her away. At that time, she only thought that he was bragging after getting a bargain, but now this man really made the demon realm tremble. Not only is he a trio-specialized mechanic master that's hard to come by in 10,000 years, he also has the Lost Grand Master-level Black Potion, and it's the highest level. He deliberately showed off in this mechanic contest, and even made a request to the Empress in front of everyone just to see her. Also, he passed 6 bottles of precious black potions to her. Sure enough, he's still that stupid guy. Although I don't know where your black potions came from. These were not enough to affect Christina's will, and her calm eyes still didn't change at all. But even if you become a real Grandmaster, it's still not enough to change some things unless I have power? In your eyes, there's only power? Qin couldn't help but ask. It was a question from the bottom of his heart. It's not that there's only power in my eyes, but there must be power in my eyes. Christina's tone was extremely firm. Have you seen the scene of countless homes being destroyed by the war? In just a moment, the prosperous and beautiful homes became thousands of miles of scorched land. The people were displaced and homeless. Have you ever heard the cries of countless civilians in the midst of slaughter? The death scythe of war ignored the cries and prayers of the blood and mercilessly harvested a large number of innocent lives. I have personally experienced this scene of blood and crying as if it was yesterday. Now, the Shadow Empire is increasingly prosperous, and the people live and work in peace. If there's no power, how can we maintain this hard-won peace and tranquility? The more Christina spoke, the more imposing she became. In the analytical eyes, the values began to change. Comprehensive strength, A+. Unable to judge. She really is a demon overlord. If your obsession is to protect a certain woman or a few women, then my obsession is to protect thousands of people with various obsessions and dreams, to protect their dreams and obsessions. This is my biggest obsession. Compared to this, everything else becomes insignificant. Do you understand? Qin stared at Christina as if it was the first time he looked at this woman so seriously. Christina and Jia were actually very similar. The difference was that Christina's obsession was stronger. Her faith was firmer and unshakable. Power was born for responsibility. It wasn't pure responsibility, but true obsession. In this regard, Jia couldn't be compared. For this obsession, she must have sacrificed a lot and given up a lot. A sudden strange emotion had somehow replaced the originally thought lines. Qin suddenly smiled and ignored the murderous intent. I understand. It turns out that you're also a stupid woman. If it was Jia, she would definitely scold him for being rude. Christina just glanced at him faintly and didn't deny it. It's good that you understand, but my stupidity is different from yours. It's essentially the same. Qin shrugged. I initially thought that this trip was a bit impulsive, but now it seems that it's worth it. Christina originally said so much to tell him that it was impossible for the two of them. She frowned when she heard that. Stubborn guy. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? I really didn't do enough, far from enough. So I can't die. I can only beg for mercy. Qin Rui's confident smile didn't show the slightest fear or begging for mercy. There is an important information that should allow me to save my last words for the next time. Christina ignored his little language trick and asked, What information? Can you disperse the murderous intent first? It's too uncomfortable to talk like this. Just say it like this. She was suspected of deliberately pranking him. It must be revenge, but it was more or less like a little woman. Chapter 265. Chen Rui had to endure the pressure while he said, "In order to participate in the mechanic contest this time, I accepted the invitation of the Custer family's young master, Dior, and became a participant in the Custer family's air game. However, I unexpectedly found some interesting things." He didn't disclose the information related to Kia and the Dark Moon. Instead, he selectively told her about the Beelzebub royal family, including the speculations about Brock. Christina listened carefully. Although she couldn't see the expression on her face, she could feel that her eyes were getting more and more serious. After listening to Chen Rui's narration, Christina pondered and said, "I've heard Her Majesty mention this before." She also found a lot of relevant clues, but she never had a specific clue. Now that you mention the demon overlord level powerhouse of the Beelzebub royal family, these clues can basically be connected together. Your speculation is right. Brock and the Beelzebub royal family should be accomplices. Chenrue asked, "Can we uproot Brock?" Christina shook her head. Brock is cunning by nature. He never leaves a weakness easily. He's the son-in-law of my uncle, Prince Florence, the first general of the empire. Not only is he very prestigious in the army, but his power in the empire is also complicated. It's difficult to completely eradicate him. At least we can't touch him now. Besides, he should only be an important part of that power, not the whole. Just because she's afraid of Brock, Catherine knew that you were the victim last time, but she still put you under house arrest in the palace for no reason? Chenrue was obviously dissatisfied with the first beautiful empress. What demon realm's first sage? He's just Essa. There were indeed too many things that a superior had to consider. It was more satisfying to be a chivalrous person who could repay kindness and revenge. Of course, he also understood that things were not that simple. If Brock could be eliminated easily with Catherine's wisdom and power, how could she keep him alive until now? Rude guy! How dare you call Her Majesty's name directly? Christina knew that Chenrue complained for her, but she reprimanded him with dissatisfaction. There was a hint of majesty in her voice. The murderous vibe that finally dissipated seemed to have become stronger again. She can't hear us anyway. Chenrue did not fall for it and shrugged. A strange look flashed past Christina's eyes. Fortunately, the veil blocked it and no one could see it clearly. Then, if it were you, how would you deal with this matter? It seems that the noble lady will only give me a better expression when discussing such a big matter. Do you still remember the time when we ate barbecue together? Don't take any chances. Mentioning the past will only make my killing intent uncontrollable. The coldness in Christina's eyes could almost be felt through the veil. I can put my personal grudges aside. I'm sincerely asking you about this question. Peel the silk from the cocoon. First, chop off that guy's branches one by one. Chenrue knew when to stop. He naturally would not be stingy with his brain to deal with Brock. Those who support him can use tricks to make their interests conflict, or let the queen show special trust to those people to make them suspicious of each other. Brock has the talent skill of spiritual shackles. He must have used this skill to control many people, especially some key figures. However, the number of spiritual shackles that can be controlled is also limited. We can appropriately exaggerate the influence in this aspect and isolate Brock from all aspects. Chenrue spoke with assurance. He had to admit that the military strategy left by the ancestors of another world was indeed extraordinary. Christina's eyes flashed with surprise from time to time. Then what about the army? This is the most important part. Currently, Brock's Bloodblade army is guarding Jurgle Fortress, which is the most important defense base against the Bloody Empire. If we push him too far, the consequences will be unimaginable. It's not that there is no way. Chenrue pondered. It depends on whether Empress Catherine has the courage. Yes, Christina immediately blurted out when she heard there was a way. She quickly added, "This is Her Majesty Empress' biggest problem. She has mentioned it in front of me many times. As long as there is a way, I believe she will try it. I can tell you." Chenrue frowned and glanced at Christina. "But you can't reveal to Her Majesty Empress that I said it, including what I said before. Just say that you thought of it yourself. You must use the royal ring from last time." The ring is gone?" "Then swear with your family name." "Are you sure?" Christina's eyes looked even weirder. After getting an affirmative answer from Chenrue, she swore. Chenrue knew the weight of swearing with the royal family name, so he was relieved. What the Empress is worried about is that the army only knows there is a commander but not an Empress. Although means such as rewards have a certain effect, it is not a cure. We must firmly grasp the thoughts of the army, that soul in our hands. There are many flaws in the military system that the demons are used to. We can consider starting from this aspect and reform the military system appropriately. His method was actually to copy part of the military system on Earth and add the position of political commissar. This trick seemed to have been seen in many transmigration novels. Although it was old-fashioned, it was very feasible. Of course, it was not called a political commissar here. Chenrue casually named it as a spirit officer. On the surface, its responsibility was to listen to the voices of the grassroots, appease the army's morale, and recruit captives. In fact, it was responsible for instilling various ideological work, such as the supremacy of the Empress to the soldiers. Every 100-man team must be equipped with a spirit officer. The lower level was subordinate to the higher level. The highest level was called the Great Spirit Officer, which was the same level as the commander. In this way, the power of the army was divided. The commander had the right to command the soldiers to fight, but the power was subject to the jurisdiction of the political commissar, which prevented the phenomenon of the commander holding the army for himself. After Chenrue finished speaking, Christina gradually recovered from the shock and fell into deep thought. After a while, she said, "This military system is very novel. It is certain that it will drive the military system reform of the entire demon realm. However, it has to be kept a secret for now. When the time is right, we can use 1 or 2 key points to suddenly cut in and promote it to the entire army. By then, even Brock can't do anything. It seems that my life can be saved for the time being." Chenrue looked relieved. "You entered the palace as a trio-specialized mechanic master. From the beginning, you knew that I had a lot of scruples, so it would be difficult for me to kill you." Christina stared at him. "Your wisdom and talent are quite outstanding. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. If I have your help, the Shadow Empire will definitely be stronger." "Slow down." Chenrue interrupted her. "Forget about the recommendation and high officials. I've already joined the Shadow Empire's Mechanic Association, so I'm more or less contributing to the Empire. What do you think about the plan I mentioned earlier? If it succeeds, it can severely damage the power of Brock and the Beelzebub royal family." Christina stared at him for a moment and said, "You should know the risks of this plan. If you decide to die, it saves me the trouble." Chenrue accepted her gaze calmly. "I've always been afraid of death. If I'm not confident, I definitely won't die. A demon overlord can crush me with one finger. I can't afford to offend him. So Her Majesty, I have full confidence in Her Majesty. This magic item can manually provide your location. It can also explode to send a signal as the final activation message." As Christina said, she threw a magic item over and said calmly, "If there's nothing else, you can go now before I change my mind to kill you. Although you're lucky to survive this time, don't underestimate a woman's resentment. You're still on my kill list. Do you also understand that you're a woman?" Chenrue only kept this sentence in his heart. He said, "Then I really should leave quickly. I don't think I'll come back to die anytime soon." "All right. I broke your gold crystal shackles last time. Take this cloak as compensation." Chenrue took out the mermaid cloak longing of the stars that he made during the competition, and placed it on the table. Just as he turned to walk towards the door, Christina's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Actually, you should understand that no matter how much you do for me, my persistence will not change. Chinrue stood there for a moment, then turned around and answered, If your persistence is to protect everyone, then my current persistence is only to protect you. Christina's eyes finally could not keep calm anymore. She snorted coldly, and the courtyard door suddenly closed automatically. A huge repulsive force pushed Chinrue out of the door. However, the moment the door closed, a golden light flew out. When this golden puppet encounters an unbeatable enemy, it can temporarily delay for a period of time, but it can only fight once. After that sentence, there were no other sounds in the courtyard. Chinrue caught the golden light in his hand, smiled, and strode out. In the yard, Christina stared at the black potion on the table. The unusual emotions that she thought had faded surged into her heart again. Behind that high and mighty throne that looked down upon all life was a weary heart. Although this man's foolish emotions and persistence were far from enough to be called shelter, she could feel a trace of peace that couldn't be ignored. Perhaps it was for this reason that she once again softened, which was rare. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to see her this time. Forget it, those intel and analysis, especially the reform of the military system, are simply unexpected surprises. I'll just take it as a harvest from my occasional soft-heartedness. By the way, speaking of harvest, it seems that it's not just this. Her white, jade-like hand stroked the weightless cloak, and a sentence that the man said in the mechanic contest rang in her ears. She heard it with her own ears. The inspiration for this cloak comes from a woman's star-like eyes. Behind the veil, the light in the star-like eyes gradually softened, and she gently put the cloak on her body. Sure enough, it's a warm feeling, just like his persistence. Shortly after, Chinrue walked out of the courtyard. The palace maid who led the way appeared again. She took him all the way out of the palace and gave him a small bag with a seed in it. It was the flower of mist seed promised by Empress Catherine. He planted the seed in the galaxy garden, and it showed that the maturity period was 10 days. It seemed that there was no problem at all in lifting Sky's curse. Chinrue looked at the golden puppet that Christina gave him. It was a palm-sized little golden man. He wondered if he could name it Oscar. This little golden man should be the strongest war puppet cast with the Asmodeus royal family's bloodline secret method. He once saw the power of the bronze puppet in the battle between Christina and Midnight Sun at the Silent Night wetland. The puppet had no pain or thoughts, and it would not stop until it was dead. It was very difficult to deal with. Now that Christina gave him the most powerful golden puppet, it could even fight against a demon overlord. Unfortunately, it could only be used once. This golden puppet was a bit familiar. Chinrue suddenly thought of something. When he subdued Dodo in the black rainforest, Dodo once offered several treasures left by the dragons that he devoured. Among them was a puppet that was about the same size as the golden puppet. Chinrue moved his mind, and the puppet appeared in his hand from the storage. It was really about the same size as the golden puppet, although the surface was dull. With Chinrue's eyesight as a mechanic master, he could naturally see that the puppet's material was above the golden puppet. Chinrue moved his mind and activated the analytical eyes that had reached its time limit. The analytical eyes already had the identification function after reaching the Migra state, but the prompt that appeared was, "Unknown item sealed. Attributes cannot be determined." This prompt was very strange. It was probably related to the seal, but Christina definitely wouldn't see him again now. I'll wait until next time. Maybe I can give her a surprise. This meeting was a little different from Chinrue's expectations. True camouflage was completely ineffective in front of her, as it was seen through at a glance. Chinrue still didn't know where his flaw was. However, after this meeting, Chinrue had a deeper understanding of Christina, especially her persistence. It could be seen that Christina did have some feelings for him, especially after he risked his life to delay the Brock incident last time. The Nirvana's blood and the red piccolo were the best evidence. However, no matter how strong this feeling was, it couldn't replace the biggest persistence in her heart. Chun Rue kind of understood why Christina became the next Empress candidate. In another world, she would be degraded by some self-righteous guys as Madonna, stupid, and so on. Even if those people transmigrated, they were just ants in her eyes. She wouldn't care at all. She persisted in her persistence and pursuit. Her will was so strong that almost nothing could replace or shake it. It could be said that Christina was more suitable to be an excellent ruler than Jia. At this moment, Chun Rue clearly saw the distance between him and her. He felt that they were even further apart. Perhaps the moment she ascended the throne in the future, this distance would increase infinitely. However, this woman was also more attractive to him. Not only her appearance, body, and temperament, but also her persistence and the occasional hint of softness in her rational and almost ruthless heart. If one day the Shadow Empire or even the entire demon realm could enjoy a long period of peace, perhaps she could truly let go of the feelings that were suppressed in her heart. This difficulty seemed to be even more difficult than Jia unifying the fallen angel empire. However, these things were too far away and unrealistic for Chun Rue. What he had to worry about now was the plan. This plan was undoubtedly risky, but for Christina, for Kia, for Delia, and perhaps for his own wishes, it was worth a try. It was too tiring for people to always live for others, but not for himself. This was Chun Rue, a man whose blood was not cold yet. Chapter 266. After lunch at the Custer family, Chun Rue got rid of the high-ranking officials and nobles who came to visit him. He sat in the special carriage prepared for him by the Custer family and went to the Mechanic Association in the Southern Bloc. It wasn't too long between this visit to the Mechanic Association and the first time he came with Kia, but the feeling was completely different. Seeing the trio-specialized mechanic master who was famous in the demon realm, many people took the initiative to give way and salute. Although the surrounding gazes were also jealous and unfriendly, there was a saying that those who weren't envied were mediocre. Chun Rue didn't care about those gazes. He walked straight into the building and came to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was a place where only master-level mechanics could come. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter without permission. At the staircase, Chun Rue saw an old acquaintance, Master Rummenigge's granddaughter, Feeny, and Monroe, who seemed to be his follower for thousands of years. As soon as Feeny saw Chun Rue, she suddenly showed an admiring expression. "Arthur! Ah, sorry, I should call you Master. We're friends. It's not wrong to call you Arthur." Chun Rue had a good impression of Feeny, so he smiled slightly. Monroe couldn't turn a blind eye to Chun Rue this time. He bowed instead of his usual arrogance, Master. Monroe was the son of the 3rd General, Crawford. Crawford's power was weaker than Brock and Warren, so he valued the rising master, Chun Rue. He once visited Chun Rue personally, so Monroe didn't dare to be rude to Chun Rue again. In fact, any world was the same. Strength and ability were important. Only those with strength and ability could be respected, especially in the demon realm. Chun Rue wasn't particularly disgusted with Monroe. He nodded and said hello. Feeny bluntly exposed something. "Master, don't be fooled by this guy's sudden politeness. He's actually eyeing the heavy sword, Eye of Blazing, that you made during the competition last time." Menlo's arrogant face immediately turned red, but he didn't say anything. In front of Feeny, he had always been at a disadvantage. He could only say, "Master, I usually use a heavy sword. If possible, I hope to buy your quasi-legendary grade work. You're not suited for that sword." Chun Rue's words caused Menlo's expression to change slightly. "Weapons are best tailored to the user. I see faint wind elemental fluctuations on your body. You should be a magic swordsman who practices wind magic." The annoyance on Monroe's face had turned into surprise. His cultivation of wind magic was relatively secret. He didn't expect that this young master, who was only a hired demon, could see through it at a glance. He really had something extraordinary. No wonder he could become a mechanic master. Let's do it this way. I'll give you a list. You try to gather these materials and come to the Custer family to find me. I'll help you make a sword. For the record, it might not be able to reach the quasi-legendary level, but it's definitely more suitable for you than the Eye of Blazing Flame. Menluo was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. If you have any trouble in the future, feel free to come to me. As soon as he said that, Menlo remembered that Lin Rue was a genius master in the mechanics industry. There were many nobles who tried to rope in and compliment him. Menlo was just the son of the third general. It seemed that he was far from enough. It would be more appropriate if his father, Crawford, said it. Master! Chinrue saw Menlo's embarrassment and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll definitely trouble you if there's anything. This sentence greatly improved Menlo's impression of Chinrue. He felt that Chinrue was more pleasing to the eye than ever. It was already very rare to be able to make this proud swordsman genius feel very pleasing to the eye. Master, can I come and visit together? Feeny said with a smile. She was even happier after getting Chun Rue's consent. My grandpa and Grandpa Anderson are in the president's office. We won't disturb Master's business. Chin Rue came to the president's office, and he really saw Master Anderson and Master Rummenigge talking. Anderson's mental state during this time was quite good. The reason was, of course, related to the genius Chen Rue joining the alliance. When he saw Chen Rue's arrival, he said, Master Arthur, you're here. Rummenigge nodded to Chin Rue. When he first met Chin Rue, he felt that this young man was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't give him the recommendation badge for the competition. Originally, in Rummenigge's heart, Chin Rue was a mechanic with great potential. He might become an outstanding talent in the mechanics industry in the future. He didn't expect this young man's ability to be far above his expectations. He was now the most dazzling new star in the demon realm, trio specialization, the first in 10,000 years. He deserved the title of the top genius, Master Anderson, Master Rummenigge. Chinrue still maintained considerable respect for President Anderson and Rummenigge, who stood up to defend him. He bowed. Both of you are seniors. In front of both of you, I don't dare to call myself Master. Just call me Arthur. Although I've learned a lot, I'm actually not proficient enough in each of them. I still need to learn from you masters. Anderson and Rummenigge looked at each other and smiled. They secretly praised him. This young man not only has excellent talent and understanding, but he has already entered the ranks of masters at a young age. What's rarer is that he isn't arrogant or rash. A so-called genius like Savis isn't even qualified to carry his shoes. There's no comparison at all. Master Anderson had always been strict, but he couldn't help but smile at this time. Master Arthur, you don't have to be too modest. The demon realm has always prioritized those who reach first. With your ability and talent, it's not too much for us to call you master. You came and went in a hurry after the big match, so you may not be familiar with this place. Do you want me to ask someone to walk around with you? Thank you, Sir President, but no need. To tell you the truth, I'm here today to ask about the ancient magic tower. I heard last time that the masters of the association can have special permission to enter the ancient magic tower to study. I don't know if I can enter the magic tower to study now. Master Rummenigge interjected. I remember, when you participated in the preliminaries, you spent too much time in the round of drawing the magic circle in the magic tower. It seems that you got a low score. It seems that you went to the 3rd and 4th floor. Yes, I also wanted to go to the 5th floor to take a look at it, but unfortunately I couldn't get in. Chinrue said embarrassedly. He came here today as a small part of the plan, but the ancient magic tower was indeed very attractive. If he missed it this time, it was likely that he would not have the time to enter again for a very, very long time. Master Rummenigge smiled and said, Master Anderson, and I can't enter the 5th floor either. In other words, no one in the demon realm can enter it yet. Only those who have reached the Grand Master level can go up. Not to mention the 5th floor, we haven't even been able to understand or decipher many magic circles on the 4th and 3rd floor. If you can understand it, you can also get the corresponding internal contribution reward. Master Anderson frowned slightly. It's just that this month's quota is full. You have to wait until next month before you have time to go in. Chinrue was a little disappointed. Master Rummenigge said, I still have 30 hours this month. I haven't figured out the 4-star magic circle that I copied last time. I'll give you these 30 hours as a small gift to congratulate you for joining the association. Thank you so much, Master Rummenigge. Chinrue was overjoyed. His heart was full of gratitude and respect for this enthusiastic master. Master Anderson nodded and said, If that's the case, then you might as well wait for an hour. Master Leo has now reached the key to cracking it. He's alone inside. You can go in after he comes out. There's still some time now. Can you ask the master about the forging technique you used in the mechanic finals last time? If I guessed correctly, it should be the Torrens technique. Chinrue secretly praised Master Anderson's keen eyesight. The two began to discuss. Master Anderson had specialized in metal mastery for more than 200 years. In terms of metal mastery alone, even the current top mechanic master of the demon realm, Nate, was inferior. In this kind of exchange, Chinrue also benefited a lot. Unknowingly, an hour passed quickly. President. The voice from outside interrupted the discussion between Chinrue and Master Anderson. It turned out to be Master Leo, who came out of the ancient magic tower. Leo walked into the president's office excitedly. When he suddenly saw Chinrue, he frowned and said directly to Anderson, President, this time I finally figured out the mystery of the quasi-4-star magic circle last time. Master Anderson stood up from his seat happily. That's great. Quick, let me have a look. Leo took out the magic slate and a magic scroll. The slate was the prototype of the magic circle, and the magic scroll was annotation and detailed introduction. Master Anderson praised while reading. Not bad. It seems that the Alliance has another quasi-4-star defense enhancement enchanted magic circle. Your contribution points have increased by 5,000. You should have accumulated to the Black Star level again. You can exchange for 2 level 9 materials for free. Chinrue was taken aback. Level 9 materials. The 3 rarest materials that Thunderous Sound lacked last time, Black Phoenix Feather, Brontosaurus Crystal, and Star Ice Gravel, were all level 9 materials. Dior spent a lot of effort to get the Black Phoenix Feather, while the Brontosaurus Crystal and Star Ice Gravel were only available in the warehouse of the Mechanic Association, and they weren't sold to the public. It wasn't until he won the competition that he used the champion's reward to get these 2 materials. Now, Leo could actually get 2 level 9 materials for free. It seemed that it wasn't just for the plan. Just this contribution points that he didn't care about at first was worth studying. Contribution points were an internal currency of the Mechanic Association. After a master joined the association, he would automatically get 100 contribution points. He could also get contribution points by putting his equipment in the association for consignment. He could also get contribution points by participating in association activities and competitions, but the highest contribution point was the magic circle of the ancient magic tower. This magic circle mainly referred to the arrangement used in the enchantment process during the manufacturing process. It could derive various equipment attributes. It was the most important part of mechanics. Recording a complete magic circle above 3-star was a reward of up to 2,000 points. Cracking a new 3-star magic circle was 4,000 points. Quasi 4-star was 5,000 points. 4-star was 6,000 points, and Quasi 4-star was 7,000 points. Magic circles lower than 3-star were relatively cheaper. Cracking 1 or 2 new Quasi 3-star magic circles was only 200 points. 100 contribution points were white star, 1,000 were purple star, and 10,000 were black star. They could be used to exchange for various rare materials or borrow some precious experiences and information. After cracking the magic circle, in addition to the contribution points reward, the cracking master could also get a commission when the magic circle was sold in the store. The ancient magic tower was very mysterious. It could be said that the benevolent and the wise had their own views. Everyone might see different magic arrays at different times. Sometimes it was impossible to assemble a complete magic array. One could only infer and calculate. Even for a master, it was very difficult to record and decipher a magic array of 3 stars and above. Master Leo was very proficient in this field. Since joining the association, he had cracked 4 3-star and above magic circles. His status in the association had also risen and was unshakable. Therefore, he also obtained the privilege of studying the ancient magic tower alone without being disturbed. Usually, several masters were in the magic tower at the same time. Leo was proud to get President Anderson's praise. He glanced at Chunrui faintly with the intention to show off. So what if you're the top rising star? No matter how talented you are, you can only look up to me in magic circles. Arthur, go to the ancient magic tower now. Take this. Master Anderson said and took out a magic slate. Wait, shouldn't Master Rummenig go in? Master Leo said with dissatisfaction. Arthur, even if you're more talented, you can't take up Master Rummenig's time. Young man, you should know how to be humble and respect others. Hearing the last sentence, Anderson and Rummenig shook their heads. Leo should say such words to his disciple. If Savis really understood this, he wouldn't have ended up like that. It could be said that Leo, as his teacher, had an unshirkable responsibility for Savis' ending. President, I protest against this. Master Leo, thank you for your good intentions, Rummenig said. But this time I'm willing to give it to Master Arthur. Leo's original intention wasn't to defend Rummenig, but to make a fuss about Chunrui. When he heard Rummenig's words, his momentum suddenly became weak. He snorted, It seems that you're really willing to put in a lot of effort to win over this genius rising star. Because I'm not only a master of the Mechanic Association, but I'm also a member of the royal family. Rummenig didn't deny his goodwill to Chunrui and answered generously. Well, since Rummenig is willing, Leo, you can stop talking. As the president, Master Anderson, said, Time is precious. Arthur, you can go now. This magic slate is specially made. It's completely different from the previous preliminaries. Not only can it record magic circles, but it can also show the existing magic circle type to avoid repeating the record. At the same time, it's also the key to enter the sealed ancient magic tower. There's a time mark on it. Your time is 30 hours. When the time is up, you'll be automatically teleported out. The time that isn't used up this time can be accumulated to the next month, but it can't exceed 2 months. Otherwise, it will be automatically invalid. Chunrui nodded to show that he understood. He hesitated and asked, Can you give me the magic scroll and the recording tools together? Leo sneered as if he heard a joke, including the preliminaries. It's your second time entering the magic tower. The highest record in the last competition was only a quasi-level 3 magic circle. There's a huge gap between quasi-level 3 and level 3, which is equivalent to the difference of a big realm. If you're going to the 3rd floor, it's already good enough to record a complete magic circle with the slate. You actually want to crack it? I still have to try. There's a first time for everything. Chunrui smiled slightly. Master Anderson didn't want Chunrui to waste time. He took out 2 magic scrolls and a pen and ended the boring argument. Chapter 267. With the magical effect of the magic slate, Chunrui successfully entered the closed ancient magic tower. Just now, Leo used the privilege of individual consultation. This time, Chunrui wasn't the only one who entered the magic tower. Coincidentally, Master Kosa was also inside, and there were a few masters he didn't know. As soon as Master Kosa saw Chinrue, he said with a smile, "It turns out to be Master Arthur. You entered the magic tower for consultation so soon? It should have been Rummanig. I guess it was that guy who gave you the time. He has a granddaughter who seems to know you. Is Rummanig trying to win you over step by step and finally tie you to the Asmodeus royal family through marriage? Unfortunately, I only have one son. You probably don't like him, right?" In fact, Master Kosa guessed it right. Rummanig did have such a long-term idea, but he hadn't shown it yet. Chinrue was still smiling initially, but he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine when he heard the last sentence. "That's too ridiculous. I don't look like a gay person at all. What nonsense are you talking about?" A mature female, great demon master on the side, finally couldn't stand it anymore and said, "This is Master Arthur, right? I saw your style in the arena finals last time. It's really admirable. Ignore this old guy. He likes to talk nonsense the most." In fact, Kosa was a little embarrassed when he saw Chinrue. At that time, he wanted to accept him as an apprentice. But he turned out that Chinrue was also a master. Kosa immediately smiled. "Master Femi, I heard that Master Arthur likes mature and plump women the most. Your figure is well maintained, and you have a good figure. You should have a good chance. Let's get closer later." "Old bastard, do you believe that I won't shove that broken wine bottle up your ass if you dare to talk nonsense again?" The mature, plump woman's face turned red, and then her incomparably tough words shocked everyone present. It seemed that the race of mechanical masters were mostly abnormal types. Anderson and Rummanig were the rare, normal demons among the masters of the association. Chinrue had a long-lost feeling. Mars was dangerous. It was better to fly back to Earth. After all, time in the ancient magic tower was very precious. After they introduced themselves, they went to the 3rd or 4th floor and began to study or record on their own. Chinrue didn't have much time last time and could only skim through the information. Although he had recorded a lot of data, it wasn't very complete. Moreover, the ancient magic tower was very mysterious, and the data this time was different from the last time. He didn't bite off more than he could chew. He stayed on the 3rd floor and activated deep analysis. While comparing the results of the two analyses, he was also trying to understand the mystery. The data on the 3rd level was indeed incomparable to the 1st and 2nd levels. The changes in the data were complex and mysterious. Every time they were arranged and combined, new results could be obtained and new ideas could be obtained. Last time, Chinrue was immersed in it because of this. However, it was quite difficult to form a complete formation, even with the assistance of deep analysis. No wonder those masters had studied for many years, but it was still difficult to decipher a complete magic circle. Deep analysis seemed to be constantly adding algorithms. There were more arrangements in Chinrue's mind, but the hole in the completeness was getting bigger and bigger. Chinrue frowned and began to ponder. There was a saying in Xuanzi, thousands of changes, but the path is the same. That was to say, it doesn't deviate from its original path. No matter how complicated the magic was, it couldn't be separated from the 6 elements of earth: water, fire, wind, and dark. Even the necromancy derived from dark magic or the space magic lost, transformed from wind and water magic, were the same. The same was true for the magic circle. What was needed now wasn't to turn simple into complicated and add countless changes, but to turn complicated into simple and precipitate the most basic and the most critical context. Chinrue thought for a while, stood up, walked downstairs, and returned to the 1st floor. Time always passed quickly when he was focused on something. In the blink of an eye, 8 hours had passed. When Chinrue retreated from his thoughts, he happened to see Master Kosa walking down from the 2nd floor. Master Kosa saw him sitting on the 1st floor and was taken aback. "Why are you still here? With your ability, you should at least be on the 3rd floor. Even a master can only enter the magic tower for a limited time every month. Don't waste it. I'm about to go up." Shinrui knew that Master Kosa meant well. He nodded, stood up, and took out a bottle of wine. By the way, I haven't had the time to thank Master Kosa for your care and help. This bottle of wine was given to me by the old Prime Minister, Sir Lamar. Now I'll give it to you. Although Kosa didn't understand what Shinrui meant, when he heard Lamar's name, his eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly came over to take a look at the wine and put it into the storage ring as if it was a treasure. This is the best 1,000-year-old fruit wine. The old Prime Minister is famous for his wine collection in the capital. I owe you for this. As Master Kosa was about to walk out happily, he suddenly turned back and said, If you want to go out in advance, you only need to walk through the front door like me. The countdown of the magic slate will automatically end, and the remaining time can be accumulated until next month. Once the time is up, the magic slate can also automatically teleport you outside. Shinrui thanked Master Kosa and walked to the second floor. He sat on the second floor for another 8 or 9 hours. Some of the previous people, including Master Fimi, teleported out, and some stayed for some time. They walked all the way to the bottom floor. In addition to this group of people, a few more entered. Along the way, they were surprised to see the most dazzling genius, rising star, unexpectedly stuck on the second floor in contemplation. Master Fimi kindly reminded him, but she didn't say too much and walked toward the exit of the lower floor. Shinrui used deep analysis twice on the first floor. He spent more time organizing and thinking. He used it once on the second floor. Until now, he finally solved some key problems and stood up happily. Only then did he feel his stomach growling. After eating something, he confidently walked to the third floor. Outside the magic tower, it was already the morning of the next day. President Anderson was having breakfast with several masters, including Rummenig, in the restaurant on the 5th floor. Master Leo walked over and said, "Did you guys hear? It's been more than 10 hours and the trio specialized genius is still on the 2nd floor. It's really a waste of Master Rummenig's kindness. At least Master Rummenig still has the intention. At least it's for the Alliance and the Empire." Master Kosa looked at Master Leo mockingly. "It's much better than some people who only gloat." Leo's eyes narrowed. "Kosa, what do you mean?" "All the masters present here know what I mean." Master Kosa sneered. "Savas' death is self-inflicted. He has been taking the initiative to provoke Master Arthur. If it's me, I won't only need Savas' hands in the contest. It's just the death of a hellhound. But the Alliance has one more dragon. Moreover, this dragon still has unlimited room for improvement. You're targeting Master Arthur like this. That's why I want to ask you, what do you mean?" Leo didn't have a good relationship with others, so he immediately felt the unfriendly gazes of the masters around him. Feeling very uncomfortable, he coldly snorted and said, "I'm just stating the facts. Even if he's proficient in 3 elements, he might not be able to do it." Master Rummenig said, "As a master, it's his first time entering the ancient magic tower. No one can predict what will happen in the future. At least, I have confidence in him." With Rummenig's reputation and identity, Leo couldn't say anything more for a while. He left after saying that. "The higher you guys praise him, the more he will fall." Master Anderson frowned. Out of concern for this new genius master, there were new reports of his movements from time to time in the following time. Arthur went to the 3rd floor from the 2nd floor. He seems to have taken out the magic slate, but he hasn't recorded it. Arthur went to the 4th floor from the 3rd floor. He started to record on the magic slate. These news also appeared in Master Leo's ears. When Master Leo heard that Chunrui used the magic slate on the 4th floor, he was relieved. He secretly gave an evaluation of Chunrui as ambitious and flashy. If Chunrui had been staying on the 3rd floor, it would be worth being vigilant. However, he went to the 4th floor now. Although this young man is trio specialized, he hasn't really reached the level of the top master in terms of single specialization. Even if he was a top master, it was quite difficult to understand and copy the complete magic circle on the 4th floor let alone cracking it. It was precisely because Leo was good at this that he had an outstanding position in the alliance. Even if he behaved improperly usually, President Anderson just turned a blind eye. Just as the sky was getting dark, the masters of the Mechanic Association finally received the news that Chinrue came out of the ancient magic tower. It seemed that Arthur went directly to the president's office, and he even attracted several masters to follow him. Leo heard the news brought by the apprentice in his lab. After thinking about it, he left the lab and walked toward the building. Sure enough, there were several masters in the president's office. They were competing to look at a magic slate, and the president, Master Anderson, was holding 2 magic scrolls full of words. "Isn't this Master Leo?" The one who spoke was Leo's nemesis, Kosa. "You came just in time. You can admire the magic circle that Master Arthur just cracked." Cracked? Leo thought he heard it wrong. "Isn't it a copy?" "No, even if it's a copy, it's impossible." "How long has it been?" "Didn't Arthur spend 16 to 17 hours on the first and second floor? Counting up until now, it's only 10 hours on the third and fourth floor. It's less than 2 days in total. How can he copy the complete magic circle, let alone cracking it?" Leo grabbed the slate that the masters were looking at in disbelief. He ignored the master's dissatisfaction and quickly looked at it. "This is actually a complete magic circle. It's a quasi 4-star. No, there's more than one. There's a quasi 4-star and a 4-star. Leo didn't give up and carefully looked at the magic circle, trying to find the mistake. However, with his eyesight and knowledge of magic circles, he had to admit that the 2 were absolutely complete magic circles. How is this possible? Just as Leo said this, Master Kosa had already snatched the slate back. "If you want to see the decipher, go to the president. Don't stop us from studying." Usually, when a complete magic circle came out, the masters would first study it and then compare it with the decipher result. This way, they could deepen their understanding and inspiration. Apart from the president, studying the decipher result also required a certain amount of contribution points. Leo came to Master Anderson's table and heard Master Anderson saying to Chinrue, "It's indeed a perfect decipher. The description is very detailed. Recording the complete quasi 4-star is 1,000 contribution points, and the 4-star is 1,500 contribution points. Deciphering quasi 4-star is 5,000 contribution points, and the 4-star is 6,000 contribution points. Then, your contribution points have increased by 13,500 points this time, plus the 100 points you got when you joined the Alliance. It's a total of 13,600 points. You're the first to reach the Black Star contribution level as soon as you joined." President Anderson's positive evaluation made Leo lose the courage to pick on the 2 magic scrolls that recorded the decipher information. He had confirmed one thing. This Arthur was indeed a true genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years in the mechanics industry. Not only was he proficient, but he was also good enough to look down on his peers in all fields. Seeing Master Leo walking out in a daze, Master Anderson shook his head secretly. However, Chinrue's performance was too dazzling. Excluding the preliminaries, this was the first time he officially entered the ancient magic tower. In less than 30 hours, he deciphered and recorded 2 complete advanced magic circles. I'm afraid no one can surpass this record. From now on, Leo's monopoly contribution in magic circles no longer existed. If he didn't pay attention to his words and deeds, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Chinrue reached the Black Star contribution level, but he wasn't in a hurry to exchange for materials. The current materials for Thunderous Sound were all gathered, but his aura was still a little far from the sky-high price of 10 million to buy the blueprint. The Mechanic Association was rich in resources. It was equivalent to a material warehouse for various approaches. The mystery of the ancient magic tower had yet to be uncovered. Not only that, there were a large number of books, notes, and experiences which were very important supplements for Chinrue. Of course, the identity of mechanical master was derived for a certain purpose. It could be used as a cover or a way to survive. However, Chen Rui's biggest pursuit was definitely not just an alchemist, even if it was a grand master. However, there would definitely be more artifacts in the exchange center in the future. At that time, materials would be the biggest problem. Joining the core of the Mechanic Association could solve this problem very well. In fact, the 2 magic circles that Chen Rui handed over this time were only a small part. According to the deduction of deep analysis, it was definitely more than that. He didn't want to reveal too much. It would be fine as long as his contribution reached the Black Star level. The only regret was that he still couldn't go up to the 5th floor. Despite that, Chen Rui had become a rare treasure in the eyes of the masters in the Mechanic Association. He was indeed a rare genius. Not only was he proficient in 3 specialties, but he also had such an incredible talent in magic circles. Chen Rui didn't exchange for materials. He just used his Black Star authority to borrow some notes left by the senior top masters. Then he showed a tired look and said that he was exhausted. He had to return to the Custer family to recuperate for a while. The foreshadowing was basically laid and the plan should really start. The masters had studied magic circles before. They knew that it was extremely brain-consuming, so they didn't doubt it. They even told Chen Rui to rest more and come back to the association after he recovered his energy. However, the masters of the Mechanic Association didn't wait for that day because something that shocked the entire Shadow Empire and even the entire Demon Realm happened. Master Arthur was attacked by an unknown person when he went out and his whereabouts were unknown. Chapter 268. The news of Master Arthur's disappearance in the capital shocked the entire Shadow Empire. Empress Catherine was furious. She ordered the relevant departments to investigate the matter thoroughly and solve the case within a time limit. Under the all-out investigation of various forces, some things gradually came to light. Master Arthur was indeed a male great demon who was famous for his flirtatious ways. He quickly alienated the beautiful succubus who had a close relationship with him and began to have a close relationship with the 3rd lady of the Custer family, Celine. Although the dual specialized mechanic master, Horford, who was supported by Ms. Celine, caused a lot of trouble for Master Arthur in the mechanic finals, the 3rd lady entered Master Arthur's sight because of this. The relationship between both parties rose sharply. Originally, the patriarch of the Custer family, Kraz, had decided to let his eldest son, Dior, be the heir. However, the relationship between Master Arthur and Celine made Kraz change his mind. He faintly favored Celine. This sign undoubtedly caused Dior's strong dissatisfaction. Master Arthur was assassinated before the finals. Falamo and Celine were the main suspects. However, at that time, Celine had a dual specialized master like Horford in her hands. It was a sure win, so there was no need to take the risk. Therefore, Falamo and his wife were the most suspicious. The above things were just superficial information. The 3 siblings of the Custer family must be carefully investigated. Soon, the investigators under Empress Catherine brought people to the Custer family and took Dior, Falamo, and Celine away in front of the Patriarch Kraz. 2 days later, the 4 returned to the Custer family. Dior and Falamo looked dispirited. Even the 2nd general's sister, Marianne, who had always been strong, was the same. Only Celine looked calm. At the same time, an interrogation result was sent to the hands of the Patriarch Kraz. It detailed some of Dior and Falamo's respective plans. They were all unfavorable to Master Arthur. Some terrible plots even targeted Kraz himself. Kraz's face became gloomier as he read. The only thing that surprised him was Celine. Originally, this girl had shown extraordinary scheming and eyesight in the mechanic contest. This time, there was actually no special stain. Although some of the methods were ruthless, it was generally for the development of the entire Custer family. The results of this interrogation were not to be made public, but Kraz knew that if the Grand Master had not met with this incident, these would only be the internal affairs of the family. Speaking of which family did not have intrigue or fratricide in their struggles? However, this matter involved the most dazzling mechanic master of the demon realm, so it wasn't just an internal problem of the Custer family. Her Majesty Empress attached great importance to this matter. If there was still no news from the master, Dior and Falamo were likely to become the scapegoats for this incident. Even if the master returned safely, the two sons who had left a bad mark on the queen were not suitable to be the heir of the Custer family. Although Celine was a daughter and was young, the wisdom and skills she showed were impressive. Coupled with her close relationship with the master and the results of this investigation, she was indeed far better than Dior and Falamo's heir candidate. Kraz secretly made up his mind. In the Mechanic Association, the record of Master Arthur breaking 2 advanced magic circles consecutively in one day was also spread. While people marveled at the miracle of this genius, they were even more upset about his disappearance. While the capital was searching for the whereabouts of Arthur, the master was lying leisurely on a carriage. Next to him was a beautiful blue-haired girl who handed fruits into the master's mouth from time to time. She looked like she was serving him wholeheartedly. If someone who knew this blue-haired girl was next to him, he would definitely take a deep breath when he saw this scene. When did this unruly and fierce lady become a good girl? Although the capital was completely blocked and searched wantonly, the carriage had already left the range of the capital before the storm. Occasionally they encountered relevant checks on the road, but they passed them easily. Even if Chun Rue didn't use camouflage to slightly change his face, based on his intimate and relaxed appearance with Fatalu, who could recognize that this was the master who was held hostage. Chun Rue's disappearance this time was naturally planned. Creating an opportunity for Celine to be promoted was just incidental. Besides, Empress Catherine could also use the disappearance incident to clean up some of Brock's side forces. The most important thing was naturally to follow Fatalu, who had become a puppet, to a certain place. After Fatalu was made into a puppet by the God-Eating Mask, she explained a lot of things. Controlling the Custer family was only a small part of her mission. Horford was found by Fatalu, and he just happened to get on Celine's good side. She thought that with Horford's strength, he should be able to win easily. Unexpectedly, not only did he reveal the ability of a dual-specialized master in the finals, but he actually lost. In contrast, the Custer family was just a small fish. Even if it slipped through the net, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, a trio-specialized mechanical master was definitely a big fish that couldn't be missed. While this big fish wasn't really attached to a powerful force, it was just the right time to capture it in advance. Fatalu and Chinrue were now going to the Bloody Vine Flower Estate in the southeast of the capital. The current lord of the Bloody Vine Flower Estate was Eddie. Enrique, Eddie and his father, F.A. Moore, were both strong supporters of Empress Catherine the Great. The father and son had made great contributions in the battle during Catherine's judgment of the War of the Kings. They were given the surname Enrique and were named as the lords of the Bloody Vine Flower Estate. F.A. Moore was seriously injured in the War of the Kings and had been unable to recover, so he soon gave up the position of lord to his son, Eddie. It was worth mentioning that Eddie had a bad relationship with Brock when he first used his father-in-law, Frentz's relationship with him. Later, when Brock became the head of the 3 generals of the Empire, Eddie often disagreed with him. However, the Bloody Vine Flower Estate was very big, so Eddie might also be kept in the dark. The truth still needed to be investigated. Fatalis said everything she knew, but what she knew was very limited. She only knew that her mother, Sabrina, was in the Bloody Vine Flower Estate, but there was no specific location. As for her demon overlord-level father, Asgalar, even she didn't know where he was. However, he learned from Fatalu that her mother also had an uncle who was also a Leviathan royal family with unfathomable strength. Under the control of the God-Eating Mask, Fatalu had become a puppet completely loyal to Chinrue. Never mind this kind of service. Even if he took off her clothes and ravaged her, she would never have the slightest resistance. However, Although Fatalu had a beautiful appearance and attractive figure, Chinrue only felt disgust for her. Besides, he wasn't the kind of guy who had a hobby of teaching, so he naturally couldn't have any special interest. What really made his heart itch was the little demon girl, Kia. After old Gauss woke up, he was pulled by Chinrue for a private talk. The news of the trio's specialized master should have quickly spread throughout the demon realm. Jia would definitely guess that it was related to him. So Chinrue didn't hide his identity. He just said that he used some kind of secret method to reach the strength of a higher demon on the surface. But in fact, he was only a lower demon. As for Aguile, he would protect him secretly so that Princess Royal and Jia didn't have to worry, and so on. After this incident, he might disappear for a while to prepare for the next plan. If he had time, he would return to the Dark Moon. Chinrue asked old Gauss to bring Kia back immediately. As for the Custer family's matter, there was basically no problem. The effect would be seen soon. He also said some ideas for the next development of the Dark Moon and asked old Gauss to pass it to Jia for her to consider. Old Gauss knew that with every step of the plan, the risk that Chinrue had to take would increase exponentially. He admired this human even more. After getting in touch with Jia, he agreed to Chinrue's arrangement. Since Jia and old Gauss had always been wary of Kia, they naturally wouldn't reveal the biggest secret of Chinrue's identity. They would only cooperate and reveal that Arthur was a wandering mechanic hired at the cost of 3 secret treasures. Regarding Kia's life experience and other things, Chinrue also concealed it from old Gauss. Kia wouldn't take the initiative to reveal it to old Gauss, so there was no danger of his identity being exposed for the time being. For this man who was willing to risk his life for her, Kia's gratitude in her heart couldn't be further increased. In addition, another kind of emotion that she originally had became stronger. She knew that apart from dedicating herself, there was nothing worthy of repaying the other party. However, her special devouring physique made it impossible for her to repay him. To be precise, it couldn't be completely realized. The succubus family was good at serving the opposite sex. This ability had even infiltrated into the inheritance of their bloodline. Although Kia was still a virgin and couldn't dedicate herself due to her physique, she had some special methods to satisfy a man's desire from another perspective. Facing Kia's willing insistence, Chinrue finally didn't refuse shamelessly. In fact, from the first time they met, he had always had some thoughts about this succubus in his heart, but it slowly faded later. After coming to the Dark Shadow's capital, due to fate, the feeling of turning a fake into reality became more and more difficult to control. Especially when Kia confessed her miserable life experience to him. Chinrue inevitably had a strong desire to protect this woman for a lifetime so that she would no longer have to smile and cry. Chinrue had a strong desire to protect this woman for a lifetime so that she would no longer have to smile and cry. Although, due to the succubus physique, there was no real ecstasy, that special service made Chinrue taste an indescribable, wonderful feeling. As a result, the desire that he suppressed for about a month erupted violently. After this incident, Kia had been officially included in the harem roster. After the plan to sneak into the enemy's rear was completed, Chinrue's identity should be revealed to her. Now there were only 3 people on the roster: Chivalrous Lady, Noble Lady, and Succubus. Life's encounters were really unpredictable. In his previous life in that world, his biggest wish was to find a woman he loved and spend a lifetime with. But he finally became someone else's spare tire. His dream was shattered, and he was a failure. Unexpectedly, after being reborn to this strange plane, he could actually live happily with a few women he liked. The demon realm, a good place with excellent traditions and customs, was simply a holy land to realize the ambitions of otaku. Now, the flag of the harem has begun to flutter uncontrollably in the wind. Chivalrous Lady and Succubus are basically no problem, but the difficulty of the Noble Lady has reached S level. Could it be that I can only hug one on each side in the end? Can't I carry one more on my back? I remember there is a saying that the altar of the harem is only effective with the corpse of a pig's trotter. Even if the biggest fantasy can be realized, with the righteousness of the chivalrous lady, the wisdom of the noble lady, the cunning of the succubus, and perhaps the cold arrogance of the ice woman, it is impossible to be as harmonious as in some novels. Even if the male pig has the regenerative spirit, attraction, astral body, and the ability to resurrect in full condition, it is inevitable that he will be torn apart again and again. Master, we have arrived at Town Pascal. Fatalou's words made the pig's trotter wake up from his imagination. It seems that the comfortable days are over, and the real test has finally arrived. Chapter 269. Chinrue restored his Arthur face. With a cloak that covered his face, he followed Fatalou out of the carriage and entered Town Pascal. Town Pascal was about the same size as Town Leia. Fatalou held Chinrue's hand and came to a house. This house looked very ordinary. It was only considered a middle-class house. Fatalou knocked on the door with a special rhythm. The door opened immediately. An ordinary-looking female, great demon, opened the door. Her strength was higher demon. When she saw Fatalou bringing a strange man, she looked surprised. "You are Ms. Fatalou. Why did you bring someone here?" Although Fatalou was very respectful in the carriage, she returned to her vicious and arrogant temperament in front of others. "Stop talking nonsense. Contact my mother immediately and tell her that there's an emergency. If you dare to be slow for a minute, I'll dig your eyes out." The great demon glanced at Chinrue, who was holding Fatalou's hand. She didn't dare to ask more and immediately led the two into the house. Sabrina was very cautious. Besides, the Shadow Empire wasn't a remote place like the Dark Moon. There were many ways to interfere with and capture unofficial magic communication stations. Therefore, to contact her, only a designated person could use a specific method. Otherwise, even Fatalou couldn't contact her mother on the way. The female great demon walked into the house and came to a basement-like entrance. She walked in and lit the magic lamp. There was nothing special in the basement. The only special thing was a relatively ordinary mirror. The great demon cut her finger and drew a strange symbol. The mirror suddenly emitted a strange light. Soon, the image of a woman's upper body appeared in front of her. The woman's face was covered with a veil. Generally speaking, the Leviathan royal family had blue hair, but it wasn't absolute. The woman's hair was pale blonde, and so were her eyes. She wore a tight robe, and her chest looked very voluptuous. She should be Fatalou's mother, Sabrina. Sabrina's tone was full of seriousness. "Naru, what happened? Why did you use the emergency contact?" "It's me, Mother." Fatalou grabbed the mirror and said to Naru, "Naru, step back now." Naru bowed respectfully and left the basement. "Mother, I've completed the most important task." Fatalou excitedly pulled Chinrue to the mirror and said, "I brought the trio specialized master." Sabrina was moved. "Fatalou, is this Master Arthur? Did you encounter any danger on the way?" "We were chased by Empress Catherine's secret guards. The guards are all dead. Even Tapuli was killed, trying to cover me." Fatalou looked like she was still in shock. "Fortunately, I brought the master out. Good job." Sabrina didn't care about the guard's death. She nodded approvingly and sneered again. "Let's see what that self-righteous woman has to say now. You still don't know that the mechanic master, Horford, was recommended by her. I didn't expect him to fail in his first action." Chinrue's mind moved slightly. The self-righteous woman that Sabrina mentioned was called Isola. She was deeply loved by Fatalou's father. Besides, her means and strength were equally brilliant. She was a thorn in Sabrina's side. This time my daughter did something big. I should be able to hold my head high in front of Isola. Horford is a duo-specialized master. He's probably the disciple of the Demon Realm's top mechanic master, Nate. He's actually recommended by Isola. Could it be that Nate of the Bloody Empire is also related to this force? Fatalou smiled and said, "Speaking of which, if it weren't for this trio-specialized master, Horford could have won easily." "Ms. Fatalou, you're flattering me." Chinrue bowed to the woman in the mirror Beautiful and charming Mrs. Sabrina, it's a great honor to meet you. Fataloo, you don't have a control master? What did you say to him? Sabrina saw Chen Rui's calm look, and her voice was surprised. Don't worry, mother. Fataloo giggled and said, Master is a very interesting person. I did control him at first, but when I encountered danger later, it was actually the master who helped me get rid of it. Sabrina was greatly surprised and said, Please forgive me, master. I invited you over in such a presumptuous way. To be honest, I was indeed a little upset at first, Chenrue said with a smile. However, Miss Fataloo promised me a great benefit later. If this benefit is true, I'll come even if you don't invite me. You only remember this benefit. Fataloo leaned on Chenrue's shoulder ambiguously. Am I not as good as that benefit? Hee. Chenrue took the opportunity to hug her waist, but he didn't let go. Plus you, it's 2 benefits. I want both. Sabrina saw that her daughter had a close relationship with this master, so she wasn't angry. Instead, she let out a seductive chuckle. Master, Fataloo has always been indifferent to men. I didn't expect her to have such a good taste this time. By the way, mother, I also met the bitch Kia in the capital this time. Sabrina nodded. I just received a report from Kia through a channel a few days ago. She said that after the Custer family's young master, Dior, fled to the Dark Moon, he fell in love with Kia. It just so happened that the Dark Moon's Princess Royal wanted to help the Custer family purchase food to alleviate the crisis of being sanctioned. So she sent someone to the capital with Kia. Although Dior won by relying on the master, he lost his heir status because of the disappearance. Kia went back with the Dark Moon's people. Now the heir of the Custer family is the third lady, Celine, but she is being closely monitored by many forces in the capital. This line may be broken, but it doesn't matter. It's not a big problem, even if the Custer family is gone. The key is that the master is already here. Master, I've said so many secrets in front of you. Do you understand what I mean? Kia's report was instructed by Chenrue. The purpose was to stabilize Sabrina and prevent any flaws. Since Kia's departure to the Shadow Empire was in a hurry, it was reasonable that she didn't have time to report in the Dark Moon estate. Madam actually doesn't need these means. Chenrue shook his head. Since I'm willing to come here, I'm naturally mentally prepared. However, the benefit I want must be real. I can't play other tricks. Sabrina frowned and asked, Fataloo, what benefit did you promise the master? I promised the master to lend the highest artifact of the Leviathan royal family to him for reference. Fataloo replied proudly, Elusive demon shield? Sabrina was taken aback. Isn't that artifact? How can you make such a promise? Didn't Mother say it before? As long as I can complete the mission, I can do whatever it takes. Fataloo said with grievance, Even if the elusive demon shield isn't with us, I can still. Shut up. Sabrina stopped what Fataloo was about to say. Seeing her daughter's unhappy look, she thought that she did make a great contribution this time. So she comforted her. In any case, your mission this time was completed perfectly. As for this matter, I think we should talk about it when we meet. If the master is really sincere, it's definitely not a problem. Besides, the benefits are far more than that. Of course, I'm sincere, but your most important sincerity is the elusive demon shield. Chenrue said, I have 3 hobbies: mechanics, women, and wine. The first hobby is far better than the other 2, which is why I have today's achievements. I forgot to tell Madam that not only am I trio specialized, but my talent in magic circles is no less than the proficiency. The elusive demon shield is the artifact with the strongest defense among the 7 artifacts. The most mysterious thing is the magic circle on it. I'm not trying to take the elusive demon shield for myself. Madam should know that except for the people in the Leviathan royal family who are recognized by the artifact, it's useless for others to get the artifact. What I want is to study the artifact. This will definitely benefit my mechanics a lot. If Madam doubts my sincerity, then there's no need for us to meet. Why would I doubt the master's sincerity? Sabrina giggled and said, "Master, you seem to have underestimated your reputation. You spent less than 2 days in the Mechanic Association to crack the 2 advanced magic circles in the ancient magic tower. The Bloody Vine Flower Estate isn't far from the capital, so this matter has been spread around. Master's magic circle talent is definitely the best in the demon realm. There's no doubt about that." Sure enough, the limelight of the Mechanic Association wasn't in vain. This was a premeditated part. In addition to some necessary cover-ups, there was a long-term goal, Demon Shield. At the very least, I want to make a certain Dark Shadow general sad this time. Listening to Chen Rui's words, coupled with the previous intelligence analysis, Sabrina believed a little more in her heart. But she still didn't fully believe him. "Master, I'm near Town Valks at the border of the Bloody Vine Flower Estate. I'll rush over immediately to pick you up. It may take about 5 days. Before that, I'll have to trouble Master to stay in Town Pascal. If you have any requests, just tell Fataloo. I believe she will satisfy Master." Sabrina knew that the strength gap between the 2 sides was huge, so she wasn't worried that her daughter would be at a disadvantage. Even if it was fake, it was worth it to pull this genius of the demon realm to her side. "No problem." Chenrue smiled and glanced at Fataloo. Fataloo also responded with a charming smile. After the long-distance call ended, Chenrue's days were relatively leisurely. However, under normal circumstances, he couldn't leave the house. He only occasionally went out for a walk with Fataloo at night. On the next night, Chenrue suddenly had a strange spiritual feeling as if he was being coveted. He deliberately wandered outside with Fataloo. The data that occasionally appeared in the range of analytical eyes finally confirmed one thing. Race, Envy Royal Family mutated. Comprehensive Strength Assessment, B+. Physique, B+. Strength, B+. Spirit, B+. Agility, B+. The peak stage of the Great Demon King, Leviathan Royal Family. Just like Fataloo, their values were extremely balanced. They were likely to be the type of dual training in magic and martial arts. The one who met these conditions was likely to be Fataloo's mother, Sabrina. The true extent of this strength still needed to be further determined, because powerhouses above the Demon Emperor level could freely control their combat power. Some even deliberately suppressed their strength as a kind of training so that they could burst out stronger power in battle. Initially, they said that they would send someone to pick them up in 5 days, but they actually came in 2 days. Besides, it was likely that the news in Town Valks was also fake. The purpose was to test. Sure enough, she's not a simple opponent. Besides, Sabrina is probably just a small fish in this force. Chapter 270. After Chenrue understood Sabrina's surveillance, he didn't deliberately change anything. He still drank and flirted with Fataloo. Of course, flirting was just a trick between the master and the puppet. Under Chenrue's manipulation, Fataloo's willfulness and arrogance also showed from time to time. The woman who was secretly monitoring shook her head secretly. Just like that, on the 5th day, Sabrina really rushed from Town Valks. Through these few days of observation, plus there was no movement in Town Valks, Sabrina's vigilance had been lowered a lot. She began to officially surface. To be fair, Sabrina's figure was indeed perfect. It was mature and full of temptation. In his impression, only the Lady Devil's snare Isabella from the fallen angel capital could surpass her. Fataloo was just an underdeveloped child compared to Sabrina. Demons had a long lifespan, especially the royal family. When the mother and daughter stood together, they were no different from sisters. Sure enough, the data displayed by analytical eyes last time confirmed that the peeping was Sabrina. Chenrue now had some malicious thoughts. Does this woman have some kind of special hobby? She won't even miss when he deliberately molested Fataloo, although he wasn't the legendary mother-daughter complex. To be honest, the 2 women standing together were quite pleasing to the eye. However, both the mother and daughter had a lot of labels like ruthlessness, arrogance, and viciousness. Even if they didn't have any strength or background, they couldn't be touched. Perhaps due to the influence of a certain bad and lazy royal family, Master Arthur set his characteristics as 3 hobbies: good mechanics, good beauty, and good wine. Fortunately, he wasn't too poisoned, so he didn't have a good wife or a good widow. Since he liked beauty, he naturally looked at Sabrina lecherously. This was also a kind of cover-up and disguised compliment. If he turned a blind eye, perhaps Sabrina would be suspicious. As imagined, Sabrina wasn't bothered by the almost rude gaze at all. Instead, she let out an ecstatic laugh. Master is now a celebrity that shocked the demon realm. It's indeed a bit abrupt to invite you here. I hope Master won't be offended. Chenrue smiled. In the face of such a charming woman like Madame, I can't blame her even if I want to. Am I not Miss Fadela's captive now? By the way, I'm also Madame's captive now. Fadelu interjected jealously. How can there be a captive as comfortable as you? Chenrue sneered. However, in my heart, beauty and wine are not as tempting as mechanics after all. What I'm most concerned about now is whether the biggest promise that Miss Fadelu gave me can be fulfilled. Sabrina had seen Chenrue's character secretly these few days. He was really like the rumored 3 hobbies. She smiled and said, "How many artifacts are there in the entire demon realm? What's more, it was one of the most famous 7 divine weapons. Master, don't worry. I've prepared the carriage. Let's leave this town first and go to another comfortable place." The 3 of them got into the carriage together. Along the way, Chenrue seemed to be a lot more honest, but he fawned on Sabrina from time to time, which made Fadela jealous. It was very in line with her usual character. So Sabrina didn't have any doubts about her daughter. She just seduced Chenrue while quietly asking about his origin. Chenrue only said that he was a wandering mechanic who was discovered by the Lord of the Dark Moon City, Jia. She wanted to recruit him, but he didn't want to stay in such a small place with no future like the Dark Moon City. Therefore, he came to the Shadow Empire to help Dior of the Custer family, left the Dark Moon, and used the mechanic contest to become famous. This identity originally had a lot of flaws, but Christina was very thoughtful. She thought of this long ago and made thorough preparations for him. Even if Sabrina sent someone to some places where Chenrue used to wander, she couldn't find any flaws, as if this person really existed. This was the power of the state machine. If it was just one person, no matter how good he was at bluffing, it wouldn't have such an effect. Sabrina remembered them one by one. About 2 days later, the carriage arrived at its destination. It wasn't the so-called border town, but the core of the Bloody Vine Flower Estate, the Bloody Vine Flower City. The Bloody Vine Flower City was smaller than the Dark Moon City, but its prosperity was far better than the Dark Moon. It was second only to the Dark Shadow's capital. The carriage stopped in front of a relatively remote manor. It should be Sabrina's property in the Bloody Vine Flower City. The owner of this manor was a senior potioneer under the Lord of Bloody Vine Flower City. Sabrina's identity was his wife. However, it was obvious that this dark elf potioneer was definitely not Kia and Fadela's father, Asgalar. He must just be the object of her control as a cover. The reputation of the potioneer had always been bad, so except for some fixed buyers or the people from the city, Lord's Mansion, most people stayed away from this manor. To some extent, it was also an effective cover. Sabrina had always been cautious. Although the news from various channels indicated that there was no problem with this master if she really had to pay the artifact or get in touch with the deeper level of her force, it was no small matter after all. If it weren't for the soul shackles' influence on the mind, which would directly affect the future development of this genius, which was his greatest value, Sabrina would have used the control skill to solve it once and for all. A few days later, Chenrue finally couldn't help but burst out, "Madam, I've had enough." I followed Ms. Fadela here and even covered her on the way. "I'm not here to be put under house arrest by you. I want the artifact. I want the magic circle. I want the mechanics lab." This kind of reaction was within Sabrina's expectation. If Chenrue kept being satisfied with the status quo, it would raise her suspicion instead. Shinrue actually expected this too. Being a spy was originally a highly technical job. Master, don't worry. I believe you've learned something from Fatalu in advance, so I'm very sorry that I can't let you out. As for the artifact, elusive demon shield is the most important artifact of the Leviathan royal family, and it's not in my hands. Currently, I'm asking the owner through some channel, so please wait patiently, Master. Soon, the artifact or the most complete mechanics lab will appear in front of Master. On the afternoon when Sabrina said that a guest came to the manor, on the surface he was there to buy potions, but in fact he came to the courtyard where Shinrue was under house arrest. This was a middle-aged man who looked like he was in his 30s. He was smiling and his eyes were like two curved slits. His eyeballs were almost invisible. However, the age of demons couldn't be measured by appearance, so was their strength. Race: Envy royal family mutated. Comprehensive strength assessment: A+. Physique: A strength, A- spirit, A+ agility, A+. The peak of Demon Emperor. This was still the lowest strength assessment. Judging from the information revealed by Fatalu's expression, this man must be Sabrina's uncle, the mysterious powerhouse whom Fatalu called Grandpa Manu. Old man, you're already so old. Yet you still make a fake uncle in his early 30s to act young? Although he was criticizing in his mind, Shinrue was still quite nervous. After all, this Manu was likely to be a demon overlord-level powerhouse. Fatalu's father, Asgalar Beelzebub, and this Manu Leviathan. The strength that Shinrue had to face was more powerful than he imagined. However, since he was here, he couldn't turn back. Being afraid would only make him die faster. The other party kidnapped him for nothing more than his trio-specialized super talent, which was likely to become a mechanic Grand Master in the future. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't harm him. If it wasn't for this reason, with Sabrina's strength, why would she patiently bring her daughter along to flirt with a higher demon, at most Demon King level, like him? Shinrue's heart returned to normal again. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like I haven't seen a demon overlord before. 2 of them became friends, and one of them was killed by me. Manu looked at Shinrue and smiled even more. Master is really extraordinary. You actually noticed my uniqueness, and you've returned to normal so quickly. You're indeed the top genius master in the mechanics industry in the past 10,000 years. Shinrue was secretly shocked. The emotional fluctuation just now was just a split second. I didn't expect Manu to be so insightful. It's just like when I faced Christina. It seems that this guy is more powerful than I imagined. Sir, my sensing ability is extraordinary. I can indeed see your extraordinariness. Shinrue calmed down. But you guys brought me here because you're interested in my talent. Perhaps this is also an opportunity for me, so I don't need to be afraid. It's really not a coincidence for Master to have today's achievements. With this determination, your future achievements will definitely shine in the entire demon realm. Manu nodded approvingly. His words were a bit old-fashioned. There is a major choice in front of you. It may become the key point for you to reach the peak. It all depends on how you decide. Actually, I've also guessed it. In front of such an old fox, pretending to be stupid obviously didn't work. Shinrue said frankly, as a mechanic master without any foundation, I must choose a force that can provide funding. I don't care who I choose. I only care whether this force can give me everything I want and whether I can enter the peak of Grand Master earlier. Really? Manu was still smiling non-committally. Are you doubting my talent? Shinrue seemed to be insulted, and he became emotional. It's undeniable that my combat power can only be regarded as an ant in front of you guys. However, to put it bluntly, in the field of mechanics, you guys are just ants. Take Nate, who is currently known as the top mechanic master in the demon realm, as an example. If we only compete with the rules of the master contest, I can completely defeat him now. A large part of this acting was based on reality. The template was Master Xingxing. Manu nodded secretly and said, Master, please don't get me wrong. Your brilliance in the mechanic contest has spread throughout the demon realm. People, including many mechanic masters, think that you're the mechanic master most likely to become a grand master in the past 10,000 years. I'm not doubting your strength and talent. Manu took a few steps with a smile still on his face, but his voice became deeper. I can give you artifacts for reference. I can provide the best laboratory in the entire demon realm. And I can provide all the materials and equipment you want, but you have to make a choice. What choice? Manu turned around and opened his squinted right eye, revealing a strange black light. An overwhelming pressure instantly surrounded Chen Rue. Surrender to me? Chapter 271. Chen Rue had already faintly guessed Manu's so-called choice. He snorted. As a trio specialized master, I also have my own pride and persistence. If he were to abandon all of these, then a flawed mind would never be able to reach that supreme peak. The peak of Grandmaster is my biggest goal in life. If you insist on making me a humble servant, I'd rather die. Manu smiled even more, but the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. The space seemed to be solidified. Shinrue couldn't move. He had already released the power of the early stage of Demon King to resist with all his strength. The assassination in the capital would definitely be found out by Manu. Besides, with Horford's confirmation, his Demon King-level power would definitely be revealed. Shinrue didn't dare to use his full strength. He just tried his best to use breath-holding technique to cooperate with the combat power transformation skills taught by Peglio. He was betting that Manu wouldn't easily kill this trio-specialized master. Sure enough, Manu's breath stopped again. The moment he opened his eyes just now, the value of analytical eyes seemed to jump to unable to judge, but it returned to its original state in an instant. It seemed that this guy was indeed a demon overlord powerhouse. Manu praised, Master's persistence is really admirable. I'm just testing you. However, have you ever thought that even if there are no flaws in your experience, it's impossible to be a wandering apprentice in obscurity with just the trio-specialized master-level ability? You only suddenly rise now. Master, don't be angry first. It's because I sincerely want to invite Master to join and become the most important core force that I made some things clear. Don't you want to explain, Master? Everyone has their own secrets. Shinrue shook his head. I didn't ask, sir, about the specific situation of this force. The reason why I'm willing to follow Ms. Fatalu to the Bloody Vine Flower Estate is for the artifact. My previous bottleneck has been stuck on the way to the top master. In the capital's ancient magic tower, I gained an important understanding and solved a 4-star and a quasi-4-star advanced magic circle in one fell swoop. This should be the key for me to go further. If I can understand the mystery of the magic circle in the artifact, I may be able to become a top master proficient in 3 specialties in one fell swoop. Once I reach this level, even Nate has to look up to me. If I go further, the news that Shinrue consecutively deciphered 2 magic circles in the ancient magic tower had already spread throughout the Shadow Empire. Manu naturally knew that. Those words also explained why Arthur took the initiative to follow Fatalu. As a mechanic master, he naturally wouldn't give up any opportunity to reach the peak. Manu nodded slightly. As rumored, Master Arthur is indeed the most promising candidate to become a Grand Master. If he could really join a faction and become an evolved Jing Master, the value he would bring would be immeasurable. The more this was the case, the more he had to control this person. He couldn't be used by others. Master, you must have known the secret of us being the Leviathan royal family from Fatalu. I wonder if you've heard of my envy royal family's bloodline talent, Soul Shackles? Shinrue frowned secretly. His identity and explanation should be completely correct. He didn't expect Manu to still want to control him. He nodded immediately. The bloodline talents of the 7 royal families are famous. How could I not have heard of it? Sir, do you want to use Soul Shackles on me? The royal family also has a mutated bloodline. My soul shackles has a mutated ability. I call it soul channel. This kind of soul channel is very special. The caster also has to pay a considerable price. Manu stopped smiling and said seriously, after accepting the soul channel, part of my power will stay in the soul channel, which can enhance your strength. Although it's only a part for your current level, all aspects of your qualities will be greatly improved. Even if you suffer a fatal blow, I will also suffer a corresponding heavy blow. The only price is, I believe you also know, which is the control of soul shackles. This control isn't slavery, but it's just a precaution. Since soul channel has the characteristic of sharing power and damage, I usually never use it lightly. Now, it also represents a kind of sincerity. In fact, Manu also hid something. It was true that Chenrue could strengthen himself through the power left by soul channel, but there was something fishy about the damage value. Although Chenrue would suffer a lot of damage or death, at the same time, the damage he suffered would also be doubled and shared with Chenrue. I won't force Master. As Manu said, a colorful light ball appeared in his palm. If Master is willing to accept Soul Channel, then you'll join us as the real core. Artifacts, materials, magic circles, laboratories, women, wine. We will try our best to provide you with all resources and needs. If Master is unwilling, then you can only be an ordinary mechanic master under our supervision and control. We will also provide certain conditions, but your freedom and other aspects will be greatly restricted. Master, you should be able to guess that there is a fundamental difference between the two. At this point, we definitely can't let you go. It depends on what you choose. No matter how I change the name or attribute, Soul Shackles is Soul Shackles after all. If I accept it, it's equivalent to paying the price of freedom. Chenrue frowned. I can't think of any difference between the two. There's no free harvest in this world. Manu continued to bewitch him with a smile. If you're not willing to pay this price, then I'll be rude to say that your persistence may not last until the peak of Grand Master level. Countless thoughts had already turned in Chenrue's mind. It's really not easy to be an undercover. This is a huge test. If I really want to enter the core of the Force, I must win this Manu's trust. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Accepting Soul Shackles was the best way. There were two ways to break Soul Shackles. First, the caster voluntarily removed it or died. Second, the victim died. In addition, there was another way. That was to use the artifact of the Leviathan royal family to offset the effect of Soul Shackles. Half of this artifact was in Delia's hands, and the other half. Isn't it one of the excuses for coming this time? In an instant, Chenrue had made a major decision. He slowly walked toward Manu and reached out his hand to the light ball. Manu was delighted in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. Just as Chenrue was about to touch the light ball, his body suddenly paused. He seemed to have changed his mind. Manu raised his eyebrows slightly. With his strength, he naturally wasn't afraid of the opponent's sudden attack or sneak attack. He just felt like a cooked duck suddenly flew away. In fact, this soul channel could have been forcefully cast on Chenrue, but Chenrue's mechanics were actually not as good as the top masters who specialized in one field. His greatest value was the potential of a future Grand Master. If it wasn't voluntary and caused some kind of defect in his mind, then the loss outweighed the gain. At this moment, Manu saw Chenrue's eyes glowing. He suddenly asked, "When will the artifact arrive? I want an exact answer." Manu's squinted eyes lit up, and he gave the answer with certainty. "Within 10 days." "Great." Chenrue's eyes suddenly became fanatical, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His paused movement suddenly accelerated, and he grabbed the light ball without hesitation. The light ball was quickly absorbed into his body. Manu had been paying attention to Chenrue's eyes and expression. Even the hint of madness and surprise couldn't be hidden from him. Seeing that Chenrue accepted the soul shackles on his own initiative, he no longer had any doubts. Even though he usually didn't show his emotions, he couldn't help but laugh proudly. The trio's specialized master, who is most likely to become a grandmaster, is finally firmly in my hands. However, Manu couldn't imagine the real reason for Chunrue's sudden pause and surprise. Just as Chunrue was about to touch the light ball, a system prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Unknown spiritual link found. Note: be level. Can be cancelled or cut off. Accept or reject. Cancel meant to eliminate. As for cut off, it was to retain the attributes that were obtained from the connection and forcefully break the link. But the price was higher than cancel. This meant that the share part of the power function that Manu used to bewitch him would be tragic. Demon overlord level power. Even if it was only a part of it, it was quite amazing for a great demon king. Since someone gave me a great tonic for free, should I reject it? I was already prepared to sacrifice, but I didn't expect there to be such an unexpected surprise. Super System, I really love you. At that moment, both Chunrue and Manu laughed with ulterior motives. Master is really courageous. Now you are truly one of us. Chunrue's performance made Manu completely relieved. Soul Shackles was one of the most powerful mind control skills in the demon realm. It penetrated deep into the body and mind. The master could torture or kill the shackled person anywhere across space. What's more, this master accepted it voluntarily, so at least for a period of time, there was no need to worry about the possibility of betrayal. At the moment when the power of Soul Channel entered his body, Chunrue felt that there was an abundance of power in his body. His physical strength, spirit power, and other aspects were enhanced. Master should be able to feel the benefits of Soul Channel now. Manu smiled and said, "My power is Demon Overlord level. Master has already obtained 1/1000 of my power. What you feel now should only be a small part. If you can calm down and digest it, Master can at least reach the Great Demon King level." It turns out that it's just 1/1000. Stingy guy. Although Chunrue muttered in his heart, he also understood that if the power was too strong, he would explode. This state was just right for his level, as it could make the power of Migrez more powerful. This move is called Timely Rain, right? He is indeed the Leviathan royal family, who is proficient in the water element. Power is secondary to me, but spirit power is of great benefit in magic circle research. Chunrue was purely the type of person who pretended to be obedient after getting the benefits. He said with dissatisfaction, "What I care about now is when can I leave this damn place." Sabrina and Fadalu, the mother and daughter, are considered the best, but they can only be seen and not eaten. What's the use? The most important thing is that I haven't really settled down to understand mechanics for a long time. Since Sir is a demon overlord level powerhouse, you should know that if you don't improve in power training, you will fall behind. The same goes for mechanics. That's right. Master is indeed a master. Manu nodded and said, "Since Master has accepted Soul Channel, then you are one of us. Today, I will take you to a good place that only one of us can go. Whether it's mechanics or beauties, all of Master's wishes and needs can be satisfied there." Chunrue's heart moved. After acting for so long, the highlight is finally coming. This place is called Crystal Valley. Chapter 272. The transportation to Crystal Valley wasn't a carriage, but a griffin. This griffin was a mutated breed. Its speed was very fast, but it was slightly inferior to wyverns. Of course, its combat power was still far from being comparable. This time Sabrina and her daughter also came together. The Potioneer's Manor in the Bloody Vine Flower City was just a temporary stronghold. The real base should be in this Crystal Valley. Even the mutated griffin took nearly 7 days to arrive. The endless swamp in front of them was simply a barren land. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't match the dreamy name of Crystal Valley. According to the information obtained from Fadalu, it should be Fadalu's first time here too. Both Manu and Sabrina looked calm. Manu walked at the front and specifically instructed Chunrue and Fatalu to walk according to his footprints. Sometimes their posture also needed to be changed to avoid accidents. Meanwhile, Sabrina was at the back. When Chunrue was in Town Pascal previously, he had specially studied the map of the Bloody Vine Flower Estate. This swamp was very large. It was probably the Misty Swamp in the northern Black Iron Mountain Range. The scope of the Black Iron Mountain Range was very large. It was far above the Shillong Mountain Range and was already close to the Bloody Empire. There were many creatures in the swamp, such as mutated crocodiles and giant lizards. However, he didn't see any high-level demonic beasts such as wyverns and hydra. Instead, the number of dragonflies was surprisingly large. These dragonflies were somewhat different from the ones Chunrue saw in the Silent Night wetland before. They seemed to have a much stronger combat power. Besides, their bodies were also flashing with a faint light. In analytical eyes, it was shown as a mutated breed. Chunrue followed Manu's footsteps and walked forward. The familiar feeling in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Dragon inscription. What was laid in the Misty Swamp was dragon inscription. The power of this inscription was only slightly inferior to the inscription near Peglio's treasure in the Silent Night wetland. Is this another secret treasure location left by the dragons? After walking for half a day, Manu stopped on a high hill. In front of him was a large pool. The water was dark green and bubbling from time to time. The air was filled with a rancid smell. It was obviously poisonous. It was likely that there were poisonous, demonic beasts such as Hydra. We're here. Grandpa Manu, are you kidding? Fatalu asked in surprise. This is the Crystal Valley? Why does it look like a putrid pool of poison? Chunrue was the first to answer. A magic formation. This must be the effect of some kind of magic array. This magic circle should be of the compound type. It's much more complicated than the ones we passed on the way here. It seems that this trip was worth it. Now I'm even more curious about the Crystal Valley. In fact, he knew very well that this was a triple compound dragon inscription. Illusion plus simulation plus fixed point teleportation. Manu showed a look of approval. You're indeed a talented genius master of magic circles. I believe the things inside won't disappoint you. After that, Manu actually jumped straight into the poisonous pool. The pool water splashed high, and his figure disappeared instantly. Fatalu couldn't help but exclaim. It was just a simulated inscription. Chunrue despised Manu's action of entering the water. The degree of difficulty is too low. He doesn't even know how to make water splash. 10 points deducted. Behind him, Sabrina comforted her daughter. Don't be afraid, Fatalu. Just jump down. On the other side, Chunrue had already jumped down without hesitation. Sure enough, after a dazzling teleportation feeling, he had arrived at a strange place. This was a beautiful place, surrounded by undulating huge mountains that surrounded a long and narrow green area. This narrow and long was only relative to the huge mountains. Even in the narrowest area, there were still dozens of well-proportioned houses. There was a clear river in the middle, and a waterfall could be vaguely seen in the distance. The beautiful scenery of green mountains and clear water could be described as a paradise. Compared to the dangerous muddy swamp, it was a world of difference. This was the real Crystal Valley. Sabrina and Fatalu's figures soon appeared next to Chunrue. Seeing Chunrue and Fatalu's surprised expression, Manu smiled slightly. Let's go. There will be plenty of time to enjoy it in the future. Manu led the three of them down. There were many vigilant guards along the way. When they saw Manu, they showed respect, but some turned a blind eye. They seemed to be some kind of puppet that had lost its mind. Chunrue paid attention to a strange creature. This creature had the form of an ordinary demon's or human. Its whole body was covered with crystal clear crystals. Its movements were relatively stiff, a bit like a robot. After deliberately approaching the effective distance, data appeared in analytical eyes. Race, Crystal Man, Puppet. Comprehensive Strength Assessment, C Physique, C plus Strength, C plus Spirit, F dash Agility, D Pure Strength and Physique Type. Spirit was almost negligible, while agility was a weakness. However, the physique and strength of the peak of Demon King really couldn't be ignored, especially there was more than one. Could this kind of puppet be made by Kia's father, Asgalar? Although this power was not as good as Glorfin's strongest great demon, king-level, spirit-devouring demonic fly, the number of Glorfin's spirit-devouring demonic flies was very limited. The number of crystal men in front of him was almost equivalent to a small army. Manu noticed his gaze and smiled. These are the crystal guards of the Crystal Valley. Their bodies are strong and extremely strong. Magic damage to them is only half. They can be called the nemesis of magic. What's more terrifying is that they don't feel any pain. The only flaw is that they are slightly slow. Judging from the data, Manu should be telling the truth. Chinrue deliberately asked, I've never seen this kind of guard before. Is it a new race in the demon realm? Why do I feel like they are being controlled? Is it the masterpiece of an alchemist master? Are there other masters in this Crystal Valley? There are indeed other mechanic masters and potion masters in the Crystal Valley, but this has nothing to do with the Crystal Guards. The Crystal Guards were created by another person. I'm planning to bring you to meet this person. He is very powerful. He can be considered the real owner of the Crystal Valley. Even I can't compare to him. Kia's father is so powerful. Even Manu admitted that he's not his opponent. Just when Chinrue thought Manu would say Asgalar's name, Manu said instead, This person's name is Jacob, not Asgalar. Chinrue was shocked. Another new demon overlord. In that case, this force has at least 3 demon overlord powerhouses. 3 demon overlords. Even in an empire, it's shocking enough. As a matter of fact, Chinrue's father-in-law, the general of the fallen angel empire, is only the peak stage of the demon emperor. Speaking of which, with those potions and Peglio's guidance, father-in-law should be able to break through the bottleneck as soon as possible and reach the level of demon overlord. However, even if they were at the same demon overlord level, the difference in combat power was not small due to the difference in territory and power. Peglio's strength was at the peak stage of the demon overlord back then. He claimed that he could deal with dozens of powerhouses of the same level. Chinrue wasn't sure if he was bragging. Let's go and meet Jacob. Sabrina and Fadalu will stay here for a while, but I have more important things to do, so I can't stay for long. Jacob's temper is a bit weird. He's moody and not easy to get along with. You'd better be careful. If you see something awkward, don't say anything. From Manu's tone, Chinrue could guess that the Crystal Valley was actually divided into factions. Due to soul shackles, it was obvious that Manu had regarded Chinrue as one of his own. Manu walked forward with Chinrue. It wasn't Sabrina's first time here, so she didn't follow them to meet Jacob. Instead, she brought Fadalu to the building complex on another hillside. Chinrue followed Manu and came to a huge manor on the mountainside. Along the way, there were crystal guards. Although these crystal men were like puppets, as if they were just moving sculptures without any danger, Chinrue didn't dare to underestimate these strange life forms. In addition to the ordinary crystal men of Demon King level, there were also mutated crystal men of Great Demon King level. These crystal men had powerful strength and attributes. If they were brought outside, they would definitely be the most terrifying army. Chinrue thought as he walked. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the manor. What surprised Chinrue was that the facilities in the manor were much more luxurious than he imagined. The doorposts were carved with obsidian, the railings were made of topaz, and the corridors were inlaid with gems. It was just that compared with the beautiful scenery outside, this luxury had a vulgar taste. It was as if a short and vulgar nouveau riche was showing off his stink of money in front of an elegant and refined beauty. There was an indescribable feeling of discomfort. This was clearly showing off his wealth, and it was the lowest grade method. It felt like he was showing off his golden teeth by smirking at others. The more Chunrui looked at it, the more awkward he felt. Thinking of Manu's previous instruction, "Don't say anything awkward," he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. The houses in this manor were ridiculously large. It could even accommodate a giant dragon. There weren't many crystal men in the manor. The ones walking around were some women dressed as maids. They almost had a common characteristic. These women were all tall, plump, and even almost strong. When the maids saw Manu, they saluted one after another. Manu said to a maid, "Go and tell Sir Jacob that I brought an important guest to see him." The maidservant bowed and walked towards the largest house. Not long after, the maidservant returned and invited the two of them to enter. The facilities in the house could only be described as more luxurious and rustic. It was like sleeping in a pile of money. To be honest, if the golden bed that Jacob was lying on now was made of real gold crystals, then it was indeed similar to sleeping on a mountain of money. Looking at the figure of the maids, he imagined that Jacob should be a tall guy and a guy with a heavy taste. However, the Jacob in front of him was thin. Even if he was compared to Chunrui himself, he was still shorter. His appearance was not good either. His skin was somewhat similar to an albino, and his hair was also white. What was even more speechless was that this guy was actually lying in the arms of a maid whose upper body was naked. He was even and scrupulously playing with the maid's plump chest in front of the two of them. The maid was very cooperative and moaned in ecstasy. This scene was indeed embarrassing, but the strongest feeling in Chunrui's heart was not embarrassment but horror. Race, dragons, crystal dragon. Comprehensive strength assessment, unable to judge. Demon, overlord level dragons. Crystal dragon. Jacob. Chunrui felt vaguely familiar when he heard Jacob's name previously. Now, with the information of analytical eyes, he finally knew the origin of the short and thin man in front of him. The crystal dragon, Jacob, was one of Paglio's enemies back then. Chapter 273. The crystal dragon was a special kind of dragons. They were completely immune to magic, but they were relatively weaker in terms of power. The crystal dragon, Jacob, was the mortal enemy of the fairy dragon, Rala. The fairy dragon was good at all magic, including the dragon magic that Paglio was afraid of. However, the crystal dragon was her nemesis. 2,000 years ago, in order to fight for the mysterious silver box, Rala, the crystal dragon, Jacob, and the blue dragon, Rainieri formed a deep hatred. Later, Rala joined forces with the poison dragon, Paglio, who was also the enemy of Jacob and Rainieri. In the end, the blue dragon, Rainieri, died and Jacob was seriously injured. He was lucky to escape from Paglio. However, under the temptation of the silver box, a certain dead duck dragon's moral value became negative. He ignored the agreement of joint research and attacked Rala to snatch the silver box. However, this guy didn't have a good ending either. As a result, a mysterious powerhouse found him, sealed his power with ancient runes, and threw him in the blue lake for 2,000 years. This was called, sooner or later, he would have to pay for what he did. Chunrui never thought that he would be facing Paglio's enemy when he was at the peak stage of the demon overlord. The crystal dragon, Jacob. Crystal Valley crystal dragon? No wonder Manu once said that Jacob was the owner of this crystal valley. Chunrui's brain had begun to turn at a high speed. Both of them were demon overlord level powerhouses. Excessive emotional fluctuations would be detected. I must think of a way. Manu saw Jacob's movements and frowned. Didn't I tell you that there is an important guest coming? Why is he still like this? The guest you mentioned is this higher demon? Jacob didn't even raise his head. He was just concentrating on kneading the two plump hemispheres of the maid. His voice was filled with extreme disdain. Manu was proficient in magic, but this crystal dragon was not only stronger than him, but he was also completely immune to magic. Therefore, it was reasonable that he didn't buy it. Manu was unhappy, but he didn't show it on his face. As he was about to introduce Chinrue's trio-specialized master identity. He suddenly heard the master say, "The layout of this manor and this room is terrible." Jacob, who was playing with the maidservant, suddenly had a cold glint in his eyes. The maidservant let out a blood-curdling scream as blood burst out of her chest. Jacob slowly sat up and waved his hand. The maidservant endured the pain and retreated while covering her chest. Feeling Jacob's murderous aura, Manu cursed in his heart. Previously, he specifically told the master to pay attention to his words. He didn't expect that he would touch Jacob's taboo as soon as he spoke. This chair is actually made of blood crystals. Why not use gold crystals? He had thought that the facilities inside would be more imposing than the ones outside. But it was much worse than he had imagined. Also, why didn't you inlay it with sparkling gems? This lamp is big enough, but those firestones need to be polished more finely. Otherwise, the brightness won't be enough. Also, it would be best if there were more gemstones on the wall. These were too small and not stylish enough. They had to be bigger, and they had to be of different colors. This way, the style of the room would be much higher. Jacob's eyes lit up and his murderous aura disappeared instantly. He asked Manu, who was a little dumbfounded, "This hired demon, what is the background of this guest? He has good taste." This is the trio specialized master who is most likely to become a mechanic grand master in the demon realm in the past 10,000 years. At the same time, he's also a magic circle genius. It was Manu's first time seeing someone being praised by Jacob for criticizing the furnishings here. However, the master's performance was really surprising. No wonder. Jacob glanced at Manu. "I thought you taught him to say those words, but now it seems that you're far from this level of appreciation." "Damn your level of appreciation." Jacob's words made Manu completely speechless. He secretly slandered the taste of these two monsters. Chinrue tried his best to recall the image of the most tasteless nouveau riche in his heart. He commented on all the furnishings in the room. Although Jacob didn't agree with some of the opinions, some of them were on his mind. After talking about the layout and furnishings of the room, Chinrue's topic shifted to women again. Just like a certain dead duck dragon, the crystal dragon also had a common weird hobby for women like the dragons. It could be seen from the maids outside. The beautiful and tough skin, clean and sharp teeth, tall and plump body that Chinrue mentioned were so heavy that even Manu at the side couldn't stand it, but Jacob's eyes were shining. After some discussion, the crystal dragon looked at Chinrue in a completely different light. There was actually more than one master in the Crystal Valley, but he was the first one who had 3 unique talents in 10,000 years like Arthur. More importantly, this master's taste was actually so elegant. He was simply the confidant of the giant dragons. Manu was initially worried that Chinrue wouldn't get along well with this eccentric dragons here, and he might even anger Jacob and cause a disaster. Now it seemed that there should be no such concerns. A maid came in and bowed. "Master, it's time to go to the magic circle. Can't you see that I'm chatting with the guests? If you dare to do this again, I'll break your limbs." Jacob glared at the maid and waved his hand in the air. "Pah!" The innocent and poor maid was slapped a few meters away and spat out a few bloody teeth. Jacob talked and laughed as if nothing happened. "I have to go to a special magic circle to train and restore my strength every few days. I can only stop talking to the master today. However, since the master has come to the Crystal Valley, he definitely won't leave in a short period of time. Don't worry, I will provide you with the best laboratory and the most complete materials." "Thank you, Sir Jacob." Chinrue nodded, but he was secretly disappointed. This crystal dragon clearly has to go to the magic circle, but he vented his anger on the maid for no reason. Besides, his means are cruel. As Manu said, he is temperamental. Fortunately, I bet on the right place previously. By the way, the crystal dragon was severely injured by Paglio 2,000 years ago. Is the recovery mentioned now related to the injury at that time? "Sir Jacob, Chinrue asked tentatively. I'm very curious about the knowledge of magic circles. I wonder if I can take a look? A moment ago, Jacob was still smiling. However, when he heard this, his face instantly darkened, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The magic array was one of his forbidden areas. Even his allies were not allowed to enter without permission. Yet, this guy actually wanted to take a look at it. Seeing that the situation was not good, Manu quickly said, Jacob, Master Arthur is not only a trio-specialized master that only appears once in 10,000 years, but he's also a peerless genius in magic circles. One of the reasons why he joined us is that I promised to let him observe the unknown magic circle. In fact, what Chinrue wanted to observe was the magic circle on the elusive demon shield. Manu said this because he was afraid that Jacob would suddenly attack. After all, Chinrue was now considered an important figure under his command. It's not that I'm bragging about being a genius. Not long ago, I consecutively deciphered 2 advanced magic circles of the ancient magic tower in one day. It seemed that the identity of magic circle genius had an unexpected effect. Chinrue suddenly showed a proud expression. I'm also very experienced in improving magic circles. When I came, those magic circles in the swamp, in my opinion, have a lot of room for improvement. Jacob frowned because the dragon inscription outside was set by him personally. He was quite proud that its power was equivalent to Demon Emperor level, and it was unpredictable. He didn't expect Chinrue to actually boast like that. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Chinrue gestured in the air. Of course, he couldn't expose the fact that he was proficient in dragon inscription. Instead, he deliberately referred to it as a magic circle. He even left out many unique features of the inscription. He only said the simplest feature of the inscription. The magic circle outside is indeed very profound. Although there are many things that I don't understand very well, it's still the same. I can be sure that if this point is slightly changed, the effect of the magic circle will be much better. Although Jacob's attainments in dragon inscription weren't as good as Paglio, he was also considered one of the best among the dragons. Naturally, he could see the value of this small improvement. Although it wasn't a major improvement, it was definitely not something that a layman could understand. The way the crystal dragon looked at Chinrue suddenly changed. He didn't expect an ordinary demons to be able to see through some of the mysteries in dragon inscription when he first came into contact with it. He is indeed a super genius. If the crystal dragon knew that this master's magic circle attainments came from his sworn enemy, the poison dragon, and he was deliberately fooling him, he would definitely vomit blood, vomit crystals. Changes are always the same. This sentence is great. Capable people were always valued. Although Jacob was moody, he couldn't help but pray sincerely at this time. I've also lived for nearly 10,000 years, but it's the first time I've seen a genius like Master. Then, please follow me, Master. If you can understand my magic circle and make improvements, I will reward you handsomely. Lived for nearly 10,000 years? Chinrue's body shook and he showed an unbelievable expression. Seeing this expression, Jacob was proud in his heart. He smiled and said, To be honest, Master, I'm a noble dragon's. Not to mention nearly 10,000 years. It's not surprising even if I've lived for tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years. Chinrue complimented him a few times. Jacob felt comfortable and suddenly said to Manu, You don't have to come. I'll go with Master. Manu knew that magic circle was the crystal dragon's taboo, but Master Arthur's progress in integrating into the Crystal Valley was much faster than he imagined. Besides, there was soul shackles, so he wasn't afraid that Arthur would betray him and join the crystal dragon's side. He immediately handed a badge to Chinrue and smiled. Well, Master, I'm in the Nightmare Valley. With this badge, you can go unimpeded all the way. Thank you, Sir Manu. Please tell Fadalu to prepare a good wine and wait for me. Chinrue's words vaguely expressed his position, and Manu nodded with satisfaction. On the other side, Jacob had already urged impatiently, Stop talking nonsense. I'll send someone to send Master back later, and no one will dare to stop us. Master, let's go now. Chinrue followed Jacob out of the room and came to a place behind the manor. There were actually a lot of dragon inscriptions along the way, and they finally came to a pool. This pool gave Chinrue a familiar feeling. It was a bit like the fountain of vitality, but also like the fountain of life. It was full of a strange power. The crystal dragon didn't enter the pool, but it sat in a concave stone pit on the side. The pit was surrounded by various dragon inscriptions and extremely complicated magic circles. The main body was 6 stone slabs. Each stone slab had a strange mark which seemed to be a strange rune. It was placed at the end of the hexagram, respectively. These marks seemed a little familiar. Chinrue remembered that every time he tried to go to the 5th floor of the ancient magic tower, some strange runes and marks would appear, which made people unable to move forward. Even deep analysis couldn't crack those strange marks and runes. From the data of deep analysis, several marks around the stone pit had something in common with those runes. Master, you can look slowly from this distance, but don't touch it. Jacob sat behind the stone pit and activated the dragon inscription. Chinrue could see that Jacob used the inscription triggered by the power of the dragon's bloodline, which meant that others couldn't use this stone pit. After the inscription was activated, those complicated magic circles were activated one by one. Under the effect of the magic circle, the hexagram flashed with a strange light. The marks at the end of the 6 glowed and floated in the air, exuding a mysterious power. It slowly changed its shape as if it was alive. The water in the pool began to pour into the stone pit. Under the effect of the magic circle, it turned into a cloud of bright mist, wrapping Jacob's body as if it was a steam bath. The mist didn't drift around, but it was imprisoned within the range of the stone pit. Sir Jacob, what did I see? These magic circles are really an amazing miracle. It seems that I have too many questions to ask Sir in the future. No, I can't wait to ask for advice now. I wonder if it's convenient for Sir to talk in your current state? Jacob felt comfortable to be complimented by a magic circle genius like this. He nodded and said, "Go ahead and ask whatever questions you have." With all due respect, this spring water and magic circle seemed to have a healing effect. However, even I can't understand many of these mysterious and profound magic circles. Since Sir is a noble dragon, then there must be the most profound knowledge of the dragons in the legend Dragon Inscription. Master's eyesight is quite good. Jacob nodded approvingly and said seemingly casually, "Master's means are also quite amazing. Not only did you gain my favor the first time we met, but you also discovered many of my secrets. I have a small request now. I wonder if Master is willing to be my servant?" This small request had a hint of coldness in his voice. Obviously, this was a threat. Chinrue was secretly vigilant. Sure enough, none of these boss-level enemies are easy to deal with. However, there is a good answer to this question now, which is soul shackles. Those who were hit by soul shackles could no longer draw up or accept a contract. This was the case when old Gauss failed to use the contract on Kia. As a mechanic, my own combat power is only Demon King level. Besides, to develop and improve my mechanics, I must rely on a powerhouse. I have no choice but to accept soul shackles. Otherwise, how can I come to this Crystal Valley today? Jacob naturally knew the power of soul shackles. He snorted with dissatisfaction. Manu only knows these insidious tricks. That Asgaler is no better than him. Master, if I have a way to force Manu to remove soul shackles, are you willing to submit to me? Chinrue's heart moved. Jacob's words revealed a message. Manu, Asgaler, and Jacob. These 3 demon overlords don't seem to be united. Chapter 274. The soul shackles that Manu cast on Chinrue was a mutated soul channel. Although it had the function of killing or torturing the victim remotely like the ordinary soul shackles, it also had the special function of sharing ability and damage. It was somewhat similar to the spiritual link enhancement that Chen Rui didn't have the authority to use yet. Soul shackles was one of the strongest control methods in the demon realm. It was very stubborn. Even if the victim died, the power of the shackles would only completely dissipate from the body after 3 days. There was basically no way to deal with it other than killing the caster or the caster voluntarily removing it. Therefore, Manu was very relieved. It was just that Manu, who was experienced, didn't know that there was such a strange existence like the super system in the demon realm. This demon king weakling, who seemed to be controlled, could actually easily eliminate or cut off the control of soul shackles. Most of the power shared by soul shackles hadn't been digested yet. Besides, it was definitely impossible for Chen Rui to sign a master-servant contract with Jacob. Therefore, Chen Rui immediately used the excuse of the spiritual flaw of advancing to the Grandmaster level as an excuse. However, he didn't reject Jacob's words completely. Instead, he faintly revealed that after reaching the Grandmaster level, he would serve the Crystal Dragon. Jacob thought for a while. At present, this genius was only a master level. His real value still lay in his Grandmaster potential. If he could reach the Grandmaster level and then accept him, the benefits would naturally be incomparable. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay, then it's a deal. When you become a Grandmaster, even if I have to fall out with you, I'll let Manu remove soul shackles. However, for Grandmaster, the master-servant contract is a bit disrespectful. I'll give you an equality contract by then. Before that, I'll provide master with all the conditions you need." Chen Rui looked surprised and agreed immediately. He even swore in the name of Arthur. Actually, he understood that the credibility of Jacob's words wasn't high. His real purpose was to rope him in advance. Once he really became a Grandmaster, he would definitely use other methods to control him. However, he didn't come to the Crystal Valley for the Grandmaster level. No matter what, his stalling strategy had succeeded. Jacob thought that the conditions he offered were generous enough. Sure enough, he got Chen Rui's affirmation and oath. He nodded in satisfaction and began to answer Chen Rui's question. "Since there's a promise, I won't hide it from you, Master. I am a crystal dragon. There is a large crystal vein under the Crystal Valley. This spring water is the fountain of resurrection, which can restore energy and stamina at the same time. The function of the magic circle is to use the fountain of resurrection to transform the crystal vein in the vein into the power of repair and healing to repair my injuries." Fountain of resurrection and crystal or vein? Chen Rui was secretly shocked. The information of the Mechanic Association once mentioned that the Fountain of Resurrection was a more advanced natural resource than the Fountain of Vitality and the Fountain of Vitality. It was extremely precious. Not only could it restore vitality and stamina at the same time, but it also contributed to the growth of strength. It was said to be an essential rare material for making resurrection potion. Crystal ores were the magic crystal coins commonly used in the demon realm. According to the purity of refining, they were divided into high, medium, and low grades. The medium and low grades were used as currency, namely black crystal coins, purple crystal coins, and white crystal coins. The high grades were the magic crystal materials, gold crystal and blood crystal, which were priceless. The crystal or vein symbolized huge wealth. Generally, after being discovered, it would definitely be firmly controlled by the empire where it was located. Now, the Crystal Dragon said that there was a large crystal or vein underground. The crystal or vein was often accompanied by a variety of precious magic materials. It was at least equivalent to the value of dozens of high-purity gold mines on the original Earth. If the crystal or vein shocked Chen Rui, then Jacob's next word shocked him. You guessed it right. Many of the complicated magic circles around this pit are dragon inscriptions, but the real core is the 6 imprints. These 6 imprints are ancient runes. Ancient runes. The seal on Peglio's body was the ancient runes. Because of this seal, The poison dragon Paglio has been unable to restore his demon overlord strength. I didn't expect that the poison dragon's nemesis, the crystal dragon, actually has ancient runes. So the 5th floor of the ancient magic tower is sealed by the power of ancient runes? What is there on the 5th floor? The crystal dragon saw Chenrue's shock and raised his eyebrows slightly. You actually know ancient runes? Chenrue nodded and said, I have read the relevant records in the Mechanic Association. The nearest mechanic grandmaster, the dark goblin Lolo, is proficient in ancient runes, but he didn't accept any apprentices in his life. It was lost after his death. I don't know if ancient runes are related to the grand master level mechanics. Sir, please teach me the knowledge of ancient runes. Unfortunately, I don't know ancient runes either. Jacob shook his head and said, Ancient runes is known as the language of the gods. It is broad and profound. These 6 ancient runes are extraordinary. They are part of a complete ancient language slate, which I snatched from a nemesis. Although I don't understand the meaning of these 6 marks, after many experiments, I found that it can be used in this recovery magic circle to speed up my recovery. Unfortunately, it can only be used once every 7 days. It turned out that these 6 slates were part of a complete article. Jacob's so-called nemesis must be the fairy dragon, Rala, who was proficient in ancient runes. This might be the source of the hatred between the 2 dragons. I understand. The legendary crystal dragon is immune to all magic, so those recovery magic items or potions are useless for Sir. You can only rely on the magic circle to extract the crystal ores in the earth vein to recover your injuries. Chenrue looked at the magic circle seriously. It's just that these magic circles are too complicated. With my current understanding, I can only understand a part of it. If I change it without fully understanding it, it may bring unpredictable consequences. So, I plan to copy it down and bring it back to study and experiment carefully. Once there are results, I will immediately report to Sir. As for the dragon inscription, I still need Sir's guidance in the future. You are indeed an amazing genius to be able to understand a part of it in such a short time. As for the dragon inscription, Master, don't worry. You can study this magic circle at any time. If Master can really improve this magic circle to make it more efficient, I will reward you handsomely. The crystal dragon was very satisfied with Chenrue's performance, but he didn't know that this guy was actually thinking about how to aggravate his injuries by improving the magic circle. At the very least, he wanted to get the 6 slates and the fountain of resurrection. Benefits must be obtained, but he couldn't ruin the plan. At present, he still needed to further gain the trust of the crystal dragon and Manu. This crystal dragon had at least 3 giants, and their strength had reached the demon overlord level that could easily kill him. Whether it was the cruel and fierce Father Asgalar that Fadila mentioned, or the old fox Manu who hid a knife in his smile, they were extremely terrifying. Even the seemingly opportunistic crystal dragon in front of him was also a temperamental person. If he was a little careless, he might be killed. Even if he didn't expose his undercover identity, every step would be like walking on thin ice. However, to some extent, danger was also a synonym for opportunity. Just the huge crystal mineral vein underground could bring huge value, and the elusive demon shield, which was actually the demon shield that the old fox Manu promised should arrive in these few days after leaving the crystal lair named by Jacob, Chenrue came to the Nightmare Valley that Manu mentioned. After enjoying the wine and food, Manu briefly introduced the Crystal Valley to him. The Crystal Valley was actually a secret place located in the Black Iron Mountain Range. It had a large area and was currently divided into 3 forces: the Nightmare Valley, the Crystal Lair, and the Devouring Hall. Each had its own independent, small territory. They were the territories of Manu Leviathan, the Crystal Dragon, and Asgalar Beelzebub, respectively. Other than the Crystal Dragon, Manu and Asgalar didn't stay here. For example, Asgalar wasn't in the Crystal Valley now, other than a few forbidden places, such as the Crystal Dragon's magic circle, With the badge given by Manu, Chinrue could freely pass through any location in the valley. He could also get the assistance of the guards unconditionally. Of course, except for the crystal guards. This kind of puppet was only controlled by the crystal dragon. The three forces should be in a friendly cooperative relationship based on common interests. Chinrue didn't know if there was a bigger leader above them. Judging from the current forces, it was already terrifying enough. 3 demon overlords. Among them, Jacob was an opponent that could rival Paglio. The magic item given by Christina could only provide a location. When it was finally activated, it would become a signal flare, but it couldn't be contacted like a mobile phone. This time, it depended on the means and strength of the demon realm's first sage, Catherine the Great. Although Sabrina was Manu's niece, she was also Asgalar's legal wife at the same time, so she and Fadila weren't in the Nightmare Valley. Instead, they rested in the Devouring Hall. Compared with the Crystal Dragon's forces, Asgalar was obviously closer to Manu. Chinrue was already considered as Manu's subordinate, so his lab and resting place were arranged in the Nightmare Valley. There were several other masters in the Crystal Valley. Some were mechanic masters and some were potion masters. They were responsible for some manufacturing matters, but these masters rarely showed up on weekdays. They might be immersed in some kind of experiment. If he analyzed carefully, there were many factors that could be used here. However, even Fadila was here for the first time, so she naturally couldn't get more information. Therefore, the most important thing for Chinrue at the moment was to integrate into this unfamiliar place. After mastering the basic situation, he would try to further carry out temporary plans. With the lab, it was equivalent to having his own independent space. After running around for so long, he could finally settle down. Mechanics was just a cover. The more important thing was the training of strength. With the strength of the Great Demon King, he might be able to challenge enemies of the intermediate stage or peak stage of the Great Demon King. If he was outside, he should be considered as a powerhouse. However, in this Crystal Valley, there were 3 people who could kill him with one finger. Even Sabrina was likely to have entered the Demon Emperor level. There might be other Demon Emperor powerhouses in the valley. These people were definitely the real powerhouses in the demon realm. No wonder there was such a big conspiracy. Whether it was for himself or for the people he wanted to protect, he must become stronger. He had 2 current goals. The first was to completely digest the power divided from Manu. The second was to understand the mystery of the training of Migra's state step by step, which was the power of the world or the power of territory. Then he must try to use something with a time limit as soon as possible, the Realm King Fruit. Chapter 275. A Moonlit Night. Dark Moon City, Cloak Gang Headquarters, Ancient House Backyard. Miss Sasa was demonstrating the new gadget given by her boyfriend, Xing, to her 2 best friends, Eve and Alien. It was a kind of illumination beam that could absorb moonlight and emit various shapes. Interesting. Sister Sasa. Seeing Eve and Alien's surprised and happy look, Miss Sasa's face lit up. This was made by Xing based on the inspiration of the flashlight that Leader Igual said last time, but it is many times more powerful than what the leader said. Not only is it beautiful, but it is also very practical. Hey, Eve, why are you suddenly unhappy? Here, you can play with this. It's not that Big Sister is unhappy. It's just that when you mention the leader, she kind of misses him. Ariane. Sister, what's there to be embarrassed about? Actually, I miss Igual a lot. I haven't seen him for a long time. Speaking of which, Leader Igual is indeed very attractive, mysterious, and powerful. But our family's Tata is more charming. He has a short and fat figure, a long nose, sexy green skin. Not far away, Xing was talking to Sky. Both of them were top masters. They appreciated each other and had become close friends. Master Xing, have you heard? The one who spoke was the dark elf, Sky. Of course. Xing nodded. This is almost the heaviest news in the mechanics industry for thousands of years. I believe everyone in the demon realm knows about it now. Even Master Nate's direct disciple, Dual specialized Master Horford lost to that person. A strange sarcasm appeared in Sky's eyes. Nate shouldn't be able to sit still now. Xing didn't notice Sky's disdain when talking about Nate. He just sighed. 2 quasi-legendary equipment and 1 legendary grade equipment. It's a pity that I couldn't witness the grand occasion of the final. Sky nodded sympathetically and said, I heard that after the genius created a new miracle in the ancient magic tower of the Dark Shadow Empire's capital, he mysteriously disappeared and his whereabouts are still unknown. I have a strange premonition that this genius might be related to an acquaintance of ours. Really? Tata Xing looked at him strangely. I thought I was the only one who had this hunch. Both of them laughed at the same time. Animals. Dark Moon, city sheriff's residence. An indignant voice sounded. Trio specialized mechanic master. A genius in magic arrays. Can he be any more famous? Pointing at the moon outside the window and yelling, it was obviously his wife-con teammate and nephew Lomont. However, this house was no longer the same as when it was first built. Not only were there protective plants like guardian vines around, but it was also covered with various dragon inscriptions. Even if Lomont howled at the moon with all his might, his voice couldn't be heard. Lomont's indignant look made the poison dragon seem to see himself, who was also jealous of this in the past. He added, gloatingly, not only that, this guy also has Grand Master level black potions. Didn't you just drink a full set of eternal potions? What a beast. Lomont didn't have the slightest awareness of having eaten the wine. He gulped down a mouthful of wine and sighed to the sky. He had the sad temperament of a hero who had lost his ambition, and it almost made people cry. Devil God, open your omnipotent left eye that can charm all women, and take care of your poor believer. Why is it that such a handsome royal family like me has almost no luck all these years? The day before yesterday, I was even caught by Delia when I was flirting with a beauty. No, I can't be hung on a tree. I want the whole forest. I always forgot to tell you. Paglio was obviously the kind of person who added insult to injury. This guy went from a powerless weakling to the current great demon king. It seems that it took less than a year, right? You have just been promoted to great demon king. In terms of combat power, you are definitely not comparable to him. Probably in less than a year, this guy will become a demon emperor. Uft. Lomont choked a mouthful of wine from his nose. As he was about to continue to express his pure jealousy indignantly, a pleasant voice came from outside the yard. Athena, did you hear that? Someone seemed to be howling just now. That's right, Delia, it seems to be the goddess of luck or something. And before Athena finished her words, Lomont floated over like a gust of wind and took the things in their hands attentively. Ah, 2 beauties, you must be tired from shopping at the night market. Let me help you carry the things in. By the way, I just heard someone say that the demon god has a charming left eye. Mr. Forest Lumberjack, did you hear that? Delia took off her veil, revealing a beautiful face that had been completely cured, but her eyes were a little unfriendly. Dear Delia, you must have heard it wrong. I was talking about the demon god's dreamy and charming right eye. Dodo, I know you are hiding in the corner. Tell me, what did this person say just now? To be honest, I will give you a bottle of the best fruit wine I bought at the night market just now. Otherwise, you will starve for 3 days. The last threat made the slime pop out immediately and turned into Lomont's appearance just now. He even imitated the movements and tone vividly. I can't even be caught by Delia when I'm flirting with a beauty. No, I can't be hung on a tree. I want the whole forest. Lomont! Seeing Delia walking over with a sneer, Lomont's face had turned bitter. Almighty demon god, open your omnipotent eyes and save your poor believer. Athena smiled as she watched the farce between the 2 enemies. Suddenly, she thought of the playfulness and joy she had with that man on a daily basis. Her beautiful red eyes were filled with deep yearning. Are you thinking of me too? My lover. Dark Moon City, the backyard of the palace. A slim figure in a white dress stared at her reflection in the moonlight and said nothing. The scene of the conversation with old Gauss in the council hall just now still appeared in her mind. His performance in the mechanic contest, this time, shocked the entire demon realm. As for the Custer family, the new successor has been confirmed. It's the youngest Ms. Celine. When I left the Dark Shadows capital, she specially contacted me and said that she would do her best to support our plan. As old Gauss said, he lamented. Initially, my evaluation of him was already high enough, but I didn't expect it to still be too low. Jia nodded slightly. Qinrui once mentioned to her that he inherited the Grand Master's forging and armor-making skills, so he could train and teach some craftsmen. Before old Gauss returned, the news that Arthur became famous in the Shadow Empire's mechanic contest and became the first trio-specialized mechanic genius in the demon realm in 10,000 years had reached the Dark Moon. At that time, Jia was really shocked. Now, after hearing the magic circle genius that old Gauss added, she seemed calm instead. In fact, in the beginning, he entered our sight as the alchemy Grand Master's inheritance. But the wisdom and talent he showed later made us almost forget the biggest, original intention. Only now did he really shine brightly. Old Gauss sighed. That's right, Princess, Royal Highness. He has joined the Shadow Empire's Mechanic Association under the public invitation of Catherine the Great. I thought he would leave the Dark Moon and directly join the Shadow Empire, but he saved me again and entrusted me to bring back those plans. It seems that his heart is still in the Dark Moon, at least for now. Indeed. In fact, Jia had already asked Qinrui a similar question in person. Princess Royal Highness, with Qinrui's current ability and reputation, the Dark Moon's conditions alone can't keep him. It can be said that he will have a better and safer future if he goes elsewhere. Old Gauss said meaningfully, the reason why he didn't do this is because he still remembers our friendship and affection in his heart. But this friendship obviously can't be maintained for a long time. If Princess Royal wants to realize her biggest wish, she must get his help, so I made a suggestion. I hope Princess Royal won't be offended. Gauss, just say what you want to say. Qinrui is a person with superior wisdom and ability. He also has such a powerful inheritance. What's more, he values friendship very much and won't be shaken by ordinary interests. However, things are unpredictable. As long as another force gives him a greater friendship and more worthy conditions, he is likely to leave. To be honest, the Dark Moon's bond with him is not deep enough. Even his lover, Ms. Athena, is not from the Dark Moon royal family. I think we should use a deeper relationship to tie him firmly to the Dark Moon. Jia raised her eyebrows slightly. You mean marriage? Old Gauss nodded affirmatively. This is the best way. In fact, I can see that he treats Princess Royal. Okay, Gauss, just pretend I never heard about this, understand? Jia suddenly had an inexplicable anger in her heart. Although she knew that what old Gauss said was very reasonable, she still couldn't help this anger. Her voice suddenly became cold. Old Gauss shook his head. Princess Royal, as the Lord of the Dark Moon, may be able to regain the throne from Obsidian in the future. She is really not suitable as a marriage partner. Then, can we consider using the little princess? The chill in Jia's eyes was even more intense. She directly interrupted old Gauss' words. Don't talk about this anymore. Old Gauss' expression was stagnant, and he finally stopped talking. Jia felt that her tone was indeed a bit harsh, so she added, You must be tired after returning from the Shadow Empire. Kia will let her continue to follow Alice to manage the princess retail store, lest she finds out Qinrui's secret when she returns to the sheriff's house. You go and rest first. Old Gauss let out a long sigh and left. Jia silently looked at her somewhat lonely shadow. She still remembered what the human man said when he first came to this back garden, the furthest distance in the world. Closing her eyes, the man's voice before leaving sounded in her ears again. Even without General George's request, I will still do this. Not only this, but also those hateful topics with double meanings, hateful smiles, hateful everything. I don't know why, but I miss this kind of hateful things a little. As I miss it, I feel a lot more relaxed. A voice came from a distance. Kia, look at your feet. Don't fall. Why did you change into a different person when you came back? You can even stare blankly while walking? Are you thinking of a man? No, Your Highness, I'm just... Okay, let's go quickly, sister. Kia, and I brought back delicious supper from the night market for you. Hearing Alice's call, Jia opened her eyes, and a faint warmth rose in her purple eyes. Perhaps it was because of the change of the moonlight, Jia's shadow became too. It didn't seem so lonely anymore. Chapter 276. In the Crystal Valley, Chen Rui had been in the lab for the past 2 days. Since he had the title of a genius mechanic master, he had to put on a show. Manu really didn't break his promise. The lab, specially provided for him, was built on a hillside. Below the hillside was the house, which was quiet and undisturbed. The area of this lab was very wide. The conditions were better than the mechanic associations with all the materials and facilities available. Under Chen Rui's special request, the originally arranged assistant was returned. Regardless of whether the assistant's purpose was to assist or monitor, he didn't want to have more pairs of eyes around him. Many mechanic masters had their own secrets. Only the closest and trusted apprentices were likely to be taught. Therefore, Chenrue's request wasn't outrageous. Manu naturally wouldn't force him. He also sent a large number of ordinary materials according to Chenrue's request for him to test the refining technique. The real purpose of Chenrue wanting these ordinary materials was naturally not to refine them, but to convert aura to buy the blueprint of thunderous sound. Even if Manu or others wanted to check the success of the refining, he just needed to put a random material in the refining room and it would be enough to blind those people. Chenrue didn't take the Realm King fruit because the power of the Realm King fruit was very powerful. He needed a quiet and undisturbed environment. These 2 days were the deadline for the artifact promised by Manu. He might see an old friend that he hadn't seen for a long time at any time. Therefore, Chenrue planned to try the Realm King fruit after getting the artifact. At that time, a maid came to the lab and told him that Manu had something to ask. Chenrue came out of the lab and followed the maid to the central courtyard of the Nightmare Valley, which was where Manu was. Before he walked to the hall, he could hear voices from a distance with his hearing. To be precise, it was Manu's voice. I want to remind you that even if you have the strongest eyes of Incubus and are the son of the previous king, you are still only the peak of the demon emperor. The demon realm respects power. I, Manu Leviathan, am the current supreme master of the Envy royal family. Manu's voice was cold and even murderous. It was completely different from the usual smiling old fox image. However, foxes were also carnivores. Besides, the foxes in the demon realm were cunning and cruel. They liked to gnaw their prey until not even the bones were left. Sir Manu, please forgive my rudeness. This voice sounded even more familiar to Chenrue. Since you are the supreme ruler of the Leviathan royal family, you should understand the meaning of the 7 artifacts. Moreover, the demon shield was left to me by my father. I don't agree to give it to an outsider to study. So what if your father left it to you? Manu sneered. Did you get the recognition of the demon shield? Your sister should be the one recognized by the devil shield. Don't think I don't know what you did to Delia. Now that even she is missing, it means that the person recognized by the artifact has disappeared. This alone is enough for me to punish you. These few words made Chenrue's heart moved. Since Delia was reluctant to mention Brock, he didn't ask much. Now he knew that Brock and Delia's father turned out to be the previous king of Leviathan, and this Manu was the current master. As Delia had obtained the recognition of the demon shield, Brock had been openly claiming the demon shield as his own. Moreover, he had always considered himself as the next controller of Leviathan. Now that Delia was missing, but she was unwilling to hand over the demon shield, It was likely that she was worried that Manu or others would be recognized by the demon shield. It seemed that getting the demon shield could further intensify the internal conflict of the Leviathan royal family. It was really killing two birds with one stone. At this time, the maid had brought Chenrue to the entrance of the hall. She reported to Manu, and the quarrel inside stopped. After Chenrue got permission to enter, he walked into the hall. There were two people in the hall. Sure enough, apart from Manu, the other was Chenrue's old acquaintance, the head of the three generals of the Shadow Empire, Brock. Leviathan. Manu returned to his usual smiling look, but Brock's face still looked gloomy. "Master, you're here." Manu smiled and said, "Let me introduce to you. This is my nephew. His name is Brock, the head of the three generals of the Shadow Empire. Brock, this is the trio specialized master and magic circle genius, Master Arthur, who is famous in the demon realm." Chenrue could tell that Manu deliberately revealed Brock's identity to him. He nodded casually and shook his head disapprovingly. "Sir Manu, I don't care if you're a general or not. What I care about is the artifact. I heard from your voices just now that the artifact is with your nephew. Then give it to me quickly. I've been thinking about Sir Crystal Dragon's magic circle for the past 2 days, and I seem to have some ideas. I need the elusive demon shield as a reference." This rudeness and disregard made Brock's eyes turn cold. He looked at Chenrue a few times and suddenly frowned. "I don't know why, but Master gives me a familiar feeling. Have we met before?" "Not only have we met before, but we've also touched intimately. The pockmarks on your face were made by me." "Of course." Chenrue could only mutter in his heart, but he looked a little impatient. "I've heard this a lot. The last time when I met the third general, Crawford, you said the same thing. General Brock, did you bring the artifact that I wanted?" "Of course, Brock. Give the artifact to the master now." The person who answered was Manu. The hostility on Brock's face was fleeting. Looking at Manu, who was smiling, his heart was even more resentful. "This old fox summoned me from the border fortress urgently. I thought it was something important, but I didn't expect it to be for the demon shield." However, Brock knew Manu's character well. The more he smiled, the more dangerous it was. "If I don't give the demon shield today, I'm afraid he will turn against me. With the difference in strength between both parties, I still can't keep the demon shield. Actually, it's nothing to let this Master Arthur study it. If I can use this to win him over, Brock is willing to use this as a bargaining chip. After all, it's impossible for anyone other than the Leviathan royal family to use the artifact. However, it's obvious that Arthur has surrendered to Manu. Even if this artifact loses its research value, Manu will definitely not return it. A wise man knows when to retreat. Now, I'm not as good as him, so I can only yield. If my strength surpasses Manu in the future..." Brock's mind turned quickly, and he finally made a decision to compromise. He took out a round shield from his back and handed it to Chenrue. Chenrue looked happy and took it. This round shield was bigger than the illusory shield in Delia's hand. It was dark gold in color and had simple and elegant patterns. The undecorated part in the center should be the part that could be combined with the illusory shield. The elusive demon shield was the equipment with the strongest defense among the 7 artifacts. Not only could it defend against all physical and magic attacks, but it could also reflect damage. It could be called the best defensive equipment. Chenrue had seen the power of this big shield outside the Poison Dragon's treasure in the Silent Night wetland. At that time, a thunder and lightning inscription that was comparable to the power of the peak of the Demon Emperor was actually completely blocked by the round shield in Brock's hand when it was fully activated. Moreover, Brock didn't get the approval of the artifact. He only used the defense power of the demon shield's own material. Chenrue stroked the patterns on it like he got a treasure. Suddenly he frowned. "No, how can this be? Is this the elusive demon shield? Why does it feel like an important part is missing? Master really has extraordinary eyesight. You can see the artifact's problem at a glance. Manu nodded and said, "The elusive demon shield is divided into two parts, the illusory shield and the demon shield. This is the demon shield. As for the illusory shield, it disappeared thousands of years ago. My Leviathan royal family is also trying our best to find it, but we haven't found it yet." It seemed that Brock didn't disclose the real reason why the elusive demon shield in the Silent Night wetland and Delia's disappearance. Chinrue looked dissatisfied. "Sir Manu, I volunteered to accept soul shackles in order to study the artifact. Now that this artifact is incomplete, isn't it against Sir's initial promise?" "Master, don't be angry." Manu smiled and said, "In any case, the demon shield is one of the 7 artifacts after all. Besides, the 7 artifacts are not only the elusive demon shield, but also the other 6. As long as our plan succeeds in the future, it won't be a problem for Master to study all the 7 artifacts." 7 artifacts? What a big ambition. Chinrue pondered for a while and said, "I'm just a mechanic who pursues the peak state. I don't care about anything else. How about this? When can Sir Asgalar come back? I hope Sir can help me borrow the god-eating mask from him for research. Asgalar has an important task outside, so he definitely can't return in the near future." Manu pondered for a while. "How about this? When he comes back, I'll ask for you." Manu's words were obviously meant to delay and be perfunctory. He didn't know that the god-eating mask was actually in Chinrue's hands. These words were meant to test Asgalar's movements. Manu's answer had already revealed the news that Asgalar couldn't return to the Crystal Valley in a short period of time. Chinrue knew in his heart, so he naturally stopped while he was ahead. Chinrue's eyes fell on the long sword on Brock's waist, and he suddenly couldn't look away. "General, this sword seems to be weird. Can you let me take a look?" Brock didn't expect this greedy guy to not only get the demon shield, but he also wanted to get his hands on his beloved sword. His eyes flashed, and the long sword was instantly unsheathed with a clang sound. However, he didn't act rashly. He just put the sword in front of Chinrue with an unfriendly face. The more unhappy Brock was, the happier Chinrue was. Unfortunately, Manu and Brock were both scheming people. Otherwise, it would be great if he could borrow Manu's hand to kill Brock. Blood River. Chinrue glanced at the name engraved on the blood-red sword and nodded. "It's really a good sword. Although it hasn't reached the legendary grade, the attributes are quite good. Attack speed increased by 35%. Water magic power increased by 38%. It devours the enemy's lost vitality and transforms it into its own physical strength." Brock was slightly surprised. Appraisal was one of the mechanic master's skills, but it usually required the corresponding instrument to test to confirm. However, this Arthur only took a glance and accurately said the attributes of Blood River, including the hidden characteristic of devouring the enemy's life. It seemed that the reputation of the demon realm's top genius in 10,000 years was indeed well-deserved. Of course, Chinrue wouldn't say that it was the effect of analytical eyes. He touched the sword, closed his eyes, and pretended to feel it for a while. Then he looked regretful. "The sword is a good sword, but unfortunately I'm afraid it can't be used for long." Brock was taken aback and asked doubtfully, "Master, why do you say that?" "We mechanics have a saying that creating equipment is creating life. Equipment is also alive. Due to the materials and characteristics, the general equipment has a certain degree of self-healing ability, just like how a person can heal himself from a minor injury. The problem is that your sword is no longer a minor injury. You can't see it yourself in this state, and it's hard for other mechanic masters to judge, but it can't hide from my gifted eyes. I can clearly feel that there are countless scars left on it. If this continues, this sword will completely shatter when it encounters a certain pressure or is infused with too much power." Chinrue's identity was a famous mechanic master in the demon realm. He just showed his appraisal skill, so Brock naturally couldn't ignore his words. Blood River was his most handy weapon, and its attributes were quite suitable for him. Now that he heard that it was in danger of being scrapped, he didn't dare to neglect it. His tone also became gentle. Since Master can see it, I wonder if there's a way to repair it? Shinrue pretended to be in deep thought. There is a way, but I'm not absolutely sure. If it succeeds, the attributes of this sword may be further improved. As long as the general trusts me, I can give it a try. It's also a reward for taking the general's research on the demon shield. Brock secretly thought that he couldn't retrieve the demon shield for the time being. If he could repair Blood River, it could barely offset some losses. He immediately nodded and said, I trust Master. I'll leave this sword to Master. All right, let me think about it first. I have all the materials in my lab now. Shinrue thought for a moment and nodded. Then follow me. Manu was interested in seeing the means of this genius mechanic master, so he immediately followed Brock and Shinrue to the lab on the hillside. Shinrue took out the required tools and the materials sent by others. He categorized and placed them one by one. His rigorous and serious expression was awe-inspiring. After turning on the magic furnace to reach the required temperature, Shinrue put the Blood River into it and calcined it until it turned red. Then he took it out with pliers and swung the sledgehammer to hit it. That kind of hammering technique contained a mysterious meaning. It was like some kind of artistic dance. Manu secretly nodded as he watched. However, the sparks that splashed on the Blood River made Brock secretly distressed. As Shinrue hit it, he sprinkled a kind of magic powder. The entire sword made a strange, sizzling sound. Then there was a series of smooth movements and processes. The complicated process that required several people to cooperate to complete was actually completed by one person perfectly. In addition to reforging, even the gemstone on the hilt was dug out, polished, and carved. The details were meticulously handled. After about 3 hours, Shinrue finally stopped all the work. He wiped the sweat on his head and handed the sword that he had been working on for a long time to Brock. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint the general. Not only did this sword repair the original damage, but its attributes also increased. Now, the attack speed is increased by 38%, the water magic power is increased by 40%, and it devours the enemy's vitality and converts it into physical strength. It also comes with a bloodlust magic, which increases the attack by 20%, but the defense will be weakened by 10%. It can only be used once a day. This equipment should be very close to legendary grade. Brock was overjoyed. He took the sword and saw that the blood flow on it seemed to be more active. He was very familiar with this sword. After waving it a few times, he really felt that the attack speed had increased. He tried the bloodlust again and was full of praise. If it was said that he had some murderous intention towards this Master Arthur, it had now become admiration. No wonder he could be treated with such courtesy by Manu. He really has real capabilities. If there is a chance to overthrow Manu in the future, I must try to recruit this talent for my own use. Shinrue accepted Brock's gratitude and praise calmly. The highest level of cheating someone was that after you sold him, he would still help you count the money, gratefully. Originally, this poor sword was at most a minor injury that could heal itself. Now, it had become a serious injury that was beyond cure. As for the increase in attributes, haven't you heard of a final radiance of the setting sun before the vitality was overdrawn?